and evangelism tools, all so moms in crisis can see the life in their wombs and hear the truth that brings eternal life. Because here's the thing, when a mom sees her baby on that screen, she chooses life 80% of the time. Your gift of just $28 a month covers the cost of one ultrasound. Or, if you're able, you can purchase an ultrasound machine that will help women choose life for years. Your donation brings hope and truth when mothers feel alone and fear is loud. So I'm asking you to give to Preborn today. Go to preborn.com/Ramsey or call 855-601-2229. That's preborn.com/Ramsey.
KTAR-FM Glendale, Phoenix, Arizona's news station. KTAR News, 92.3 FM. KTAR News, now.
And good afternoon. It is 2 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn. Rain's been falling this afternoon in parts of the valley, and forecaster Alicia Ryan with the National Weather Service says some areas are going to get a little wetter than others.
It's looking more into like the foothills, so just northeast of the Cave Creek, Fountain Hills, into Sunflower is what I'm looking at. So really in the northeast portions of Maricopa County.
Rainfall total should stay light. The areas that do see some showers will get a few hundredths of an inch. 8 skiers have been found deceased. 1 skier is still missing after a massive avalanche in Northern California. 6 members of a group of 15 survived and called for help. Shannon Moon, the Nevada County Sheriff, has more on the survivors.
Of the 6, 1 was a Blackbird Mountain guide, and 5 survivors were clients on that tour.
This is the deadliest skiing avalanche in modern U.S. history. The number of elderly detainees is growing at the Eloy ICE detention facility. KTAR's Heidi Hommel joins us now live in the news center to tell us more.
U.S. Representative Adelito Grijalva toured the facility today to conduct oversight and check on conditions. She met with an elderly woman named Julia, also known as Abuelita, who came to the U.S. from Cuba in May of last year.
She is 80 years old, incredibly confused. Doesn't know why she's here, thought she was going to be here for 5 days. It was heartbreaking because as we were leaving, she thought we were here to pick her up and take her home.
Grijalva says Julia needs memory care and that her dementia is only getting worse in detention. Grijalva was told the facility has seen a dramatic increase in the number of older folks detained there, and healthcare staff say they're equipped to handle it. Reporting live in the news center, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
The partial government shutdown continues as Democrats urge lawmakers to make reforms to ICE policies. Congressman Juan Ciscomani tells the Mike Broomhead Show Department of Homeland Security funding was secured at one point.
Piece of legislation and the funding of it, and we conferenced with the Senate and with Democrats, and everybody was okay with it until the political side of it got out of control, and now Democrats walked completely away from the table on this and won no part of it.
He says the shutdown is not impacting ICE and Border Patrol because their funding comes from the One Big Beautiful Bill. Democrats are demanding masks of ICE officers be removed during operations and identities to be more clear. A Tucson couple pleads guilty to stealing thousands of dollars in pandemic unemployment assistance in 2020.
David Ellis, who is 42, was given 6 years in state prison after pleading guilty in November. His wife, 44-year-old Gabrielle Ellis, was sentenced to 7 years of probation after pleading guilty in December. The couple stole people's identities to file pandemic assistance forms through the Arizona Department of Economic Assistance. Both admitted to running a fraudulent scheme in Pima County Superior Court. Overall, they stole over $60,000 from Arizona taxpayers and their victims. Go to KTAR.com for details. Serena O'Sullivan, KTAR News.
KTAR News, Water Watch.
Motion carries 4-3.
If you live in Gilbert, you'll soon be paying more for water. Again, the Gilbert Town Council approved a 25% rate hike for water customers. Donna Mills, a Gilbert resident for nearly 30 years, sharply criticized the idea before the council voted.
It's not just the incremental water increases that are strangling Gilbert residents. It is the rising base rate regardless of how little water is used. So I'm here to tell you that families simply cannot afford another increase.
Mayor Scott Anderson says the increases are necessary for an area at risk of Colorado River fluctuations. Those rates go into effect on April 1st. Taking a look at Wall Street today, here's how things are shaping up. The Dow. One moment, let me roll it up to the latest numbers for you. The Dow up 129. S&P up 38. NASDAQ rose 175 points. Need more money news? Just go to the Business Center at KTAR.com. Let's check traffic in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. We've got a crash working right now at Bell Road and Cotton Lane in Surprise. And then there's another one at 59th Avenue and Peoria in Glendale. And one more that just came in at the 101 and Cardinals Way. Weather-wise, we're looking for a high today of 65 degrees with our mostly cloudy skies continuing and that chance of rain 30%. Tonight, cloudy and 50. Tomorrow, though, mostly sunny with a high of 64. A little rain back in the picture by Friday. It's 56 in Peoria and some rain coming down. Don't let stormy conditions slow down your move. With Homes 2X, sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com. I'm Dackie Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken. Nobody wants this, and nobody supports this.
Speaking up for Arizona.
That's a dangerous comment. You better be able to back it up.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's reigning, defending, undisputed #1 talk show. Now 2 till 6.
Woohoo!
Welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. This is our #1.
A lot of people call our #1 the best of the hours.
We're going to check in on the Nancy Guthrie case at 2:30.
Okay.
With one of our experts.
Yeah.
And remember, coming up at 5 o'clock, it is the Faceoff.
Yes.
So we've got our panel that'll be here in a few hours. We're going to talk politics for 1 hour. And one of the issues that will absolutely make the Faceoff is our lead for today.
Yeah. Will ICE be at a polling station near you come November when we have elections here in the state of Arizona? And by at a polling station, I mean uniformed, I'm going to assume masked, ICE agents inside and outside of every polling station in Arizona. That's the proposal. That's the plan, Gatos.
Well, I mean, why not? They're election experts. Let's put them inside of the polling places and let's make sure that, our elections aren't hijacked.
They've done such a bang-up job.
They've done a great job killing people on the streets of Minneapolis.
Yeah. They're good at that. They're
I think Hamas is, ICE, I get them mixed up. ICE has done a bang-up job. Listen, I get why the Republicans are doing this. They like ICE. They want illegal immigrants taken out of the country. Well, so do I. But I think there's a proper way to do it. Ask past presidents. They've all done it. And they've done it in a way where people didn't get murdered in the middle of the street. So I think we have to go through this here in Arizona. And again, some of you do go to the polls. I don't.
But no, I haven't been to a polling site.
I can't remember.
I literally can't remember. Like, you go to a school or a church in your neighborhood that's a polling site.
25 years?
I've been voting by mail since that became an option.
Okay. Without the snark, Mr. Snark Man.
Are you talking to me?
Yes, I am.
Oh, boy.
Why do Arizona Republicans want to push a plan to require ICE agents at polling places?
This is not meant to be snarky.
I don't want you to be snarky. That's why I said it.
They think that Trump lost the 2020 election because illegals voted.
Okay, do they think they lost the 2020 election because someone rigged it? See, that's what I always thought.
No, they think a bunch of illegals voted.
I don't think that's right. I think they thought
it's
somebody...
not true.
Well, of course not. But I think that they thought somebody rigged it.
No,
it was rigged.
They moved on. They couldn't prove that.
Somebody took out the 20,000 votes they needed in Georgia.
No, they can't prove that. So they're on to the only way Trump could have lost is because the illegals voted.
Okay.
What they can't explain to me, the loons, is did the illegals not vote in 2024? Or did they just not show up again? Like,
sure, yeah.
Did they only vote? Like, why did they not come out again?
So, as I said, let's say, no snark, and I like
because
it. Because
why else would immigration and customs have to be involved in elections?
Okay. Let's say that the Republicans are right.
Yeah.
Okay.
About what?
about how illegal immigrants all went to the polls and they all didn't vote for Trump.
In 2020 only.
Correct.
Yeah.
Let's say that they're right. We know they're not, but let's say that they're right. Yeah. What is ICE going to do if they're sitting or standing at the door or they're inside?
Scare off people who are afraid of ICE from voting. That's the goal.
Yeah. So immigration agents have to solve a problem that isn't there. There's no proof that illegal immigrants overtook an election. In fact, we looked it up. What did we come up with? 60 non-citizens voted in prior elections in Arizona.
Elections, plural, 60. Out of the total votes cast, it was 0.005%.
Okay.
And there was no election in the state of Arizona that was determined by less than 60 votes. Yeah. And again, that was over multiple elections, not just one.
Okay. So now we can be snarky.
By the way, a lot more Americans voted illegally in those elections than anyone with a questionable immigration status.
Right. It's about deterring non-white people from voting.
100%. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. If you are a person of color and you like to go and vote in person, and listen, I have friends who go and vote in person.
Yeah, some people like the experience. I think you're nuts.
Do you want to bump into an ICE agent? First of all, I'm white. I don't want to bump into an ICE agent that's untrained. You know, we saw what they did in Minneapolis. We don't have to relitigate the whole thing. Most of America didn't like it. We're now almost at 70% of Americans are against what happened in Minneapolis, and it's not 30% that are for it. It's less than that. Some are undecided. But I know that I don't want to bump into one of these hotheads. I don't want to bump into one of these guys. They're unhinged. They're there. They don't have any. First of all,
and why would they
hang on? They don't have any training. Number one, to be in the middle of a street. Are you going to train them now to what? Are they going to look at IDs? Because they have people there to look at IDs at the polling
at the polling centers. Yeah. You're on the rolls, etc. They go through this process.
Okay.
So they would only be there for an intimidation factor, which is the only thing they've been for to begin with.
Yeah. And, you know, I look at who put the bill together, and then I stop, and it's all I need to know.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Jake Hoffman and Wendy Rogers.
Off the planet nuts.
Just two people I don't respect. There's not much that I like about them. Again, you know, there are plenty of Republicans that I think are doing a decent job. But these are two who are very hateful human beings, and they are fringe. Yeah. So this will never pass, right?
Oh, absolutely not.
Okay.
Even if it passes through the legislature, I think there is a metaphysical certitude that Governor Hobbs would veto it.
And see, this now becomes.
But then they would say,
bigger, hang on one second. This now becomes a bigger discussion about who's your next governor.
Well, but hold on. The reason they're doing that is so they can say Katie Hobbs wants illegals to vote.
I understand that
because they're going to stick to that
other
stupidity.
People will say that if Andy Biggs was in there, he would like this.
Oh, of course he
would pass.
Oh, 100%.
So it's a bigger discussion because this thing is never going to get off the ground.
Because it's all about making Trump feel like he didn't lose Arizona.
Right. Sure.
Yeah. That's all it's about. Literally all it's about.
But if Andy Biggs is the governor, he's going to pass something like this. And so now your vote is even more crucial. Like if you like this, if you really think that ICE should be there, well, you're going to vote for Andy Biggs. Mm-hmm. But I'm not a Republican or a Democrat. I'm an independent. I mean, I don't really, I like Karen Taylor Robeson, but she doesn't want to run anymore.
Should we have the IRS there checking your tax returns when you vote?
Yeah, it's crazy.
I mean, who else?
Because you might not like Katie Hobbs, and you might not think she's strong, and you might not like the way she talks, and okay. But she's not going to pass something so ludicrous. And that's the one thing that, like, an independent like me can get behind. Does she come up with tremendous ideas that have changed the state? I don't think so. I think we've had better governors. It's fine. But she's not passing insanity like this. And that's important to me.
Yeah.
I don't want this.
Well, that you're not playing to the fringe, to the loons out there that are still clinging to elections were stolen. Although, again, remember, they can't tell us how they did it or who did it, but it was stolen. But now they're on to the only way.
Who did it and why?
Yeah, the only way they could have possibly lost is because millions of illegals showed up. Yeah. They did an audit here and found out not millions. The total number of the last few elections was 60, and there is a question as to if all 60 of them are actually not citizens, because if you were going through the process to become a citizen, it may not have been updated in time, and it still counts you as someone who's not a citizen, even though you're now legally allowed to vote.
And I'll add to this, the cyber ninjas that were here after the 2020 election, those
cyber loons.
Right. They actually recounted and found a few more votes for Donald Trump and still lost. So let's remember that.
Yeah, well, they went back the other time. Yeah, they found more for Biden. Yeah, too, that they recounted it. So
I thought they found more for Trump.
Yeah. Well,
but it was like 100 votes or something like that.
Yeah.
So I mean I have Republican friends who don't like this. There's no
well, why are you talking about an election 6 years ago?
I'm just talking about the upcoming
No, but
election.
why are they talking about an election that Donald Trump lost 6 years ago?
That's not what I'm saying. Is I have people that I know who are Republicans and see this and don't like this because they don't feel that ICE is necessary at the polls.
But it's also relitigating a election from 6 years ago.
Sure.
Based on their bat poop crazy conspiracy ideas. And it is a solution going in search of a problem. Illegals are not voting in numbers that would ever change an election.
Mm-hmm.
That's not what they're here for. That's not why they came. And it is completely nuts. And there is no evidence to prove it. Other than that,
and
it's a fine idea.
So say they do this. Would Hispanic Arizonans be worried about going to the polls?
Of course,
if ICE was there.
I think so.
I think so too. We've seen them drag people out of cars.
They've
for no reason.
dragged American citizens out of cars.
Right, exactly.
They've killed American citizens.
So are they trying to suppress the Hispanic vote?
Of course they are. 100%.
Yeah. And they're also in Washington trying to get us to not vote from home, not
vote by mail either.
Right. So can you imagine the mess if that ever happened?
Yeah.
That we would all have to go to the polls, and then we would see ICE agents there.
I'd show up with my AR if that was true. With it strapped on me in my
I don't
sling.
know if you can go into a polling place.
Can't go into it, but I can stand out front and stare at them with my AR.
Well, you can. You go ahead and do it.
I'm just there to defend other people from the thugs.
I just think that that's not the way. I think most of us believe that's not the way voting is supposed to be.
It isn't, by the way. But again, they let the cat out of the bag when Kristi Noem said the other day, "We need the right people to vote."
Can I read that quote? Because I heard that and I go, she didn't say that. No.
Oh, she most certainly did. I didn't make that up.
No. Kristi Noem. She appeared to suggest the Department of Homeland Security was responsible for election security and said she would ensure the, quote, right people were voting to elect, quote, the right leaders.
I wonder who she meant by that. Yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
Exactly.
Well, this is something
I'm genuinely concerned about the 2026 election.
This is something we'll bring up in the Faceoff coming up at 5.
Hey, quick shout out to everyone listening in Fountain Hills. Is a fountain going right now? Of course it is. The Fountain Hillians. Thank you guys so much. Shout out to Fountain Hills. And up next, ADOT has its Name a Snowplow contest, and the names are just about as bad as they've ever been. I think it's fair to say. We'll share some of them with you. They're outspoken. Right. Coming up next on KTAR.
I was ordering food for the office from the same few places for too long.
For workplaces suffering with office food fatigue, every day's a struggle.
Before starting Easy Cater, I assumed having no good vegan options for Carl in finance was normal.
Easy Cater is designed to treat OFF with a huge variety of favorite restaurants, plus tools to help you meet dietary needs and stay on budget. Used daily, one platform lets you save time and shine. Ask your app store about Easy Cater or start an order at easycater.com.
LifeLock, how can I help?
The IRS said I filed my return, but I haven't.
1 in 4 tax-paying Americans has paid the price of identity fraud.
What do I do? My refund, though. I'm freaking out.
Don't worry, I can fix this.
LifeLock fixes identity theft guaranteed and gets your money back with up to $3 million in coverage.
I'm so relieved.
No problem. I'll be with you every step of the way.
1 in 4 was a fraud-paying American. Not anymore. Save up to 40% your first year with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
KTAR News Flash.
2:18, I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. We are just 2 days away from the start of spring training in the Valley. Arizona Diamondbacks president and CEO Derek Hall tells the Mike Broomhead Show the games are more than just preseason exhibition.
It's life-changing, and those kids are going to be fans for life. When a player takes time to talk to you or sign your baseball, take a photo that you're going to have in your room forever, there's nothing like it.
He says players embrace the opportunity to interact with fans, and spring training allows them to have plenty of opportunities to do that. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Got some rain falling across the valley today. It'll remain mostly cloudy. High of 65, cloudy tonight and a low of 50. And then tomorrow, mostly sunny, will be around 64. Currently, it's 58 degrees at Sky Harbor in Phoenix. Don't let stormy conditions slow down your move with Homes 2X. Sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com.
I'm LaDonna Harvey. The second half of the Suns season starts tomorrow. Arizona Sports and Suns Arena announcer Vince Marotta joins us at 5:15 for the lowdown. Join us, Jim Sharp and me, on Arizona's Morning News, on the radio and the KTAR YouTube channel.
Vince Marotta. It's about a little bit of everything, doesn't he? It's everywhere.
He sent me a text over the weekend.
Uh-huh.
And we pull the curtain back just a little bit.
Vince Marotta.
He and I got handed a 1-hour show in 1997.
Good. Back in the 1900s?
A 1-hour Saturday show.
Okay.
And he was going through old stuff.
Gatos and Vince?
I don't remember what it was.
Don't even remember what it's called.
And he sent me a show sheet that we did in 1997. We got canceled 2 weeks later.
In reading the show sheet, do you agree with that?
I totally agree.
Okay, fair enough.
I think it was a total disaster.
It's good to be self-aware on
you
some
guys
level.
are 23 years old, and I don't think you know what you're doing.
Yeah.
We're going to cancel you.
Solid argument.
Okay, that's good. I get my Saturday back.
It is snowing up a crazy storm up north. And so the ADOT snowplows are out in force. I know parts of the 40 are shut down. They're expecting 6 to 8 inches of snow up around Flag, etc.
We have snowplows in Arizona?
We have snowplows in Arizona, and apparently we name them.
Oh, no.
And we have a contest every year. Well, hold on. So do you remember we had the contest about the freeway signs, right?
The freeway
to come up
signs,
with and we thought those were pretty lame.
Awful.
They were not good, right?
No, they weren't. They weren't creative. They weren't funny, but they do it every year. They think they're comedians.
So is the snowplow contest any better?
Well,
would you like me to give you the finalists?
Can I give you some from past years?
Previous winners.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go with previous winners.
Alice Scooper.
I get the tie-in. I understand.
Snowby One Kenobi.
Star Wars fans, they rep for that.
Fast and Furious.
Sorry, try not to laugh at it.
Scoopacabra.
The Scoopacabra.
Let's see. Last year's winners. Did you want to go over last year's or this
Be my
year's?
guest.
Okay. Darth Blader.
A lot of Star Wars.
That's funny. Control, Salt, Delete.
I get it.
Yeah. Blizzard of Oz. All right. Fleetwood Mac. Scoop Dog.
I kind of like Scoop Dog. I'm not going to lie.
Plowsaurus Rex.
All right. Well, those were the winners.
I got to tell you, that's not awful.
It's not the worst thing I've ever heard.
No, you snickered.
There was some snickering. There were a couple funny ones.
There were funny ones.
So
I was entertained.
Let's see if I can get a snicker out of you.
Okay, so this is the one.
These are the finalists.
Okay,
you can vote right now on the Arizona Department of Transportation website.
Okay,
on what the new snowplow should be named.
Okay, you hit me, and I'm going to give you. Is it 1 out of 10 snowballs?
Okay,
all right. 10 being great, obviously.
Ready?
Yeah. Number 1.
Cleopatra.
Ooh, it's not funny, but it's clever.
It is clever.
I'm going to give it a 7.
Okay, 7. Sultimus Prime.
1.
Oh, Snow, you don't.
0.
The Snowminator.
1.
Thaw Patrol instead of Paw Patrol.
-8.
-8. Sleet Dreams.
-9.
Okay, we're going the wrong way. Snowmater.
1. What's the Cleopatra?
Cleopatra is winning.
It's pretty good.
Cleopatra. Snowverine. A lot of movie tie-ins.
That's a 0.
Blizzard Wizard.
That's the worst one.
That's okay.
That's horrible.
Scooby-Doo.
No, it makes me think of like cleaning up after a dog.
Doesn't it, though?
It really
That's what I
does.
thought of when I saw it.
Is that right?
It's like a pooper picker-upper.
Yeah.
Sub-Zero Hero.
Lame. I'm not even giving it a number. It's so lame.
And the last one.
Okay. Well, you started with the best one.
Snowmageddon.
Nah, that's boring.
Okay.
The first one was good.
Cleopatra.
Cleopatra.
It's a good name for a snowplow.
Cleopatra. But it's
the only one you liked.
It's the only one I liked.
Is it better than Scoop Dog?
Is it better than Darth Blader? That's pretty good. Or Snowy-One Kenobi? I'm a Star Wars guy.
Fast and Furious?
Alice Cooper is terrific.
Alice Cooper. I mean, it's just such a local tie-in.
This is, it's not the best one that we read on the air.
No.
But I would say it's probably a top 5.
We'll find out if it wins. You can vote up until the 24th.
That's going to just
the month.
Blow it away.
You think so?
Yeah, the other ones suck. I think the other ones are garbage.
Well, we shall find out.
Which one do you like? You like that one.
Cleopatra is clever.
Good.
It's clever.
Okay.
I like that. I appreciate that. Check the headlines are on the way. Becky Lynn will do that for us. And up next, has the window to find Nancy Guthrie now closed? We're going to talk to one of our law enforcement experts about it. It's coming up next. We're Outspoken on KTAR.
Rosie on the house. Every Arizona homeowner's best friend for over 30 years. Saturday mornings 8 till 11 on KTAR News 92.3 FM and the KTAR News app.
Hey, is your love language money? If so, maybe you should be reaching out to Trajan Wealth. That's right. You can get a free consultation from the fiduciary advisors at Trajan Wealth. That's right. It's exactly what I did. I came in with, it's not an exaggeration, and Jeff Jr. at Trajan Wealth will co-sign on this. I brought a shoebox. I'd been getting all these like quarterly things and 401k, IRA rollover. I didn't know any of it meant. And most of the times I wouldn't even open up the envelope. Just put them in the shoebox. So I brought the shoebox. I dumped it out, and I said, here's what I got. Hilarity ensued. We went through it, and they helped me make some really smart decisions. They let me know that I was probably leaving some money on the table, literally and figuratively. And we talked about goals, expectations, where I wanted to go with this. And then they crafted a plan that was just for me. You can have that same experience and come up with a plan that's crafted just for you, your family, your expectations, your timeline, how much you've saved. And there's no obligation. You could call and have that conversation. Do it right now. 480-990-3300. 480-990-3300. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor client. Paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Finding excuses to not do your taxes? Well, you can start today and file for free with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. Just file on your own in the Credit Karma app by February 28th and you'll pay $0. Start filing for free today. Offer only for those who didn't file with TurboTax last year.
Here's a tale of Linda trying to lose weight, but the med prices she found were all over the place.
Hidden fees and markups made her jaw drop low. Then she found GoodRx. Now she's in the know.
GLP-1 subscriptions FDA approved.
With clear upfront pricing.
And same-day pickup.
That's GoodRx, the no-nonsense way. Save time and money on prescriptions.
Get to goodrx.com/weight loss. GoodRx is not insurance.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Hey, it's Mike Broom at
accidents happen unexpectedly. If it ever happens to you, call the attorneys at Sweet James. Sweet James has an office right here in Phoenix, run by world-class attorneys that are part of your community, and they are proud partners of your Phoenix Suns. Sweet James is all about winning, and they win 98% of the time, because when you're hurt, you are counting on someone to deliver for you. Winning big is everything. That's why you call Sweet James at 800-9-million. That's 800-9-million or sweetjames.com. Awarded best attorneys in America. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
This President's Day, if you're shopping for a new truck, SUV, electric vehicle, or crossover, you owe it to yourself to check out your Valley Chevy dealers during the President's Day sales event. Drive yours away this President's Day. Live life bigger in a Traverse, or the roomy and dependable Trax, where versatility meets agility, or the Silverado or Colorado trucks that fit your lifestyle. Don't miss out on the chance to drive yours away this President's Day. See your Valley Chevy dealers during the President's Day sales event, going on now.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
D-backs fans get access to flexible ticket plans, exclusive events, postseason priority, and more when you become a D-backs Advantage member. For more info, visit dbacks.com/memberships.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
KTAR News now.
2:31. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. A little rain for the valley today as a major winter storm takes aim at northern portions of Arizona. Forecaster Alicia Ryan with the National Weather Service says this will move through today, with most of the rain falling on the northeastern portions of Maricopa County.
So it looks like Thursday night into early Friday morning, there is another passage that could bring some rain chances. I see similar area where it's more northern Maricopa County into the foothills.
Ryan says today's rainfall accumulation will be relatively light. 8 skiers have been found dead. 1 other skier still missing after that avalanche in Northern California near Lake Tahoe. This is now the deadliest ski-related avalanche in U.S. history. 6 skiers survived. Dangerous weather remains an issue for the search and rescue teams. Shannon Moons, the Nevada County Sheriff.
Due to the ongoing challenges of the weather, the avalanche conditions, the effort remains ongoing, as well as our search for the remaining skier. But the weather is a factor. It's not a resource issue as we speak. It is a weather condition and safety condition for our response teams.
Arizona votes.
A little later this afternoon, Maricopa County Recorder Justin Heap is set to testify in front of the Maricopa County Board of Supervisors after they allege Heap committed voter disenfranchisement during a ballot curing period. Political consultant Stan Barnes has been following this situation closely and joined Arizona's Morning News to tell us what he finds most interesting about this case.
The board itself is divided. Supervisor Mark Stewart has decided to go his own way, and Mark Stewart's hired his own lawyer and is splitting from the other 4 members of the Board of Supervisors.
If Heap refuses to testify today he'll be removed from office. You can learn more about this story at KTAR.com. Health experts and climate scientists now pushing back after the Environmental Protection Agency rolled back a key environmental finding last week.
A coalition of health and environmental organizations are suing the EPA following the agency's decision to repeal the endangerment finding. It found greenhouse gases, including the carbon monoxide emitted from a car's tailpipe, pose a danger to public health. In repealing that finding, groups like the American Lung Association and the Union of Concerned Scientists allege the Trump administration is rehashing legal arguments that were already rejected in a 2007 Supreme Court case. Mike Dubusky, ABC News.
Let's get a look at those roads, those wet roads this afternoon. Here's Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Looking at our highways in Phoenix with a crash on the Loop 101 Pima Freeway southbound near Indian School Road. A look into our surface streets, Phoenix with a crash on Thomas Road and 43rd Avenue, and Phoenix again with a crash on 35th Avenue and Camelback Road. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
65 should be our high today as the showers continue to fall. Mostly cloudy skies continue and get even more cloudy overnight with our low at 50. Mostly sunny, though, tomorrow and a high of 64. Right now in Glendale, raining and 57 degrees. Don't let stormy conditions slow down your move. With Homes 2X, sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
We asked the legislature, are they working on gas price legislation? The majority whip, Representative Julie Willoughby, says yes. She'll talk about it on the Mike Broomhead Show tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. You can watch the KTAR YouTube channel, listen on air, online, or on the app.
Day 18, Gatos. 18 days that Nancy Guthrie has been missing from her Tucson home. I think that while everyone, I say everyone, most people remain hopeful, optimistic, I do think there is a reality that's starting to sink in with a lot of people.
Thought there was a reality after the first week.
Fair enough. Yeah. Fair enough. And probably different people getting to it at different times. Has the window to find her, and just find her, I'm not going to even qualify that, find her, has it closed? Joining us right now, Frank Milstead, retired colonel of the Arizona Department of Public Safety, also former chief of Mesa Police, long career in law enforcement. Colonel Frank, thank you for your time today.
Yeah, good afternoon, guys. I can't believe you let Mike Broomhead do an advertisement during your show. That's shocking.
That's the kind of guys we are.
Well, we like Broomhead.
Yeah. Colonel Frank, in your professional capacity, I mean, 18 days of a missing person, what does that say to you?
I think it says to me what I feel personally is that it's absolutely mesmerizing. I cannot find a logical path to head down to make sense of this at this point. And I really hope that somebody at the Bureau or through the Pima County Sheriff's Office is able to do that. Because if you think about it in its most practical pieces, if it's a burglary gone wrong and you killed somebody, why would you take them with you? Mm-hmm. And then if you're doing a burglary, why wouldn't you just finish the burglary and leave her behind, even if you left her tied up, incapacitated, whatever that was? And then if it was a kidnapping, why aren't you communicating with anybody? And I don't know if you've noticed that the Crime Stoppers or whatever that organization is, the owner of that, he's offered another $100,000 reward in some kind of encrypted format where you leave a tip and you get a code, and he's paying it out of his own money.
Wow.
To get that done. So, I mean, there's opportunities here to finalize this process if it's a true kidnapping, and then you got to ask yourself, why would you kidnap her? I mean, it's just there's nothing real logical about any of this.
So we were talking about, has the window to find Nancy Guthrie closed? Is this one of those cases, well, we don't really have anything to compare it to, but is this one of those cases, if you don't find her from the beginning in the first few days, it's over?
I can't say that, and I would hate to say it because all I would think if I did say that is I hope I was wrong.
Yeah,
I get it. So we talked about this a little bit, and if it hadn't been talked about so much on national media, I probably wouldn't even bring it up because I think some of the trade secrets that law enforcement uses during investigations should stay trade secrets. But they've talked a lot about this cellular analysis survey team that that the FBI has in place. And they are incredibly efficient at tracking automobiles, your Apple Watch, your cell phone, whatever it is that you might have connected to the internet. And we talked a little bit about this last week about things connecting to other people's Wi-Fi without even acknowledging it. So I think there's a lot of opportunity between what was in her house, what she had with, and what they were able to glean from that survey team to be able to track things that were anomalies at night. You know, there's only so many people that are on the road at 2 o'clock in the morning. There's only so many people connected to the cellular network, and they can see how those people traverse. And so the one thing that is kind of disturbing is that Sheriff Nanos, said, hey, no one in the family is involved. They're all cleared. I find that very, very unusual. Not that I think one of them might have done it, although, like we talked about before, most of the time when you get kidnapped or you get killed or harmed badly, it's by someone that you either know or you live with. But until you have a suspect, why would you clear anybody?
Interesting.
Colonel Frank Milstead is joining us, the retired colonel of the Arizona Department of Public Safety. We're talking about the Nancy Guthrie case. Like, no one is really looking out for a certain type of car. I always thought that was interesting. We're weeks in and no one's looking for a type of car. And so I looked into it, and Tucson says it does not have traffic cameras that record. Pima County says it does have cameras, but they're not always recording, and it's not always crystal clear. I mean, that's one of the issues. They don't have that to fall back on.
No, you're exactly right. And even our highways, when I was still working for DPS, those weren't recorded. Now, a lot of cities are opening these real-time crime centers. And if you look, I think Glendale PD is on the forefront of this in their regional center out there, where they are connecting all those cameras to loop. So they do record and they do stay, present for a period of time before they're recorded over again. And I think if you look at that video of him in the little alcove, the little front stoop of the house, you can't see a vehicle behind. He doesn't look like he's looking back. But, if you drive a modern automobile, even those connect to the cellular system. You have connected there's connectivity. So if there was a vehicle out front that was a modern vehicle, it's going to leave a footprint as well.
That's a good point. And I'm guessing people know it, but do they really know that, like, your car, there's that OnStar and different things like that, emergency services. Your car is connected in some way, shape, or form, and people can figure out where that vehicle is. But like you said, we don't even know. We're pretty sure the guy didn't walk away with Nancy Guthrie, but we just don't know what he drove away with.
Yeah.
No, and Bruce, hopefully no one ever checks your car because we know how you drive.
There is that. There is that.
But
I drop your name a lot. Don't worry.
Well, I hope it helps somehow. But no, it's an incredibly sad story. I just read a little blip coming out of 3TV that Savannah's husband's on his way into town. And I don't know what that would all be about, if it's just the support system or what it is, but they're making a big deal about it. And I know the sheriff is under a lot of fire down there for different things he did or didn't do. But what's always reassuring to me is, like you said, the best people in the world at finding people are the FBI, and they are on scene and they're working tirelessly. And the other thing that's interesting is they're not doing press conferences. They're not talking about what they're doing. They're not eliminating anybody. They're not bringing anybody in. But there's things going on. And the fact that the FBI is actually kind of reassuring to me.
Why?
Well, because I think they're working and they're onto something. And I don't think they want to disturb their case. They don't want to let anything happen that would be a problem. And, the other thing that happens when these cases go on is if you find enough probable cause to get warrants, you do searches, you go up on phones, you do wiretaps, you do all kinds of things. You grab phone records and computers and you seize them. Laptops and all that, and you start going through all of that electronic data. And again, you can't just go take someone's laptop. You got to have some sort of probable cause statement to get a judge to sign that. But if you're onto something, and I assume they are because they're quiet, that they're looking at all that data.
All right. Interesting. Colonel Frank, really appreciate your time once again as we are in day 18 in the search for Nancy Guthrie. Thanks for your insight.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's just all pray for her and have positive thoughts, and hopefully we get to bring her home alive and back to her family. So you guys have a good afternoon, and talk to you soon.
You as well. That is the retired colonel of the Arizona Department of Public Safety, Frank Milstead, and we certainly echo those beliefs. Quick check of the headlines. Becky Lynn has that for us. And up next, is your water bill about to go up 25%? Are we going to be paying more for water than we do for electricity? It's coming up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
All right, the Arizona Painting Company. I saw one of their trucks in my neighborhood. Fantastic. I guarantee my neighbors, I don't know who they are. They're kind of down 2 streets, but they're going to love what this company will do for them. Listen, you've been waiting for the right time to get the house painted. Why is it the right time? Well, we're heading into March. We're heading into the beautiful weather, and all you have to do is make a phone call. The Arizona Painting Company, you mentioned Gatos, right out of the gate, you get a free estimate. You also get 15% off, one of the highest discounts they've got for the rest of the year. It's good in February. If you make that phone call to the Arizona Painting Company in February, you'll lock in your 15% off. It is the perfect time to paint. A fresh coat of paint, it does everything. Boosts your curb appeal, but it also protects your home from the sun damage and the heat that we're about to get in just a few months. Text the word paint to 620-620, and all you have to do is mention Gatos when you call the Arizona Painting Company.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-290-7100. That's 800-290-7100.
At Genesis of Scottsdale, our visitors are our first priority. We love getting to know our customers as much as we love showing off our lineup of gorgeous luxury SUVs and sedans. This month, we're making it easier than ever to experience the Genesis difference. Genesis Motor Finance is offering 2.99% APR financing for 48 months on our most popular models for well-qualified buyers. That includes the sporty G70, the adventurous GV70, and the flagship GV80. In fact, this exceptional rate applies to a wide range of select models across our entire inventory. Whether you're thinking big or small, your perfect fit is waiting for you now on our showroom floor. Visit Genesis of Scottsdale today for a test drive. Give our staff a chance to show you these incredible vehicles and explain just how simple our terms can be.
Offer subject to credit approval by Genesis Motor Finance. For well-qualified buyers, only a limited number of customers will qualify. Tax, title, license, $599 doc fee, and $618 dealer protection package extra. Must take retail delivery from dealer stock by March 2nd, 2026. See Genesis of Scottsdale for details.
Mike Broomhead.
But we have watched from the beginning of these operations that people believing they are on the side of angels have been physically attacking ICE agents. Time after time after time, we've seen vehicles hit with rocks from overpasses. We've seen people on the ground throw rocks through windows at enforcement locations. We have witnessed this happening, and it's gotten out of hand. And I hope it doesn't come here and stay here.
Mike Broomhead, weekday mornings 8 till noon on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
KTAR News Flash.
At 2:47, I'm Becky Lynn, and this is what you need to know right now. The Department of Child Safety is under fire again. A new lawsuit against DCS claims they failed to remove two brothers from where they resided, despite the department getting many warnings. One boy would go on to lose his life. The Phoenix injury attorney representing the surviving sibling, Matthew Boatman, tells Arizona's Morning News he thinks there's a flaw in the system.
There's a problem with the call center. I think there's a problem with transitioning files, and when there's multiple reports about the same instance, it doesn't seem like people are connecting the dots.
Prosecutors are seeking the death penalty against the alleged abusers. Stephanie Davis and Thomas Descharnay have pled not guilty. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Well, we've got some rain around the valley. Enjoy it because it's probably going to be out of here tomorrow. Might make a little return on Friday. But today's high 65, tonight's low 50. Tomorrow, mostly sunny and 64. Right now in Tempe, it's 54. Don't let stormy conditions slow down your move with Homes 2X. Sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com.
40,000 people. Let that number sink in for a second. That's not a crowd. That's a small city. And it's the number of people choosing pain relief without surgery. 40,000 people have said stop before a knee or hip replacement. There has to be another way. And they found it at QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in using cellular-level treatments to revitalize joint tissue naturally. Today, patients are moving better, hurting less, and getting their lives back. QC Kinetics, right here in Phoenix, using safe, natural treatments backed by real science. Treatments that activate your body's natural healing power. Safe, natural, non-surgical, with zero downtime. The sooner you start, the faster inflammation will ease and slow down osteoarthritis progression that's causing your pain. Call now for your free consultation with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
The Crossroads of the West Gun Show is back this weekend at the Arizona State Fairgrounds.
We're finding everything we're looking for, so we're impressed.
Awesome selection. Awesome, yeah, just a lot more than I expected to see.
It's America's premier gun show with great deals on guns, ammo, scopes, accessories, and more. Some at wholesale prices, plus jewelry, gift ideas, and door prizes.
We'll scour through, find the best bargain, come back and buy it.
Crossroads of the West Gun Show this weekend at the Arizona State Fairgrounds. All sales are conducted in compliance with applicable laws. You can buy, sell, and trade at all Crossroads gun shows.
Hey, this is Matt Dagas with Bright Wealth Management. If something happened to you tomorrow, would your family know what to do, where to go, who to call, or what you wanted? If you hesitated, even for a moment, that's exactly why we created our legacy planning checklist. It's free, it's simple, and it walks you through everything that your family would need before they even have to ask. From legal documents to personal wishes, it helps you cover it all. Download your copy today at brightlegacyquiz.com. Again, that's brightlegacyquiz.com.
Rosie on the house. Every Arizona homeowner's best friend for over 30 years. Saturday mornings 8 till 11 on KTAR News 92.3 FM and the KTAR News app.
Opinion, analysis, breaking news, traffic updates. You get all that and more on your phone when you download the KTAR News app. The KTAR News app is presented by America Roofing.
I'm LaDonna Harvey. Data centers popping up all across the country, not just here, and it is costing you money. Is it worth it? Find out tomorrow morning from 5 to 8 with Jim Sharp and me on Arizona's Morning News. Catch us on KTAR and the KTAR YouTube channel.
A bit of a programming note. First off, your ears are not deceiving you. This is Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. We start at 2 o'clock now and go till 6, Monday through Friday.
Heck yeah, we do.
Secondly, we still have the Faceoff on Wednesday, 5 o'clock on the dot. Please join us as we bring a panel of experts in and debate the political hot buttons of the day. How's that?
Sounds good to me.
Deal.
I'll be here for all 4 hours.
I think Gilbert is a lovely place. Oh, God. I can't open myself up to that. I went down to that downtown Gilbert the other day. You know, I had
It's nice.
Had lunch. And it's really interesting what they've done to it. They've really revitalized it. And I know a lot of people have moved there and like living there.
They got the worst police chief in Arizona history.
I was waiting for you. I kind of underhanded it, you know. I was waiting for it.
And you don't care if kids are getting beat up or killed. I mean, there's one person to point at.
Well, now we're going to add into this.
Okay.
Yesterday, the Gilbert Town Council voted to raise the water bills, the water rate, by 25%.
Oh.
By the way, last year they increased it 48%.
They did.
I'm no math whiz, but we're coming up on double. right?
Yep.
In a very short period of time. And I don't think it is an exaggeration to say, maybe in our lifetimes, Gatos, we're going to be paying more in water bills than we pay in electric bills.
Well, they say, Gilbert says it's vital to reduce reliance on the Colorado River water.
The CAP, the canal.
Yeah, it makes about 40% of Gilbert's water supply.
Because it's dwindling. We are going to maybe be losing some Colorado River water. That's a whole nother argument.
So you're adding to my bill. Just where are you bringing the water in from?
They say they're going to dig holes in the ground.
Okay.
They're going to dig more wells.
Well, they're digging a hole for themselves, that's for sure.
But the problem is, and I only understand this because I have friends that are in agriculture, is yes, you can dig, but we are digging deeper and deeper and deeper than we have before to find water. We've kind of gotten all the easily accessible groundwater, and we're now having to go pretty darn deep for it, and that comes at an expense.
Yeah, I wonder if people in Gilbert are going to change their habits. I mean,
use less water?
Are you going to take a shower that's much shorter in length? If you have pools, I mean...
pools are water.
Yeah. You know, maybe tear up the backyard and you just put pavers in or the fake grass, the turf.
Skateboard park.
Skateboard park.
You're welcome.
Okay.
You're welcome.
All right.
Skateboard park.
25%. Your bill
on top of 48%
yeah.
last year.
Oh.
Yeah, water bill going through the roof. Quick check of the headlines. Becky Lynn has that coming up next. Whose fault is it if your child is addicted to social media? We'll talk about it. It's coming up next. We're Outspoken on KTAR.
All right, Advanced Window Products. They have been to my house. They have replaced every single window, and it's fantastic. I can see through my bedroom window again. By the way, that was a window that was completely discolored. You just couldn't see through it. Unbelievable, right? There was a window, the biggest window in the house. There was condensation between the panes. I remember the first time I ever walked in, my wife and I, we walked into our home, after we bought it, we're like, that window has condensation. Well, we'll do something about it. And we never did. And it was really silly. We should have gotten our windows done years ago. But Advanced Window Products, best window company in Arizona, local, family-owned and operated, with a great deal right now when you mention Gatos. $2,500 off when you purchase 10 windows or more. And they can also prorate the discount if you have less than 10 windows. 480-746-4280. 480-746-4280. Online, advancedwindows.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hi, everybody. Jody Jackson here. Spring is around the corner, and you know what's next, the summer heat. But you can be swimming in your spectacular new Presidential Pool. And now is the time to start planning. Presidential Pools has in-house financing to help make your backyard paradise a reality. They are Arizona's #1 pool builder with some of the best warranties in the industry, and they're committed to providing total customer satisfaction. And if you need inspiration, they have the largest pool park in the West. Make your pool the place to be this summer. Go to presidentialpools.com.
A family office is a team built to handle the 3 biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today.
480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300. Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Mike Broomhead.
The Attorney General.
In other states, ununiformed, masked people.
No, first, it's not true. And second, I can give you 3, 4, 5 instances, and if I thought about it, maybe even more, where law enforcement isn't wearing a uniform and they are lawfully doing their jobs. And if you shoot them, you're going to prison for killing a cop.
Mike Broomhead, weekday mornings 8 till noon on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Let's talk letters, starting with C. C is for Camry and Corolla. C is for comfort, control, and cruising through everyday valley life. Now let's try another one. T. T is for Tundra and Tacoma. T is for tough, thrilling, and taking on whatever the day throws your way. Different letters, different strengths, but they both spell out the same thing, Toyota. Right now, get 4.99% for 72 months on a new 2026 Camry or Corolla, or get 2.99% APR financing for 72 months on a 2025 Tacoma SR5 or 2026 Tundra. See your Valley Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places. 4.99% financing with $1,610 per thousand BARD for 72 months. 2.99% financing with $1,519 per thousand BARD for 72 months. Zero down payment if you qualify. Offers exclude TRD Pro models and N3226. See dealer for details.
Hello, I'm Dr. Davis Romney, a radiation oncologist at Ironwood Cancer and Research Centers. Our breast cancer specialists offer expert oncology care, ensuring you start your personalized cancer journey within 24 to 48 hours. You can trust Ironwood for compassionate, specialized cancer care. Visit ironwoodcrc.com today.
At Ironwood Cancer and Research Center, innovation meets compassion, outsmarting cancer, one patient at a time.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. KTAR News now.
It's 3 o'clock. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. One round of rain for the valley today and another on the way Thursday night and Friday morning. Forecaster Alicia Ryan with the National Weather Service says neither is going to bring much water.
Very similar. You might see another few hundredths of an inch to maybe 1 to 2 tenths of an inch in those very localized higher terrain areas.
It appears the bulk of what does fall will land on northern and northeastern portions of Maricopa County. Tragedy near Lake Tahoe, California, after an avalanche Tuesday morning killed at least 8 backcountry skiers in what's believed to be the deadliest avalanche in the U.S. in more than 4 decades. 1 skier remains missing, with an additional 6 being found alive near the site by rescuers. The group had been on a 3-day trek in the Sierra Nevada mountains when a monster winter storm brought fresh snow, likely triggering that avalanche. At least 2 of the rescued were taken to a hospital for treatment. Dr. Christopher Van Tilburg, a physician and author of Mountain Rescue Doctor, spoke with ABC News on the conditions of the snow the skiers faced once that avalanche began.
It's dense. It probably has a relatively high water content, so it's dense and it's heavy. And as it avalanches, it compacts into kind of big blocks or chunks.
The ICE detention facility in Eloy has seen a dramatic increase in the number of elderly adults being held there. KTAR's Heidi Hummel is live now in the news center to explain.
Arizona Congresswoman Adelita Grijalva met with an 80-year-old woman named Julia, who has been locked up for 9 months after she migrated here from Cuba to seek asylum, but was denied.
There are certain cases where there should be consideration of someone's medical condition and how they're doing.
Grijalva explains the woman is in need of memory care for her dementia, which is only getting worse. She says the woman was very confused and didn't understand why she was there. Reporting live in the news center, Heidi Hummel, KTAR News.
24 speakers at a city council meeting last night in surprise. Controversy over the warehouse purchased for use by ICE continues to worry residents, including Dysart High School student Kylie Overs. Overs, who's a senior, says she feels guilty about leaving the issue of the warehouse to new students who'll have to walk past it every day going to school. Additionally, she says if the facility is to hold dangerous criminals, she wants to know how security for the building would affect the community's safety. Surprise's next City Council meeting is scheduled for March 3rd. The Maricopa County Animal Crimes Unit served a warrant near Old US 80 and Siloam Highway where they saved 9 dogs living in bad conditions and with no food or water. Dave Meyer is with the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office.
And we did confiscate all 9 dogs. They were looked at by our vet, and they are now presently en route to our MASH unit.
Detectives are now searching for a suspect. Time for the KTAR Timeline with Patricia Valencia. It is brought to you by Beatitudes Campus.
It's February 18th, and back on this day in 1930, Pluto was discovered by astronomer Clyde Tombaugh. A farm boy from Kansas with no formal training in astronomy, Clyde became interested in the stars as a teen after looking at craters on the moon and rings around Saturn through his uncle's telescope. He then began building his own. Planet X had been predicted by Percival Lowell, a businessman and astronomer known for his belief in alien civilization. He built the Lowell Observatory in Flagstaff to prove his theories. He searched for the planet to his death in 1916. After his death, the observatory was ready to resume the search for Planet X, but would need a new 13-inch refracting telescope. The task was assigned to Tombaugh, who arrived in Flagstaff in January of 1929. After months of searching, he found Planet X. The public and astronomers were ecstatic about the new planet, which would officially be named Pluto, after the Roman god of the underworld, who could make himself invisible. And it happened back on this day in 1930.
Checking traffic now. Let's go to the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. Here's Enrique Garcia.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Goodyear with the disabled vehicle blocking the on-ramp, I-10 Papago Freeway westbound near Pebble Creek Parkway. Phoenix with a crash on the right-hand shoulder, Loop 101, Pima Freeway westbound near 7th Street. And a look into our surface streets, Phoenix with a crash on Thomas Road and 43rd Avenue. This report is brought to you by Your Valley Chevy Dealers. It's the President's Day sales event. Your Valley Chevy Dealers, trucks, SUVs, and electric vehicles. Don't miss out. Visit Your Valley Chevy Dealer today. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Even though the northeast portions of the valley are what's supposed to get the most rain today, right now, as we check Cave Creek, not really any rain falling, just partly cloudy skies, and it's looking to be about 52 degrees there right now. But overall, our chance of rain continues throughout the afternoon. Cloudy tonight, a low of 50, and tomorrow mostly sunny and 64. And as we mentioned, 52 in Cave Creek. Don't let stormy conditions slow down your move. With Homes 2X, sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
You're acting strange today.
Speaking up for Arizona.
Well, first of all, I'm not acting.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's reigning, defending, undisputed #1 talk show. Now 2 till 6. Welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Hour number 2.
Yes! A lot of people call hour number 2 the best of the hour.
All right, remember it is a Wednesday, so coming up at 5 o'clock, the Faceoff. We've got our panel that'll be here in just a couple of hours. Must listen to radio.
There's that.
And so make sure you are here at 5 o'clock. By the way, Becky Lynn's weather report, it's terrible out there.
And it's certainly getting blustery.
Can we get the weather bunny on in the next segment?
Let's work on that.
All right, Miss Julia, the first lady of Outspoken, see if the weather bunny, Ian Schwartz from Arizona's family. That's his
kind of update us on
job. Yeah, let's see.
Well,
this is his first
primary job, weather bunny.
Let's see if we can get him on about 10 minutes.
Okay, working on that. Pretty amazing polling numbers out there. 86% of Americans want Facebook, Google, the tech companies held accountable for their role in the social media addiction crisis that's affecting teenagers. Okay?
Teenagers have a lot of depression and anxiety. And really, a lot of that started when, social media came out over 10 years ago.
And Meta, Google, they've got Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. There is a hearing going on in California that's accusing them of that specifically to boost profits. And needless to say, people are looking for some sort of payoff. Can I offer an alternative argument, though? what is the role of parents in not allowing your children to become addicted to social media, just like them becoming addicted to cigarettes or alcohol?
Mm-hmm.
Don't you have some responsibility in this? Like, you can't give them a phone, unlimited access to the internet, and then 10 years later go, all they do is spend time on that damn phone.
Yeah, I think two things. I'll give you the first one.
Okay.
I think that night scrolling with teens is a huge
What did you call
problem.
it?
I call it night scrolling.
Okay. What does that mean to you? I'm being serious.
The kids go to bed, but they're not really sleeping. They are scrolling on their phone at night.
We used to go to bed and put the covers up and listen to the radio.
It's true.
They got the covers up and they're on their phone scrolling. Okay.
It's funny because like my mom would come in and possibly wake me up for the next day, and I'd have that little transistor radio because I was listening to a game. I was listening to the hockey game or the or something like that, and I always used to get in trouble for it.
I used to get in trouble for reading.
You didn't have to worry about that with me.
I would read too much.
So I think there is something about teens and night scrolling.
Okay.
So what I would do is, if the biggest damage, and studies say this, the biggest damage happens at night, I would have your kids put the phone in the kitchen and charge it there.
Like out in public somewhere where you know where it is, or in a box or something.
Because you can make the argument, well, you're the parent, you can do whatever you want, but you can make the argument, you're going to sleep. Yes. Okay, you're going to be unconscious. Yes. You don't need that phone. Well, I need it for an alarm. Okay, well then you put an Alexa.
I'm going to get you an alarm.
It's pretty easy.
Get the old school, the one we all had with a little red digital thing on it. You'll be fine.
You can put an Alexa in the room if that's what you need. So I think I think you have to come up with ideas and solutions, and instead of just telling the kid, stay off your phone, charge your phone in the kitchen. You're going to bed. I know you're 15. I know, but this is how we're going to do it. I think that's one of the solutions that we can do.
Well, I think one of the arguments you're making is has this been identified as a clinical addiction?
It should.
Is social media as addicting as we've heard? Nicotine, sugar can be addicting, right? Alcohol, drugs, etc. Is it on that level of addiction?
Yes.
And if you acknowledge that it is, well, then what do you need? Warning labels? You need age limits like we have on other addictive products.
I think we always used to joke, I could go without my phone for a day or a week. I got to tell you, I don't know. I think I'd probably go out of my mind.
Really?
I don't know what I would do because it's just always there. And for me, I use it for the show.
You use it for a lot of work.
I use it for everything. Yeah. So, I mean, no one really leaves their phone at home and says, I'm going to church. I don't need my phone.
But can you understand my
I'm going to a ball game. I don't need my phone.
My pushback of how easy it is for all of us to blame the delivery system.
Yes.
To blame the internet, to blame
personal responsibility.
Facebook.
Yeah.
When Facebook didn't show up at your house, create a Facebook page and put it in front of your kid.
Right.
Like that didn't happen.
Yeah, like for my niece Ellie back in Atlanta, she's 18.
18 now.
But I know that when she got a phone, she was allowed Instagram, and that was it.
She was allowed one social media.
Yeah, and I still don't think that that's a great idea.
I was going to say, can't you become addicted to one? I mean, does it have to be multiple ones?
Yep.
I feel like we look at other things that could be dangerous for kids, and parents assume that responsibility. But you get to the internet or social media, and what I'm reading in this is parents want to absolve themselves of that responsibility.
No,
and I'm
wrong.
like, you got to pick a side of the fence.
No, you can't do that.
You know?
No. I think that kids would be on their phones less if parents were on their phones less. I think as parents, we do I've seen it a million. I'll give you an example. I was out a couple weeks ago. This just came into my head. It's a great example. I was out a couple of weeks ago by myself, and I was like, I'm hungry. I'll go get something to eat. Went to get a couple of pieces of pizza, and I'm eating. Okay. Pepperoni and salsa.
I love it.
Anyway,
Sounds fantastic.
so I'm looking across the way, and it's a dad with his younger daughter. And she's got to be like 7 or 8.
Okay.
Actually, there were 2 kids, a younger and a 7 and 5, something like that. And he was on his phone.
While they're sitting there eating, he's on the phone.
I kept getting the idea in my head, and I don't know why, and it might not be fair. Maybe he doesn't see those kids all the time.
Oh, I
maybe
see.
there's
Yeah.
It's pizza.
He gets a night out with the kid or something.
Yeah, and I'm like, and that might not have been the case. I just got the gut feeling.
I hear what you're going, where your mind goes.
Yeah. And so he's not on his phone the whole time, but a lot. And in between, he's talking to the children. And then he takes a break and he goes back on his phone.
Yeah.
And he's on his phone for a while and the kids are talking amongst themselves. And then he puts it down again.
So the kids didn't have phones?
No, they were too young.
Okay, fair enough.
They were too young. But what are they seeing?
Yeah. So
they're seeing something that they think now is okay.
Modeling behavior.
That's it.
If dad was sitting there smoking cigarettes,
they could do that too.
They would go, apparently you smoke cigarettes.
If parents are going to scroll, then lectures aren't going to work.
So here's something. I saw that you just said this and it made me think of something. I had dinner last night. Actually went out and ate. The table next to me had 2 kids. I'm going to say 6, 7 years old, somewhere in that range. And it was, it looked like mom, dad, maybe grandparents, it might have been a birthday celebration. So there's 6, 8 people at the table. Both of the kids had, I'm going to call them like the little kid laptops. Do you know what I'm saying? Like the little iPad for kids, or like they're pretty colors. And they're watching videos and playing games on them the entire dinner.
It's not good.
Well, I'm just saying, what is the behavior you're modeling at that age? And I think the flip side is, if we don't give them these, they're going to be hellions. They're going to be running around this restaurant. Yeah, but you got to teach the discipline too. There's always screen time. It's always a bit easier for a parent. They need to have their kids on the screen just so they could take a breath. I get that. But if you're a parent and you don't put your phone down, especially, at dinner or what have you, kids copy behavior more than rules. They model the behavior.
You can give as many.
Did you come up with that line?
Off the top of my head.
Because that's a good line.
What did I say? I don't even know what I said. What did I say?
Kids copy behavior more than rules.
Oh, that is good.
Wow.
That's why we're here 2 to 6. I think it's valid, though. I think that when you
totally agree.
See that, you could give the kids all the rules that you want. But if you're on your phone all the time, and listen, I'm guilty of this too. I'm guilty of looking at my phone when I know I don't need to look at my phone. And it's just a habit. And maybe it's still the fear of missing out, or you're like, what's going on here? What's going on? What is going on in the world? I've got to see. But we are not doing our kids, we're doing our kids a disservice the way that we as parents are on our phones all the time, and then they see this, and then they copy it.
And then we get outraged that they're doing exactly what you were doing.
Yep.
We have a check of the headlines. Becky Lynn has that for us. Also, a reminder, coming up at 5, the Faceoff. We're going to bring our panel into the studio. That's at 5 o'clock. But the weather is a little bit iffy outside.
It's terrible.
It is raining in some areas. It is snowing up north.
It is super windy in the valley today.
Pooh Bear would call it blustery. We're going to talk to the KTAR Weather Bunny.
No. The Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos Weather Bunny. Don't let the other shows steal it.
Solid.
I'm here.
The Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos Weather Bunny. Ian Schwartz joins us next. We'll give a quick update on what's going on with the weather and how's it going to affect us. Coming up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
Get 5 quarts of Syntec Full Synthetic and a MicroGuard Select Oil Filter for just $32.99, plus 2 times points at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Limit supply.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter.
Every business starts with an idea. With smart business buying from Amazon Business, get everything you need to grow in one familiar place. From office supplies to IT essentials and maintenance tools. Ready to bring your visions to life? Learn how at AmazonBusiness.com.
KTAR News Flash.
It is 3:17. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. Maricopa County Recorder Justin Heap is set to testify today in front of the Maricopa Board of Supervisors amid concerns voters are being disenfranchised. But how did we get here? Political consultant Stan Barnes has been following this case closely and joined Arizona's Morning News to explain.
The whole thing is based in the original Trump allegation that something's bad in our election system. Justin Heap believes that, but our elected supervisors don't necessarily.
Heap is set to testify this afternoon. You can learn more about this case at KTAR.com. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or to the KTAR News app. Let's check traffic now. Here's Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Goodyear with a disabled vehicle blocking the on-ramp. I-10 Papago Freeway westbound approaching Pebble Creek Parkway. A look into our surface streets, Glendale with a crash on 73rd Avenue and Bell Road. This report is brought to you by AZ Trim Light, Arizona's original permanent lighting company. Enjoy holiday magic all year long with permanent programmable LED lights for every occasion. Get your free quote today at aztrimlight.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Yep, we've got rain falling around the valley, and it should last into the early evening hours. Our overnight low right around 50 with cloudy skies, but tomorrow much nicer, mostly sunny and 64 before rain moves in again on Friday. Right now it's 60 in Levine. Don't let stormy conditions slow down your move. With Homes 2X, sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Hey, real quick shout out to everyone listening in Santan Valley, the STV, the Santan Valleyans. Thank you guys so much for spending a little bit of time with us, Santan Valley. There's your shout out. You just heard Becky Lynn talk about it. Weather is changing around us. We've got the windows and all. I just know when it starts getting real windy because the trees start bending and blowing outside the window here. To understand a little bit more about what's going on, and I think we have some pretty severe weather conditions up north.
And in my backyard that I want to ask about.
And in Gatos's backyard. It is
my literal backyard.
The outspoken with Bruce and Gatos Weather Bunny. He is Ian Schwartz, part-time gig meteorologist and reporter at Arizona Family. Thank you very much, Ian. How are you today, sir?
That's right. My part-time gig. I've been there 10 years. I've been there 10 years. Give me full time.
You've been there 10 years?
Yeah, 10 years. I was in Sacramento last, before that, and then back here home from Mesa. So good to be back.
Yeah.
Well, I guess it's been 10 years.
10 years. I mean, if they haven't figured it out by now, Ian, come on.
Yeah.
All right, when is it going to stop raining? What's the deal? We got a ton this morning and ton in the afternoon, right?
Ton. We got some. We picked up anywhere from hundredths of an inch to maybe a quarter inch, and we're not going to see a whole lot of rain. It's kind of patchy, little pockets here and there.
Okay.
But the big story has been the breezy conditions and the wind in northern Arizona. Hold on to your hats and small dogs. We have seen 80-mile-per-hour gusts just west of Show Low. 80, actually 81, just west of Show Low, Eager, Pine Top Lakeside, a ton of wind. And actually, I just checked all the power outages around the state. There's quite a few because some power poles have snapped and caused power outages in spots like Show Low, Apache, Navajo County. So it is just beyond windy up in northern Arizona.
Who's the guy on AZ Family right now doing the weather? Is his name Royal? Who is that?
Like this very moment, I think it would probably be Royal. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Is he better than you, or are you better than him?
Well, yeah, because he's giving me information that you're not giving me, and so I'm starting to. We might have tryouts for the Weather Buddy, but I'm just saying some of the snowfall up in northern Arizona. I mean, you're talking about 12 inches of snow, and I mean that's serious, right?
Yeah, for sure. We've seen probably anywhere from 5 to 7 so far, and there's gonna be like the higher elevations getting into 6,000 feet and above. We're under a winter storm warning in Flagstaff, the Rim, and the White Mountains, and then another winter storm warning is going to kick in as we get going into Thursday night, Friday. So another round of storms with the potential for 10 or so inches possible on the high end. And that's going to be windy as all get up as well. It was so windy today that Snowplow closed their lifts for the remainder of the day.
Yeah, too windy to even operate lifts, even though there's good snow.
I know. It's your best bet if you want to go up there is to wait till the weekend, but they kind of do surge pricing now.
Oh.
They look at these conditions, and so I think lift tickets are like $200.
Stop it.
On Saturday. I know. But if you wait till Monday, they drop to like 50. So maybe you're calling in sick Monday.
Doesn't the wind make the lifts more fun to be on?
No.
Oh, that goes the other way?
Terrifying.
Is it terrifying?
It's not a thing.
I thought it was like
absolutely.
It's a ride at Disneyland.
It becomes an e-ticket ride. It's
I find them scary with no wind.
Oh,
if you were to throw in a 60-mile-per-hour wind, that is like a horror movie.
I know that also and by the way, they can hear us everywhere in Arizona. We're extremely popular up in northern Arizona. You know that, right?
Yeah, you just got to talk louder to the people in Sun City.
Okay, I'll keep that in mind. I know portions of the 40 have been closed on and off. The Williams area. You were showing me some video of freeways up outside of Flagstaff. It looks like whiteout conditions at some point. Oopsie.
Oh, no, we lost the weather bunny.
Well, he's a get better internet.
Weather bunny, thank you for joining us.
Thank you very
towards
much.
the end anyway. I think the Royal Norman thing ticked him off.
Well,
I think he might have left with.
He seems like he's really good at what he does.
He's pretty good.
I'm just saying.
Tryouts. Why did you have to say that?
That upset him, you think?
Well, put it this way. 80-mile-per-hour winds, highest we've seen.
That's crazy.
Solo. Around the valley, super windy.
Yep. And spotty rain.
Okay. Yeah. So it's going to be a little bit of a longer commute on your way home. So, just sit back and you listen to this. You got nothing else out there to listen to. You listen to us.
Quick check of the headlines. Becky Lana will do that for us. And up next, why did Arizona Republicans want ICE agents helping you fill out your ballot? What could possibly go wrong? We'll talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Couponing. Wow, you didn't strike me as the coupon type.
Just trying to stay ahead of inflation. Gas, groceries, everything. It's all more expensive. I need to save wherever I can.
Have you tried Upside yet?
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that I use that pays cash back for every gallon of gas I buy. You've got to buy gas to get around anyway. Might as well get paid for it.
Come on, does that really add up to anything?
I've already made around $200. The extra cash helped pay down my bills, and I even had a little extra left to treat myself.
And the Upside app is free?
Totally free, and the cash back is real. You can transfer the cash right to your bank account.
I'm downloading Upside right now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code ENJOY to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code ENJOY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code ENJOY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Don't let tax refund worries hold you back. File now with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They'll find every credit and deduction to help you get every refund dollar you deserve, or your money back. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach your friendly live agent. Donation's super easy and your car can be picked up by tomorrow. Call now or go to carsforkids.org.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hey, Jim Sharp here, along with Dr. Joshua Baker, who's the president of Midwestern University, the place I'm getting my physical therapy, by the way, at one of their great clinics they have out there. But you and I were just talking about the veterinary school that you have there, and it's the largest veterinary hospital in North America. And you also have a very special relationship with animals that are kept here in the Phoenix area.
Yeah, so we're really excited. We have a wonderful relationship, a long-standing relationship with the Phoenix Zoo. And now we've partnered with them right now to build a new animal hospital on the Phoenix Zoo campus. Now they're going to have the facility to show everybody the type of care they've been providing.
I love the care as a human that I get at Midwestern University's Therapy Institute, but I also am an animal lover, so I love that you guys are doing that too.
You know, the design is going to allow for some public viewing. So as the public, you'll be able to actually see these animals getting the care by our great veterinarians that are at the zoo and our students. So we're really excited about this opportunity.
You can find out more by going to mwuclinics.com.
KTAR News pays tribute to Valley teachers.
We're going to give you $2,500 right now in front of your class.
Nominate an outstanding teacher for a $2,500 check. Text the word teacher to 620-620 and pay tribute to a teacher. Message and data rates may apply.
If you're trying to get through your daily activities and you're noticing you can't because you're focusing more on your pain than being able to enjoy the moment, those are the patients that we're looking to treat because we can make a difference.
That's Dr. Ashley Caravelli, a medical director for QC Kinetics.
What we're doing at QC Kinetics is offering treatments that help with joint preservation. We use cutting-edge technology in our in-house lab to harness your body's natural healing powers and target the areas where you need them the most.
These are regenerative, non-surgical treatments, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader, delivering lasting relief to tens of thousands of patients.
What we do know is that the sooner we start treatment, the sooner you'll see relief.
So don't wait another minute. See if you're a good candidate for these non-surgical treatments for joint pain. The consultation is completely free.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
Watch all D-backs games both live and on demand with dbacks.tv. Start your 7-day free trial today by registering at dbacks.tv. Visit dbacks.com/watch to learn more.
Ready, set, save during the Sanderson Ford President's Day sale. Choose the open road in America's #1 selling truck for 49 years straight. The Ford F-150, now available with 0% financing for 60 months on all remaining 2025 models, including the Ford F-150 Lightning. This President's Day, choose the freedom of a no-hassle, no-pressure, no-nonsense buying experience. Choose Sanderson Ford. Requires financing with Ford Motor Credit OAC. Offer expires 3/2/26.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
KTAR News now.
It's 3:30. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn.
KTAR News. Water Watch.
Motion carries 4-3.
The Gilbert Town Council approving a 25% rate hike for Gilbert's water customers. Vice Mayor Chuck Bongiovanni.
These are not popular decisions, but they're important ones. However, I can guarantee you that we can't bathe in popularity, we can't cook in popularity, and I can't drink popularity.
April 1st will be the first day those hikes go into effect. They come after a previous 25% hike last year and an almost 50% hike the year before.
A KTAR News exclusive.
Arizona produces more than half of the nation's leafy greens in the winter, an industry that relies heavily on thousands of visa holders. Congressman Juan Ciscomani tells the Mike Broomhead Show Arizona's a leader in these programs to provide food security.
In Arizona, especially southern Arizona, we understand this a secondhand nature for us because we've seen this happen. You look at Yuma, which is outside of my district, but they can cross 15, 20, 30,000 people a day.
He says while it has become a political issue, he says visa work programs like this can expand while prioritizing the American workforce. The search for Nancy Guthrie continues, now moving internationally as the border is put on alert. ABC's Alex Stone is in Tucson.
We know from sources today that they have alerted Mexican authorities of the case here, if they didn't already know about it, but that there is nothing that is indicating that she or the suspect are in Mexico. But the Mexico border is only about an hour south of here, so it would not be out of the realm of possibility that they could have gone into Mexico.
An unruly passenger on board Delta Flight 2557 early today en route to Atlanta was forced to return to Houston. This happened within minutes of departure. Passenger Amber Ward says the passenger punched a guy a few rows in front of her, then stumbled into the seat next to her and then explains what happened next.
He stumbled to the back and just started punching everybody. And before that, he was trying to go to the cockpit. He was saying he wanted to speak to the pilot.
According to audio from Broadcastify, the passenger did try to access the cockpit, but in a statement, Delta says he did not try to get into the cockpit. Let's check the roads now. They're wet. There's lots of traffic out there. Here's Enrique Garcia to help you out in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Let's get into it. Glendale with debris on the right-hand shoulder. Loop 101, Agua Fria, northbound, approaching Bell Road. Goodyear, disabled vehicle blocking the on-ramp. I-10 Papago Freeway, westbound, near Pebble Creek Parkway. A look into our surface streets. Glendale with a crash on 55th Avenue and Grand Avenue. This report is brought to you by Misting Masters, Arizona's leader in outdoor cooling. Get your system ready for the season or install a brand new one. Visit mistingmasters.com today. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Overnight low right around 50 with our cloudy skies continuing. Tomorrow we should see some sunshine. Our high around 64. And then a chance of rain by late Thursday night, overnight into Friday morning, and partly cloudy on Friday with a high of 65. Back to the low 70s though by Saturday. Currently in Laveen at 60. Don't let stormy conditions slow down your move. With Homes 2X, sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
We asked the legislature, are they working on gas price legislation? The majority whip, Representative Julie Willoughby, says yes. She'll talk about it on the Mike Broomhead Show tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. You can watch the KTAR YouTube channel, listen on air, online, or on the app.
So, just recently, Arizona Senate Republicans passed a bill, SCR 1001, a ballot measure that they say will secure Arizona's elections, despite the fact that they're completely secure. It would require proof of citizenship, ban foreign money from influencing Arizona races. What the hell does that mean? And establish clear deadlines aimed at delivering faster election results. This is going to be a ballot measure that you're going to get to vote on. What they haven't said out loud is that this would amend the Arizona Constitution and it would invalidate the existing statutes that allow vote by mail.
All right, so I'm looking at this thing, and
so this is going to be a ballot initiative in the upcoming race.
It would abolish the active early voting list.
Yeah.
Okay. So if you're on the early voting list, your name is off of it? Is that how I understand
it? It would abolish it.
Okay. Number two, it would eliminate mail-in voting.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why Republicans are so against mail-in voting. I don't get it. I don't understand it. I know a lot of Republicans who love mail-in voting. They love it. I don't know why they're trying to get rid of it.
It's not an ROD issue. Well, it didn't used to be. 83% of Arizonans voted by mail.
Yeah.
In by the way, in elections that Republicans and Democrats won. Right? It's not just one side wins in Arizona. We are a definition of kind of divided. Look at our House makeup, the Senate makeup, the executive leadership in the state. Trump lost and won the state.
Right.
So how is mail-in voting the problem? I'll tell you what the problem is.
Please.
Trump is on his revenge tour, and he is trying to prove that he did not lose the 2020 election. And so he is going after and leaning on all of the states he lost to go back and either prove that he won, which he didn't, or come up with rules and legislation that further this false narrative that there was some sort of cheating or fraud that went on, and now we fixed it because, he really would have won if we'd have done this earlier.
Yeah, I just don't know what to say about crazy. I really don't know. I don't understand why we would do anything like this. I mean, Arizona Republicans, you literally think they got a call from Trump that said, mess with the elections. Make it harder for people to vote. Don't let people vote from home. Don't let people mail in their vote.
Yeah, Trump says mail-in voting is fraud.
I don't get it.
That's the only reason he lost. is because illegals are voting by mail or
Okay,
some
then why
crazy
did he
crap.
win? Why did he win the
Exactly.
presidency?
Apparently that one wasn't a fraud election.
So we're only saying 2020.
Only elections he lost, only states he lost were fraudulent.
Yeah, I just don't like being dragged through the mud by this. It's 2026.
Well, I don't like being told that I'm too stupid to see what's in front of me either. It's come on, let's just call it what it is.
This is 6 years ago. We've already had every investigation. You know, Barry Markson's famous.
We had Kerry Lake in here.
Tell me who rigged the elections and how did they do it?
Yeah,
and
just tell me that.
There's not one person in America that can answer the question.
No.
If you can't answer that question, you can believe whatever you want.
Sure.
But it doesn't make it true. Well, you could think, oh, well, how could Biden have beaten Trump? He did.
He did by 7 million votes.
Get over it.
Yeah.
Get over it.
Nationwide, 7 million. Yeah. And by the way, Trump won the 2024 election.
Correct.
Or was that one fraudulent?
No, it was not.
See, I'm consistent. I know who won the elections, and it wasn't because illegals voted or no. That's ridiculous.
So there's a statistic that said 60 illegal immigrants over the past few elections in Arizona actually went and voted.
60 total.
60 total. So if it's elections,
0.005%.
More than one. So
fair.
Okay, well, one is too many. I get it.
Oh, yeah.
I get it. But you know what? You can go back and fix that. I mean, there are mistakes that are made. You can't make huge, massive mistakes where thousands and thousands.
I mean, you know what? A lot more convicted felons voted in elections who weren't supposed to. A lot more people who had their voting rights taken away from them illegally voted in elections than illegals did.
I remember the conspiracy theories where people went into their polling places and they dropped the vote for Biden, but there was a drop floor and it went all the way to the basement.
Yeah.
And then when Trump and I'm like, come on! Remember the chickens ate the ballots in Arizona? I mean, it's insane. It's like, okay, we're eating the dogs, we're eating the cats. Give me a break. You know, most of you are smart enough to figure out, you know, what is going on. We all like to vote by mail. I think it's easier. I think that you can sit, take time, do your research, and when you're ready to go and you're ready to actually fill it out, you fill it out. I'm not a big fan on dropping the election ballot on election day.
What do we call those?
That.
The late earlies?
Yeah, I'm not a fan of that.
The term, yeah.
You want to clean that up a little bit? Okay, maybe we get some results in quicker.
Can I say I'm different from you? I couldn't care less how the results come in. I want them to accurately count the votes, and I don't care if it takes an hour or 100 days. Doesn't matter to me.
It shouldn't take Arizona more time than everybody else in the nation.
It does because of our laws.
I understand that.
Yeah.
And if you want to pass, you know,
you can change the law, right?
Some things that actually make some sense.
Right. But it's not because of fraud.
It's not fraud.
Yeah. It's nothing to do with that.
No. And so, I look at the Arizona Republicans and, you know, they're trying to mess up the elections. The thing is, though, put out all the bills you want.
Well, this is going to be
crazy bills you want.
This is going to be a ballot initiative.
I get it. But most of the bills, guess what's going to happen? They're going to get vetoed.
Good point.
They're going to get vetoed. Because they're silly.
I think that's why they went the ballot initiative with this. They knew Katie Hobbs would not sign this. So this will be on the ballot, a chance for you to vote to get rid of mail-in vote.
And
by the way, 83% will vote by mail.
Yeah.
We'll see how many vote by mail to get rid of mail-in voting.
Yeah.
Right?
It's going to be a landslide.
You think?
Yeah.
Yeah, but they're going to tell you it's about stopping illegals from voting, and there's plenty of people out there that'll believe that crazy.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, if you're going to stop people from doing their ballot at the kitchen table, people vote against it.
I think so.
People are smart enough to figure out.
You want to go stand in line down at the local high school gym?
No. Nobody wants to do that.
On a Tuesday in November.
Listen, it's 2026. We have technology.
We moved on.
Well, most of us moved on 6 years ago.
Right. But not some people. And we know why. And it's obvious. Hey, don't forget, coming up at 5 o'clock, we've got the Faceoff. We are going to be joined by a panel. I have a feeling this is going to come up on the panel, right?
There's an Arizona Republican senator that's on the panel.
Well, we're going to find out.
First question out of the gate,
Yep,
Bruce.
we got to start with that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Are you about to lose your job to AI? And will your company even notice you're gone? That should scare you. Coming up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
Hey, I want to send you over to Red Mountain. Why? You got low T. You're not feeling like yourself. You feel like a shell of yourself. You're tired, you're sluggish, you're losing focus, you're having trouble in the bedroom, and you're like, this was never me. Well, maybe it is now, but you know what? There's a solution, and it's called testosterone therapy. So when you go to Red Mountain, you mention Gatos right off the bat, they're going to waive the startup fee for you. You're going to, and that's going to save you hundreds of bucks. You're going to get tested for low T, and they'll tell you the numbers. And if you have low testosterone, it's a very simple fix. Testosterone by prescription. And then you're going to start feeling a lot better. You're going to gain some muscle. Your sex drive is going to be boosted. This is a game changer. And if you're feeling like you need the fountain of youth, go and see my friends over at Red Mountain. Go to redmountainweightloss.com and tell them Gato sent you.
Hi, Flo here to say that Progressive knows that life can change quickly, so it's good to have flexible coverage.
Oh, like when I have to take my ex off my policy.
Oh, sorry. But yes, we can do that.
And can you send them a message and tell them that they have trust issues that they need to work on?
We don't really get in the middle of these conflicts.
Also, can you let them know that I was faking interest in his band and it's probably time to grow up?
I'm not going to do it. Just know that with Progressive, you can easily make changes to your auto insurance because we know life changes.
Also, I'm staying in touch with his mom because she's absolutely lovely.
Bad idea.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
This President's Day, if you're shopping for a new truck, SUV, electric vehicle, or crossover, you owe it to yourself to check out your Valley Chevy dealers during the President's Day sales event. Drive yours away this President's Day. Live life bigger in a Traverse or the roomy and dependable Trax, where versatility meets agility, or the Silverado or Colorado trucks that fit your lifestyle. Don't miss out on the chance to drive yours away this President's Day. See your Valley Chevy dealers during the President's Day sales event going on now.
Investors, stop letting income verification hold you back. With Waterstone Mortgage's DSCR program, your property pays for itself. No tax returns, no W-2s, just cash flow. Buy more, refinance smarter, scale faster. Purchases and refinances, including cash out. This is Amy Batten, host of Keeping It Real Estate with Amy B. Text CLOSE to 620-620 or visit keepingitrealestatewithamyb.com.
Message and rates may apply. Waterstone Mortgage Corporation, Equal Housing Lender, NMLS number 1864348, Amy Batten, NMLS 1897666.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 3:44. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now.
Motion carries 4-3.
If you live in Gilbert, you're soon going to be paying more for water again. The Gilbert Town Council has approved a 25% rate hike for water customers. Donna Mills is a Gilbert resident for nearly 30 years, and she sharply criticized the idea before the council took the vote.
It's not just the incremental water increases that are strangling Gilbert residents. It is the rising base rate regardless of how little water is used. So I'm here to tell you that families simply cannot afford anher increase.
Mayor Scott Anderson says the increases are necessary for an area at risk of Colorado River fluctuations. The rates go into effect April 1st. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. With a check on traffic for us, here's Enrique Garcia live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Goodyear with a crash on the right-hand shoulder, I-10 Papago Freeway, eastbound approaching Saraville Avenue. Mesa with debris on the right-hand shoulder, Loop 202, Red Mountain Freeway, westbound near Brown Road. And lastly, a look into our surface streets, Glendale with a crash on 55th Avenue and Grand Avenue. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've seen the name Sweet James on billboards all over the valley. It's a fun name, but what they do is serious business. When you're hurt in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, the insurance companies that promise to protect you, they often pay you as little as possible or deny your claim altogether. That's why I want you to know about Sweet James Accident Attorneys. This world-class law firm with over 25 years experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims, with a 98% winning record. They're the only firm with an in-house trial team. Having the right attorney means the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement. They've even been named among the best attorneys in America. If you're injured in an accident, you're going to want Sweet James Accident Attorneys. They are there for you, and you don't pay them until they win your case. Go to sweetjames.com. That's sweetjames.com. Or call 800-9-MILLION, 800-900-0000.
The KTAR News app, your link to live streaming audio, breaking news, podcasts, in-depth coverage of the stories that are important to you. Download the KTAR News app, and you're always in touch with Arizona's news station. The KTAR News app is presented by America Roofing.
This month, Pure Talk is honoring Jackson and Lincoln by offering unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data for just $25 a month. Meanwhile, Big Wireless is honoring Benjamin Franklin by charging families hundreds of dollars for the same 5G service. What's up with that? Ben Franklin wasn't even a president. When you switch to Pure Talk, you'll be in business with an American wireless company that supports our vets in a big way and keeps all their customer service in this country. That's important. And you'll be on the same towers the big carriers use, so you'll get the same 5G service without the inflated price. So hang on to your Benjamins and switch to Pure Talk for a Jackson and a Lincoln. No contract, no hidden fees. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and you'll get 50% off your first month when you switch. That's pound 250, Mike Rowe, for an American wireless company that is truly unprecedented. Pure Talk.
The Gatos Big Q poll question, brought to you by your Valley Toyota dealers.
All right, go over and head over to KTAR.com. On the right side of the page, I update my Gatos Big Q poll question of the day every single morning. Facebook has created an AI, and it is for you. And it'll update your page after you die. So
creep factor 10.
Do you want technology to post as you beyond the grave? Yes or no?
You know, there's a lot I don't understand about it. Like, will it post snarky things?
I think it'll take
like
your
post
voice.
Like you?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That'll make me kind of fun.
Because AI will get to know your personality. AI will get to know, what you would post in your voice.
What sort of things you would do.
Yeah.
I still think people would be creeped out. I'm going no 67%.
This was a runaway.
Really?
It's almost 100%.
Really?
94% no.
Wow. People said no thank you. It does sound creepy.
I'd like to be relevant after I'm gone, so I'm in the yes, I would like this.
You want to be relevant?
Sure.
Yeah.
I'm in a box, man.
What do I care?
What do I care? Be relevant, be snarky, go be entertaining.
Live forever.
That's right.
On Facebook.
That is correct.
Yeah. It turns out that 1 in 5 jobs in the United States are highly vulnerable to either automation or robots, especially because of, and I think part of it is, the technology and AI, I'm not trying to blame it, but is allowing robots and automation to do things that you couldn't even do before.
Yeah.
1 in 5?
Yeah.
That's a lot.
Well, I mean, there's a story where we might talk about tomorrow how teachers in Arizona are using AI.
Sure. Radio hosts.
There are radio stations using AI.
There's an entire radio station that's driven by AI here.
Right. And so, it is creeping into everybody's job. And the question is, will you lose your job because of it?
Here's the scary part. And I mean this honestly. We know that the economy did not add nearly the amount of jobs we wanted. As a matter of fact, a lot of big companies have been cutting back. You've heard about these layoffs that are going on. But at the same time, these companies that are laying off tens of thousands of people have record profits.
Yeah.
Are still meeting sales goals, are still doing well. And that, to me, is the thing that stands out. So hold on a second. You got rid of 10% of your workforce and sales went up 15%?
Yep.
Like, somebody's looking at a bottom line. They're going, how much more people can we get rid of some more people while we're at this?
Like, think about vulnerable jobs.
All right.
Right? Why would we have bus drivers in the very near future?
Bus drivers.
Just putting it out. That's one.
So you would think that, like, autonomous buses
correct
would be able to be a thing.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, that's certainly one. We've heard of fast food chains running solely on AI and computers without a human inside flipping a burger.
Right. And
don't
everything,
ask me how it works, but
I don't understand how that works. But everything from ordering to the food being delivered to you, it takes no human.
Yes. You know, if you have like something you need help with technology or whatever, you're talking to, most likely on your phone, an app, you're talking to AI.
Yeah, when you go to the help section or you're on a website, it says, "Do you want to chat?" You're not chatting with a person. There was something called the Turing test back in the day, and this was the test was: did you know you were conversing with a computer? How good was the program on the other side? Did you know, or could you tell it was a computer? And I think it's ridiculous to say anymore. I think we're well past that now. We can't even tell when we're watching videos if it's real or not. Like, the computers are winning this battle. AI is winning this battle.
Yeah. I mean, we got a package today, and I didn't see it arrive, but a human did bring it, right?
Okay.
But then all of a sudden, Alexa pops up. You have a package.
Yeah.
I mean, and by the way, the new. Do you have the new Alexa voice?
I do.
We need to talk about that tomorrow.
Really?
I don't like a kid bossing me around.
It's younger, isn't it?
I think
she sounds younger.
She sounds like a 12-year-old that's telling me what's going on. We'll do that tomorrow, though, because I'm really upset about it.
You're getting a little worked up about it.
I'm just saying, like, the voice sounds more normal.
Yes, it does. It doesn't sound as
telling me what to do.
And you know you can have a conversation with it.
You can now.
You know, when Alexa says, you know, you have a package delivered, I go, "Thank you," and she goes, "Oh, you're welcome."
Yeah.
So I have conversations.
But it's like I have another teenager in the house.
I'm sure you can change the voice. We might have to go into the app for that.
I want to change it to a British accent because I always feel that I like that.
It sounds more professional.
Way more professional.
Don't you think?
Yeah. And no dude.
Yeah. But getting back to a little bit of this, I would just say if big companies can do with less human employees and still grow, that's not a good sign for humans.
There is the other part of it, though, that after this does happen, AI will add a ton of jobs to the economy. We just haven't figured out.
We haven't figured out what those are.
We have not, but it's
and AI might figure out how to not do that by then. That's one of the other scary things. Checking the headlines. We've got Becky Lynn on top of that. She'll do it for us. And then don't forget, coming up at 5, the Faceoff, just about an hour away. But next up, has the window for finding Nancy Guthrie closed. We're talking about it. Next up, we're Outspoken on KTAR.
Hey, there's so many reasons for you to use Aria Dental Implant Center, to go to Aria Dental Implant Center. But first of all, you have broken teeth. You don't like the way you look. You know that you can't eat certain foods. So when you go to Aria, Dr. Joe is there. He and his team are focused on you, the patient, and they've treated thousands and thousands and thousands of people who needed the dental implants. Basically, you're getting secured teeth. What does that mean? You're getting a new set of teeth. They have a state-of-the-art facility. I have toured it. It really is incredible. It is world-class care in Phoenix, Arizona. And the great part about Aria is they're a local company. They don't have the same overhead as all the massive dental implant companies. You will save a ton of money, over $20,000. You will save compared to all the other guys. And you get the best surgeon in Dr. Joe. So I want you to go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com and tell them Gato sent you.
Hey, it's time to find that F-Series truck you want at a price you can't afford to miss, because it is Ford Truck Month. Yep, and Ford Truck Month is about the only way that America's best-selling line of trucks for 49 years running gets better. Ford Truck Month at our Desert Ford dealers. Hey, Paul Calvise here. Man, we wait all year for these amazing offers. The Ford F-150. America counts on it. We get to drive it. And that's not all we get. Check out these savings. How about 0% APR for 60 months with 0% zero down, zero payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. We're talking on the job site, hauling the family camper, off-roading. F-150 trucks are icons of muscle and performance. And again, during Ford Truck Month, get 0% APR for 60 months with zero down, zero payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. But it all ends March 31st. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Hey folks, Dave Ramsey here. For a kitchen that looks great and works perfectly for your family's needs, go with Trevec Remodeling. Trevec transforms kitchens into beautiful, functional spaces, and whether you want a complete overhaul or just a few updates, their team of experts will work with you every step of the way. From custom cabinetry and countertops to modern appliances and lighting, Trevec uses only the highest quality materials and craftsmanship. Your home is the biggest investment you'll ever make, and with Trevec, you can stay on budget and still get the kitchen of your dreams. So, if you're ready to turn your kitchen into the heart of your home, call 480-367-1171. 480-367-1171. Call 480-367-1171 or visit Trevec.com, Travek.com. Trevec Remodeling. Together, building dreams for more than 20 years.
Hey, Jim Sharp here along with Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. And Stuart, when it comes to retirement savings, building wealth, you hear the word diversification a lot. What does it mean? Is it really important?
Well, it's more important than most people know, but most people get it wrong. They think that the more stocks or mutual funds you own, the more you're diversified.
That sounds diversified.
But it's not usually the case. If you buy a bunch of mutual funds and those mutual funds all buy the same stock, what's happening there? There's no diversification at all. We see tons of overlap where the same stocks are purchased in mutual funds.
So what do? You test it out.
And what we find out with our portfolio analysis, most people have terribly diversified portfolios. That's why it's important to get an absolutely free second opinion.
All right, get that portfolio review by going to AssetPreservationWealth.com. AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
40,000 people. Let that number sink in for a second. That's not a crowd. That's a small city. And it's the number of people choosing pain relief without surgery. 40,000 people have said stop before a knee or hip replacement. There has to be another way. And they found it at QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in using cellular-level treatments to revitalize joint tissue naturally. Today, patients are moving better, hurting less, and getting their lives back. QC Kinetics, right here in Phoenix, using safe, natural treatments backed by real science. Treatments that activate your body's natural healing power. Safe, natural, non-surgical, with zero downtime. The sooner you start, the faster inflammation will ease and slow down osteoarthritis progression that's causing your pain. Call now for your free consultation with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
KTAR News now.
Good afternoon. It's 4 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn. The rain has been falling this afternoon in parts of the valley, and the winds kicked up too. Forecaster Alicia Ryan with the National Weather Service says some areas are going to get a little wetter than others, though.
It's looking more into like the foothills, so just northeast of that Cave Creek, Fountain Hills, into Sunflower is what I'm looking at. So really in the northeast portions of Maricopa County.
Rainfall totals should be light. The areas that will see it will get a few hundredths of an inch. The number of elderly detainees is growing at the Eloy ICE Detention Facility. KTAR's Heidi Hommel is live now in the news center to tell us more.
U.S. Representative Adelito Grijalva toured the facility today to conduct oversight and check on conditions. She met with an elderly woman named Julia, also known as Abuelita, who came to the U.S. from Cuba in May of last year.
She is 80 years old, incredibly confused, doesn't know why she's here, thought she was going to be here for 5 days. It was heartbreaking because as we were leaving, she thought we were here to pick her up and take her home.
Grijalva says Julia needs memory care and that her dementia is only getting worse in detention. Grijalva was told the facility has seen a dramatic increase in the number of older folks detained there, and healthcare staff said they were equipped to handle it. Reporting live in the news center, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
It is day 5 of the partial government shutdown as Congress hasn't been able to agree on Department of Homeland Security funding. Arizona Senator Ruben Gallego says Democrats have sent a counterproposal that includes a list of immigration enforcement reforms they want to see before they'll vote to fund the department. A new lawsuit claims the Arizona Department of Child Safety failed to step in despite numerous warnings that 2 young brothers were being abused. One of the brothers would lose his life. Matthew Boatman is the Phoenix injury lawyer representing the surviving brother and tells Arizona's Morning News there were multiple opportunities to save these children.
There were 3 opportunities in 2017. Liam and Chaska's school actually called DCS and reported instances of abuse. Those instances were investigated and resulted in essentially nothing.
Prosecutors plan to seek the death penalty against the alleged abusers. Stephanie Davis and Thomas Descharnay have pled not guilty. A landmark trial in California kicked off this week with Meta's company Facebook in the crosshairs as a 20-year-old plaintiff claims the platform is designed to be addictive and is deliberately targeting children and affecting their mental health. Florida Attorney General James Althmeyer has spent years doing similar investigations in the Sunshine State and tells ABC News they've made their own findings on the impact these apps have on children.
We see evidence of mental health disorders, heightened tendencies for suicide, eating disorders, an obsession with image. This is not healthy for young people. It's addictive, it's harmful, and I'm glad to see these children, their representatives, bringing a lawsuit to hold big tech accountable.
A Tucson couple pleads guilty to stealing thousands of dollars in pandemic unemployment assistance back in 2020.
David Ellis, who is 42, was given 6 years in state prison after pleading guilty in November. His wife, 44-year-old Gabrielle Ellis, was sentenced to 7 years of probation after pleading guilty in December. The couple stole people's identities to file pandemic assistance forms through the Arizona Department of Economic Assistance. Both admitted to running a fraudulent scheme in Pima County Superior Court. Overall, they stole over $60,000 from Arizona taxpayers and their victims. Go to KTAR.com for details. Serena O'Sullivan, KTAR News.
Time to go to the roads now. Let's see how the traffic looks in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. It's Enrique Garcia.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix disabled vehicle on the right-hand shoulder, State Route 143 southbound, approaching the Loop 202 Red Mountain Freeway eastbound transition. A look into our surface streets. Chandler with a crash on Chandler Boulevard and Delaware Street. Surprise with a crash on Reams Road and Waddell Road. Phoenix with a crash on 21st Avenue and Glendale Avenue. This report is brought to you by Southwest Blinds and Shutters. Still yanking on a cord to open your shades? Smarten up, Arizona. Connect your window shades to your phone or smart device with motorized shades from Southwest Blinds. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
A little breezy out there and cloudy skies continuing right through the evening with a low overnight of 50. Tomorrow, though, mostly sunny skies and a high of 64. By late Thursday night into Friday, we have about a 20% chance of some showers once again, and Friday's high around 65. Currently in Chandler, it's 61, but the cloud cover might make it feel just a little bit cooler than that. Don't let stormy conditions slow down your move. With Homes 2X, sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Isn't it great that I'm always right?
Speaking up for Arizona.
I do not share that opinion.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's reigning, defending, undisputed #1 talk show. Now 2 till 6. Hey, welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Hour number 3.
Woo-hoo-hoo. A lot of folks will tell you hour number 3, quite honestly, the best of the hours.
1 hour away, we've got the Faceoff. I've got a panel that will be in studio with us, and it'll be politics for 1 hour. So join us for the Face-Off.
Gatos.
We're in day 18.
Day 18 of Nancy Guthrie missing from her home, taken in the middle of the night. And I think I'm going to say out loud what I think a lot of people have been thinking, and maybe they've been thinking this for a while. Has the window to find her closed? If you can't find her in 18 days, what's going to happen on day 19? Because it doesn't even seem that there are a lot of leads that they're working on. They seem to be chasing a lot of different things. We heard stories confirmed that they have reached out to Mexican authorities and are looking at things like surveillance from border crossings.
Yeah, the FBI has spoken to Mexican officials saying you need to be on the lookout and possibly help us because maybe this woman was forced to cross. The other thing is polygraphs are being used from what we understand.
Yes.
Don't know who's taking a polygraph,
who's being polygraphed,
but it is one of the stories today.
Also, the sheriff came out and said, just let her go, which I thought was weird.
Yeah, that's weak.
Just let her go.
Better be doing a lot more than asking just let her go.
I was going to say, if that's your strategy right now, you've run out of things. We actually had a chance, so we talked to the retired colonel of the Arizona Department of Public Safety, Frank Milstead, and we just wanted to get kind of his take on it. He's been involved in a lot of investigations. He's been involved in law enforcement his entire life, his entire career. Kind of give a sense of where he was on this.
Yeah, listen to the first clip because he actually gives us a little bit of hope. Okay?
Let's take it.
With the FBI.
What's always reassuring to me is, like you said, the best people in the world at finding people are the FBI, and they are on scene, and they're working tirelessly. And the other thing that's interesting is they're not doing press conferences. They're not talking about what they're doing. They're not eliminating anybody. They're not bringing anybody in. There's things going on, and the fact that the FBI is actually kind of reassuring to me.
Why?
Well, because I think they're working and they're onto something, and I don't think they want to disturb their case. They don't want to let anything happen that would be a problem. And, you know, the other thing that happens when these cases go on is if you find enough probable cause to get warrants, you do searches, you go up on phones, you do wiretaps, you do all kinds of things. You grab phone records and computers and you seize them. Laptops and all that, and you start going through all of that electronic data. And again, you can't just go take someone's laptop. You got to have some sort of probable cause statement to get a judge to sign that. But if you're onto something, and I assume they are because they're quiet, that they're looking at all that data.
That's Frank Milstead, retired colonel of the Arizona Department of Public Safety. Quiet is good. It's interesting.
So there is something to be said for this. And unlike, I'm not going to use Pima County sheriffs exactly, local law enforcement, state law enforcement, mayors, governors, they hold press conferences. The FBI
they don't.
Traditionally has not held press conferences like every day, and here's what we're looking, or here's the latest on it. They didn't do it in the Unabomber. They didn't, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's just not what they do.
They do when they find the person.
Correct. They do the big, we got him. Right.
So with Milstead, we also asked him, all right, we're in day 18.
Oof.
What does that mean to you?
I think it says to me what I feel personally is that it's absolutely mesmerizing. I cannot find a logical path to head down to make sense of this at this point. And I really hope that somebody at the Bureau or through the Pima County Sheriff's Office is able to do that. Because if you think about it in its most practical pieces, if it's a burglary gone wrong and you killed somebody, why would you take them with you? Mm-hmm. And then if you're doing a burglary, why wouldn't you just finish the burglary and leave her behind, even if you left her tied up, incapacitated, whatever that was? And then if it was a kidnapping, why aren't you communicating with anybody? And I don't know if you've noticed that the Crime Stoppers or whatever that organization is, the owner of that, he's offered another $100,000 reward in some kind of encrypted format where you leave a tip and you get a code, and he's paying it out of his own money to get that done. So, I mean, there's opportunities here to finalize this process if it's a true kidnapping, and then you got to ask yourself, why would you kidnap her? I mean, it's just there's nothing real logical about any of this.
So we were talking about, has the window to find Nancy Guthrie closed? But is this one of those cases, if you don't find her from the beginning in the first few days, it's over?
I can't say that, and I would hate to say it because all I would think if I did say that is I hope I was wrong.
Yeah.
We talked about this a little bit, and if it hadn't been talked about so much on national media, I probably wouldn't even bring it up, because I think some of the trade secrets that law enforcement uses during investigations should stay trade secrets. But they've talked a lot about this cellular analysis survey team that that the FBI has in place, and they are incredibly efficient at tracking automobiles, your Apple Watch, your cell phone, whatever it is that you might have connected to the internet. And we talked a little bit about this last week, about things connecting to other people's Wi-Fi without even acknowledging it. So I think there's a lot of opportunity between what was in her house, what she had with, and what they were able to glean from that survey team to be able to track things that were anomalies at night. You know, there's only so many people that are on the road at 2 o'clock in the morning. There's only so many people connected to the cellular network, and they can see how those people traverse. And the one thing that is kind of disturbing is that Sheriff Nanos, said, hey, no one in the family is involved. They're all cleared. I find that very, very unusual. Not that I think one of them might have done it, although, like we talked about before, most of the time when you get kidnapped or you get killed or harmed badly, it's by someone that you either know or you live with. Until you have a suspect, why would you clear anybody?
Interesting.
Colonel Frank Milstead is joining us, the retired colonel of the Arizona Department of Public Safety. We're talking about the Nancy Guthrie case. You know, no one is really looking out for a certain type of car. I always thought that was interesting. We're weeks in and no one's looking for a type of car. And so I looked into it, and Tucson says it does not have traffic cameras that record. Pima County says it does have cameras, but they're not always recording, and it's not always crystal clear. I mean, that's one of the issues. They don't have that to fall back on.
No, you're exactly right. And even our highways, when I was still working for DPS, those weren't recorded. Now, a lot of cities are opening these real-time crime centers. And if you look, I think Glendale PD is on the forefront of this in their regional center out there, where they are connecting all those cameras to loops, so they do record and they do stay, present for a period of time before they're recorded over again. And I think if you look at that video of him in the little alcove, the little front stoop of the house, you can't see a vehicle behind. He doesn't look like he's looking back. If you drive a modern automobile, even those connect to the cellular system. You have connected there's connectivity. So if there was a vehicle out front that was a modern vehicle, it's going to leave a footprint as well.
All right, that is retired Colonel of the Arizona Department of Public Safety, Frank Milstead, made a couple of interesting points. One is, if you don't have a suspect, why do you clear anybody?
Why would anybody be clear?
But I don't know. I mean, he knows better than we do, but don't you have to clear certain people so you can look for others?
And we know they came out and said they cleared the family.
Mm-hmm.
Now, how they quickly did that, or why they immediately thought unless, and follow me on this.
Mm-hmm.
Again, I've watched a lot of cop shows. Did all the family have alibis for that time? No, they weren't in town, or they were over here, or, there's no way they could have been there.
Well, right. But if you watch those TV shows, you're saying, they could still arrange for something.
Did they hire somebody?
I'm not saying they did. I have no idea. I'm just, that's obviously a possibility.
Yeah.
So why clear them
why
right
clear
up?
them at all?
And by the way, the sheriff said they were cleared a couple days in, but then he said they were just cleared the other day. And so who knows? Every time he talks, it's something different.
It does jump around. To reiterate some of the things that you mentioned, Gatos, we know that they have been working with Mexican authorities, potentially taken across the border. They're looking at that as a possibility, that she's not even in the United States anymore. They are doing polygraph tests. We don't know on who, but they are polygraphing certain people. And they.
When do we stop talking about this? Because when
how many days?
Yeah, because when we stop following this, the trail goes to blank, and that's what I'm worried about. That's what I'm scared about. That
we'll move on.
We're going to be here Monday, and there's going to be another story, and we don't talk about it anymore because we're never going to be able to find her. That's my
and we had
nightmare.
like these anniversaries, like 1 year later. No, I hear you.
It's awful.
And there are some crimes that's what happens.
Unsolved.
Yeah. Well, let's hope they solve this.
Absolutely.
For the Guthrie family.
Absolutely.
That's the ones who desperately need answers in this. Hey, I want to give a quick shout out to everyone listening in Chandler, the Chandeliers. Thank you guys so much. All the Chandelarians. We appreciate everyone in Chandler. Chandler, this is your city shout out. All right, up next. It is full-blown blizzard conditions in northern Arizona. You know what that means? ADOT has its snowplows out. But Gatos, you can't snowplow if you don't have a funny name for the snowplow, can you? We'll talk about the naming contest. And do any of these deserve to win, for goodness sakes? It's up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Couponing. Wow, you didn't strike me as the coupon type.
Just trying to stay ahead of inflation. Gas, groceries, everything. It's all more expensive. I need to save wherever I can.
Have you tried Upside yet?
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that I use that pays cash back for every gallon of gas I buy. You've got to buy gas to get around anyway. Might as well get paid for it.
Come on, does that really add up to anything?
I've already made around $200. The extra cash helped pay down my bills, and I even had a little extra left to treat myself.
And the Upside app is free?
Totally free, and the cash back is real. You can transfer the cash right to your bank account.
I'm downloading Upside right now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code ENJOY to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code ENJOY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code ENJOY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
KTAR News Flash.
It is 4:18. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. Maricopa County Recorder Justin Heap is set to testify in front of the Maricopa Board of Supervisors today. Amid concerns, voters are being disenfranchised. But how did we get here? Political consultant Stan Barnes has been following this case closely and joined Arizona's Morning News to explain.
The whole thing is based in the original Trump allegation that something's bad in our election system. Justin Heap believes that, but our elected supervisors don't necessarily.
The hearing is underway, and Heap did show up at the hearing. You can learn more about the case at KTAR.com. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Checking those roads now this afternoon. It's Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a crash block in the left-hand lane, I-17 southbound, / Durango curve near Maricopa Freeway. Phoenix with a disabled vehicle on the right-hand shoulder. State Route 51 southbound approaching the Loop 202 Red Mountain Freeway. A look into our surface streets. Chandler with a crash on Chandler Boulevard and Delaware Street. It's the President's Day sales event at Your Valley Chevy Dealers. Trucks, SUVs, and electric vehicles. Don't miss out. Visit Your Valley Chevy Dealer today. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News, and now back with Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
All right, appreciate it, Enrique. Thank you very much. Hey, on this week's AZ Political Podcast with Jim Sharp, State Senator Karen Warner talks about, well, some legislation she's championing that will reform Arizona's Department of Child Safety. An important topic. You can watch the new episode on KTAR's YouTube channel, on the KTAR app, or wherever you find podcasts. AZ Political Podcast with our super best friend, Jim Sharp.
I don't know if I'd call him my super best friend.
Okay. Well, I was trying to build him up a little bit. Just trying to.
I'm not sure I would put him in that level.
You're not there yet.
Not quite.
Do you remember last year?
Okay.
I don't remember last year. January is the longest year of my life. ADOT did that contest where they came up with ideas to put on the digital signs
on the highway,
the clever highway signs, right?
Yeah,
and we went through them, and
very dangerous because I try and take a picture of it, so I can put it on social. And I almost crashed my car a couple times. It's very dangerous of them to do that.
I don't think they thought that all the way through, quite honestly.
No.
Well, not to be deterred by it, this is the fourth annual, apparently, Name a Snowplow contest. The Arizona Department of Transportation. How many snowplows do they have?
I heard they have one.
Well, they just rename it every year?
No, literally, I heard they had 2 or 3 of these things. They're going to need it today, but
Yeah, because it is snowing gangbusters up there. Flagstaff, Show Low. We know parts of the 40 freeway have been restricted or closed because of snow.
80-mile-per-hour wind.
That's crazy.
And snow. 80-mile-per-hour wind in Show Low.
And they had no electricity. Would you like to be in
No, I would not.
a foot of snow with no electricity?
No, I would not.
Neither would I.
Put the heat on this morning, by the way.
Oh, look at you.
It was cold.
All right. So they've got some names for their snowplows.
You want me to hit you with some of these names?
Yeah, there seem to be a lot of movie themes.
All right, let me hit you with some of these names.
I'm ready.
These are the finalists.
Potentials.
All right, tell me what you think.
Okay, you get to vote. I'm ready.
You vote.
Okay.
So this is what they're naming the snowplow. Sub-Zero Hero. That's garbage. What do you think of that? You rolled your eyes.
You kind of telegraphed your punch there. You know, if you tell me you think it's garbage for an even place.
Yeah, I might as well.
Okay, so then I feel stupid if I disagree with you.
Scooby-Doo. That's stupid.
Scooby-Doo.
Scooby-Doo. It sounds like you're picking up dog crap.
It does.
Am I right, Becky Lynn? Doesn't it sound like you're picking up dog crap?
If you liked Scoop Dog, which was a winner.
Was Scoop Dog a winner in the
Scoop
past?
Dog has
Previous
been a
winner,
winner.
Scoop
I
Dog.
like that.
You have to say it like that.
Oh, I'm sorry, but okay. Then how do you say?
Don't say it.
How do you say Scooby Doo?
Because I think Snoop Dogg is much cooler than Scooby Doo.
Yeah.
Well, that's your opinion.
That's an opinion.
I never liked Scooby Doo.
Didn't like him.
Not really.
Well, I'm sorry. Again, that's your opinion, but
It
I'm
is.
going with Scooby Doo.
Okay. Snowminator.
What?
Yeah. Thaw Patrol. I don't get it. Is that Paw Patrol?
Paw Patrol is a
Thaw Patrol.
Little kids like it's a TV show.
Thaw
I think.
Patrol. It's not bad.
Yeah.
Sleet Dreams.
Sleet Dreams are made of these. Is it like the
That's
Eurythmics?
Yeah.
Okay.
Got that one.
I like it.
Hey, look at you.
Hey, you know who the lead singer of Eurythmics?
I do know who she is.
Yeah. Boy George.
It most certainly is
It
not.
is not Boy George.
It is
Boy George.
not.
Okay,
Boy
I'll
George.
Google it later.
It is Annie Lennox. Anyway, keep going.
How about Saltimus Prime? Oh gosh.
Oh, that's the ultimate prime.
Oh, that's awful. Snowverine? No.
Like Wolverine. Okay. I get it.
Blizzard Wizard. Just because it rhymes doesn't mean it's funny.
Doesn't mean it's good.
Snow Matter?
Snowmater.
Snowminator?
Snowmater.
Snowmater?
Like Tomater.
Like
So we got
Tomater from
for
the movie
Cars.
Cars.
Snowmater and
Snowmater.
and Snowminator. Those are too similar. I don't like
The
either.
Snowminator is like the Terminator. Snowmater is like the Tomater from
Cleropatra. That's good.
That's the best one.
That's good.
Cleopatra.
Cleropatra. I like that.
It's a little hard to say, and it's kind of long, but I still
Well,
like
you
it.
don't have to say it. They just paint it on the bleeping snowplow, right? Or do you think they're sitting around going, Cleopatra, go! You're going to get out there and
They might.
scoop.
I'm taking Cleopatra today.
Cleopatra. All right.
They're all bad.
There you have it. Check of the headlines. Becky Lynn's got that for us. Coming up next, we want to talk a little bit more about day 18 in the search for Nancy Guthrie. Joining us next, retired FBI Special Agent Rich Frankle. And what can he share? And what do some of the news today tell him about the search for Miss Guthrie? We're talking about it. Yeah, our guest joins us next. Outspoken on KTAR.
Mike Broomhead.
So do you have any fun, cool pieces of memorabilia, sports, movies, events that you've been to?
Yes, I have a Shane Doan signed sweater. Well, here's what they did. They went to Shane and said, this is for Broomhead.
Aw.
And he signed one on the front and the back for me. And then we auctioned off. They told everybody in the audience except me, don't bid on this. Don't bid on this.
Mike Broomhead. Weekday mornings 8 till noon on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Last Friday, I got a text from one of my teammates on my softball team. She had gotten in a car accident, and she was a bit banged up, and her husband was also a bit banged up. And of course, I wanted to know how are you doing? They were at the hospital, and they said, we're going to be okay, but our car is wrecked, and we're banged up. And I said, hey, let me call you over the weekend, which is what I did. And I said, you need an attorney because your car is gone. You got hit by somebody, wasn't paying attention. You've got a lawsuit on your hands, and you need a good lawyer. So I told them to call 1-800-9-MILLION and call Sweet James Accident Attorneys. And I told my friend, my teammate, hey, the right attorney means the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement. Now, listen, I don't know what her settlement is going to be, but she was injured in a car accident. And this is where Sweet James is just awesome. And you need a closer to get in there and get you what you deserve. 1-800-9-MILLION, 1-800-9-MILLION. You can go to sweetjames.com, tell them Gato sent you.
Staples has hot deals and super low prices on everything for your business. And right now, brand your business at Staples with up to 30% off custom labels. Exclusions apply. Shop Staples in store, online, or in the app. Ends 4/18. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to A to Z Savings, our biggest sale of the year.
Happy to be here. Can I get some rotors?
Would you like brake pads with that?
How much are the brake pads?
Free with Duralast rotors.
Free. Really?
Really? Free.
I also need some oil.
Would you like an oil filter with that?
Yeah. How much is that?
Free with the oil.
Free. Really?
Really. Free. It's part of A to Z Savings with hundreds of deals.
From A to free.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Ends March 9. Restrictions apply.
Let's talk letters, starting with C. C is for Camry and Corolla. C is for comfort, control, and cruising through everyday valley life. Now let's try another one. T. T is for Tundra and Tacoma. T is for tough, thrilling, and taking on whatever the day throws your way. Different letters, different strengths, but they both spell out the same thing, Toyota. Right now, get 4.99% for 72 months on a new 2026 Camry or Corolla, or get 2.99% APR financing for 72 months on a 2025 Tacoma SR5 or 2026 Tundra. See your Valley Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places. 4.99% financing with $1,610 per thousand BARD for 72 months. 2.99% financing with $1,519 per thousand BARD for 72 months. Zero down payment if you qualify. Offers exclude TRD Pro models and end 3/2/26. See dealer for details.
Investors, stop letting income verification hold you back. With Waterstone Mortgage's DSCR program, your property pays for itself. No tax returns, no W-2s, just cash flow. Buy more, refinance smarter, scale faster. Purchases and refinances, including cash out. This is Amy Batten, host of Keeping It Real Estate with Amy B. Text CLOSE to 620-620 or visit keepingitrrealestateWithAmyB.com.
Message and rates may apply. Waterstone Mortgage Corporation, Equal Housing Lender, NMLS number 186434, NMLS 1897666.
D-backs fans get access to flexible ticket plans, exclusive events, postseason priority, and more when you become a D-backs Advantage member. For more info, visit dbacks.com/memberships.
Did you know SRP is a not-for-profit utility? So what does that mean for you? It means everything we do is done with you in mind, like offering flexible rates, payment plans for every income level, and best-in-class reliability. It also allows us to make decisions that benefit our community. As a not-for-profit, SRP prioritizes power, water, and you. Find savings, reliability, and more at srp.net/value.
Beat the heat before it beats you. Misting Masters keeps your outdoor spaces cool and comfortable with high-quality misting systems. Already have a system? We'll get it tuned up and ready for the season. Need a new one? We design and install custom solutions for patios, pools, and outdoor living areas. Enjoy professional service, competitive pricing, and uncompromising quality, backed by years of expertise. Schedule your free no-pressure quote today at mistingmasters.com. That's mistingmasters.com. Stay cool with Misting Masters.
KTAR News now.
It is 4:30. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. Tragedy near Lake Tahoe, California, after an avalanche Tuesday morning killed at least 8 backcountry skiers in what's believed to be the deadliest avalanche in the U.S. in more than 40 years. One skier is still missing, with an additional 6 being found alive near the site by rescuers. The group had been on a 3-day trek in the Sierra Nevada mountains when a monster winter storm brought fresh snow, likely triggering the avalanche. Avalanche. At least 2 of the rescued were taken to a hospital for treatment. Dr. Christopher Van Tilburg, a physician and author of Mountain Rescue Doctor, spoke with ABC News on the hope of finding the missing skier still alive.
If you can escape trauma and if you can escape asphyxia, those first several hours, you do have about a 8 or 9% chance of surviving after 2 hours. And we have had live recoveries 24 hours later from people who have a open airway and a little pocket of air around their mouth. And we also had one several years ago, way back in California, that was a 5-day survival.
The ICE detention facility in Eloy has seen a dramatic increase in the number of elderly adults being held there. Arizona Congresswoman Adelita Grijalva met with an 80-year-old woman named Julia, who's been locked up for 9 months after she migrated here from Cuba to seek asylum, but was denied.
There are certain cases where there should be consideration of someone's medical condition and how they're doing.
Grijalva explains the woman is in need of memory care for her dementia, which is only getting worse. She says the woman was very confused and didn't understand why she was there. The Federal Transportation Department says more than 550 commercial driving schools in the U.S. that train truckers and bus drivers have to close their doors after investigators found they employed unqualified instructors, failed to adequately test students, and had other safety issues. Let's check on the cars and trucks right now. Here's Enrique Garcia live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a crash on the right-hand shoulder, Loop 101, Pima Freeway westbound, approaching the State Route 51 transition. A look into our surface streets. Phoenix with a crash on Lower Buckeye Road and 99th Avenue. And Phoenix one last time with a crash on Glendale Avenue and 21st Avenue. This report is brought to you by AMWA. From 10 Valley cities to millions of taps, delivering the water security that Arizona communities depend on. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Tonight, our cloudy skies should remain. We'll see a low of 50. Tomorrow, though, mostly sunny skies and a high of 64. Rain back in the picture by Friday. Right now in Phoenix, it's 61 degrees. Don't let stormy conditions slow down your move with Homes 2X. Sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
I appreciate you spending time with us now with our new schedule, 2 p.m. until 6, Monday through Friday. Thanks for spending time with us on Outspoken. Let's jump right into this because, like so many of you, I think the story of Nancy Guthrie hits people in a variety of different ways. I think people are wanting answers or looking for answers. And we're trying to understand a lot of the little bits and pieces we get. Joining us right now, retired FBI Special Agent Rich Frankle. Mr. Frankle, thank you so much for your time today. We appreciate it.
No problem. My pleasure.
So the FBI reached out to Mexican authorities. The agency is looking to continue the investigation and the disappearance. And what does it tell you now that the FBI is talking to Mexico?
Well, to be quite frank, I expected them to reach out to the Mexican authorities within the first couple of days. And to be honest, they may have. They don't tell us everything that they do immediately when they do it because of, keeping the investigation confidential, not wanting to let the abductor know what exactly they're doing at that time. But reaching out to the Mexican authorities, especially where Tucson is, and that you are believing it's a true abduction, kidnapping, going down to the border is something that is an extreme possibility, if not making it actually over the border, at least going down to the border. And there would be no reason not to reach out to the Mexican authorities and for them to be aware of what is coming over the border pertaining to this case and just to be on the lookout for that.
And if she's in Mexico, does that make it harder to find her?
Oh, I believe it probably does. I mean, listen, we haven't found her or the alleged abductor here in the U.S. yet. So finding her down there, I think, would be either as hard or even harder because of the technology that we're using up here in the U.S. I don't know if they have it across the border. We're using the Bluetooth sniffers. We're using license plate readers. We're using phone technology. All that's being used definitely on this side of the border. And, you would hope that it would be also on the Mexican side, whether either by the Mexican authorities or in conjunction with U.S. authorities working with them.
Again, we're talking to Rich Frankle, retired FBI special agent. You obviously understand a lot of these techniques that we are maybe not as familiar with. It always surprises us when these little things sneak out. Like, they can do that? That's a thing? Yeah, it's a thing. I have a question for you. We along the lines of what we talked about with operating as an abduction, possibly in Mexico. Does that theory still hold water when you're not hearing from the alleged abductors? We haven't heard of any new demands. We haven't heard of a new ransom deadline. We haven't heard of any proof of life. Do you think abduction still is the plausible theory we're operating under?
Yeah, I believe that's what the FBI and the Sheriff's Office are both still working under, but they're looking at all different scenarios. You have a command post up and running, and you have different teams that are out there looking at each scenario that you basically can come up with as a scenario. Plus, they're going out on all of the leads. I mean, they're over, I hear, 20,000 leads in 2 weeks. And so they're looking at all that at the same time. But I believe the abduction is still the leading scenario, and because it appears that, from what we saw in the video, somebody did break into the house, and she is not there. Now, is it a abduction for money, or is it an abduction for something else? That is the question, because no one has definitively asked for money. Those two emails, were never confirmed that it was the true abductor. So I think that is still a scenario that we're not sure of.
So the glove and the DNA didn't match anything in the house, but there are services where people volunteer their DNA to kind of learn their family history. Is this the next step for the FBI to try and find some sort of a clue?
Yeah, from what I understand, they've reached out. And by the way, this has been done in other investigations throughout the United States, both federal and through the state, law enforcement, that they reach out to some of these companies and they give them the DNA and they look for the actual DNA, but then they look for what you would call almost like familiar DNA. So somebody who might be a brother, sister, cousin, where there is a connection through the DNA. And by using those connectors, of the family tree, you can then, hone in on who the abductor might be.
They've actually found like serial killers because of this and things.
Correct. Yeah, that technology has gotten much better over the years. Of course, it helps find family members when you're searching for family members. But there have been several cases where they are able to identify a brother, a father, mother, again, a sibling or a close relative. And then the investigation then goes to the old school investigation, shoe leather, where you go out and you talk to those people, you identify who these people, are related to. And through that, you then get a subject or a suspect.
We're talking again to Rich Frankle, retired FBI special agent, about the Guthrie case, day 18 in the search for Nancy Guthrie. Is there such a thing, Mr. Frankle, as too many leads? Can law enforcement, even the FBI, get overwhelmed by an avalanche of people calling in and dropping off ideas, notions, leads?
Well, that's the issue, is that, when does it become too much? After 9/11, I was part of the team that investigated, the 9/11 terrorism attacks. And over 2 years, we received about 20,000 leads. They've received over 20,000 leads in 2 weeks, which is what you and I would think would be insurmountable. However, using some of the big data sets that they can use now, plus you basically put teams of agents, detectives, and analysts together, and they go through the leads, and you kind of rank them. Number one is, hey, this sounds like a good lead. We need to go out on it immediately. Let's go hit it. Lead two is, hey, this is a possible lead. Let's look at this. Maybe not today, but in the next day or two, we should definitely follow up on this. And then 3 and 4 are, hey, Probably not, but we should at least, keep it in the back of our minds. And 4 being, no, this is, there's no way that is a legitimate lead, and we'll just put that to the side for now.
Interesting.
Rich, who's in charge, FBI or the Pima County Sheriff's Office? And do you think that the sheriff who's under fire for his handling of the Guthrie case, do you agree with that? He should be under fire?
Well, first, you're not getting me into that fight. I had my own fights with NYPD, and New York State Police for 20 years.
That jurisdictional thing that tension exists normally?
It does, but also, you got to remember that some of that is good tension. I always used to say, I got into fights with NYPD and the New York State Police and other police departments on a daily basis because we all believed we were doing the right thing. And it's that competitive drive to solve the case that I think actually drives you forward and actually helps the case. Now, you can't let it get in the way. So, I would get into a fight with, people from NYPD during the day, and we'd get a beer at night, because you didn't want it to break up, the investigation. You didn't want it to hurt the investigation, but you definitely wanted to push your side forward if you truly believed you had the better tactics or investigative strategy. As far as the sheriff, listen, I'm looking at it with 20/20 hindsight. Yeah. And so I want to say that, listen, are there things that I would have done differently? Yes. But I was not on the street at that time. I think there was a delay in deciding this was not just a missing person, I think they call it a silver missing person, from dementia or something.
Silver alert. Yes, sir.
I think they should have gotten into the abduction mode faster. And I also would have called in the FBI and the other task forces quicker and used their technology quicker. I think it did take a few days to get that up and running, and I've said that in the past. However, now that they're all together and they're working together, I think it is firing on all pistons. I just think it took a little bit too long to get there. And actually, if you go back to one of the press conferences by the sheriff, he even said that looking back at it, he may have changed his tactics earlier on, knowing what he knows now.
Sir, really appreciate your insight into this and for filling in some of the gaps. Thank you so much. Hope to talk to you again. Well, hope to talk to you again soon when we have some positive resolution. How's that?
That sounds great. Thank you, and my pleasure to talk to you guys.
That's Rich Frankle, retired FBI Special Agent, Day 18 in the search for Nancy Guthrie. Coming up at 5 o'clock, we've got our face-off. We're going to be talking a little bit of politics, kind of shove it all into that 5 o'clock hour and bring in some guests and have a solid debate on it. So up next, if your kid, your teenager, is addicted to social media, whose fault is that? There's a court case going on. We might have a judge and a jury decide. We'll talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
LaDonna here. Imagine you find your dream home and then you move in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? Well, that's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now, sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves, no weird coordinating. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com. Get a free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Hi, I'm Sherry Harris, owner of LifeSource Water. Your tap water isn't as clean as you think. City water is full of contaminants, including chlorine that cities use to treat it. At LifeSource, we believe your water should support your family's health. Our whole house system delivers filtered water from every tap, even your showers. For over 40 years, we've proudly built every system right here in the USA. Call our factory today at 1-800-WATER-99 or visit lifesourcewater.com.
Warranty limitations apply. The Crossroads of the West Gun Show is back this weekend at the Arizona State Fairgrounds.
We're finding everything we're looking for, so we're impressed.
Awesome selection. Awesome, yeah, just a lot more than I expected to see.
It's America's premier gun show with great deals on guns, ammo, scopes, accessories, and more. Some at wholesale prices, plus jewelry, gift ideas, and door prizes.
We'll scour through, find the best bargain, come back and buy it.
Crossroads of the West Gun Show this weekend at the Arizona State Fairgrounds. All sales are conducted in compliance with applicable laws. You can buy, sell, and trade at all Crossroads gun shows.
40,000 people. Let that number sink in for a second. That's not a crowd. That's a small city. And it's the number of people choosing pain relief without surgery. 40,000 people have said stop before a knee or hip replacement. There has to be another way. And they found it at QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in using cellular-level treatments to revitalize joint tissue naturally. Today, patients are moving better, hurting less, and getting their lives back. QC Kinetics, right here in Phoenix, using safe, natural treatments backed by real science. Treatments that activate your body's natural healing power. Safe, natural, non-surgical, with zero downtime. The sooner you start, the faster inflammation will ease and slow down osteoarthritis progression that's causing your pain. Call now for your free consultation with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
KTAR News Flash.
447, I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. There's still a lot of daylight between Democrats and the White House regarding funding for Homeland Security that would end a partial government shutdown. Democrats say they want certain reforms made to the department regarding the tactics ICE is using during immigration operations, like banning face masks and requiring a judicial warrant signed by a judge during an arrest. The White House has indicated some of the demands are non-starters, but they have given no specifics. ABC News White House correspondent Karen Travers has more.
President Trump said earlier this week he would meet with Democrats to discuss funding for the Department of Homeland Security amid a standoff over reforms Democrats are demanding to ICE and immigration enforcement operations. But Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt today said the president has not yet had conversations or correspondence with Democratic lawmakers.
The White House and the president's representatives have been in direct conversations with both Democrats and Republicans.
Leavitt called the latest offer from Democrats, quote, unserious, but it's not clear what was included in that counterproposal and what each side is willing to negotiate. Karen Travers, ABC News, the White House.
All of our top stories just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. The check on traffic now. Let's go to the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. Here's Enrique Garcia.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Glendale with a crash on the US 60 Grand Avenue. Eastbound approaching 53rd Avenue. Phoenix with a crash in the right-hand shoulder. Loop 101, Pima Freeway, westbound near 51st Avenue transition. And then looking to our surface streets, Phoenix with a crash on Glendale Avenue and 19th Avenue. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
I'm Doug Hopkins with My Home Group and DougHopkins.com. If you're looking to sell your house and want the convenience of a guaranteed cash offer, I'd be honored if you gave us a try. I've been working in Valley Real Estate for 25 years and have purchased over 18,000 homes during that time. DougHopkins.com offers you peace of mind while selling your house. Since I'm paying you cash, there are no banks involved, no closing costs, no expensive real estate commissions, and you can sell your house in as-is condition with no repairs. I take care of everything. DougHopkins.com will give you an honest cash offer for your house. We'll put it in writing and we'll guarantee it. We're not going to bait and switch you by offering a high amount contingent upon inspections. Then down the road, come back and try to renegotiate to a lower price. The price I offer the first time is the price I'll pay, and I'll guarantee it with a $5,000 non-refundable security deposit. It's as simple as that. Just go to DougHopkins.com for your free no-obligation cash offer 24 hours a day, or call 1-800-SELL-NOW. That's 1-800-SELL-NOW.
Ready, set, save during the Sanderson Ford President's Day sale. Choose the open road in America's #1 selling truck for 49 years straight. The Ford F-150, now available with 0% financing for 60 months on all remaining 2025 models, including the Ford F-150 Lightning. This President's Day, choose the freedom of a no-hassle, no-pressure, no-nonsense buying experience. Choose Sanderson Ford. Requires financing with Ford Motor Credit OAC. Offer expires 3/2/26.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000
1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
1, 2, 3, 4.
We asked the legislature, are they working on gas price legislation? The majority whip, Representative Julie Willoughby, says yes. She'll talk about it on the Mike Broomhead Show tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. You can watch the KTAR YouTube channel, listen on air, online, or on the app.
Speaking of the KTAR YouTube channel, Gatos, we are a little bit in a kerfuffle today.
Why?
Everything changed.
All right.
They moved the cameras around. They moved everything around. I know people don't care.
I still look good.
Well, there is that.
Doesn't really matter.
If you are watching on the KTAR YouTube channel, first off, apologies. Secondly, yes, everything moved around. The studio looks very different.
And you can watch the Faceoff coming up in about 12 minutes.
That's going to be on the KTAR YouTube channel
I
also?
just said that. Yeah.
That's amazing.
By the way, I'm still on baby watch. I got nothing going on my phone.
Literally.
My kid is having a kid.
Any
I'm
minute
waiting.
now.
I'm waiting. It's all week I'm waiting.
Any minute you could run out the door.
Highly anticipated in the family, let me just say.
Well,
An understatement.
I can't imagine.
I can't wait to meet this kid.
Grandbabies are a big thing.
Oh, baby.
How's the Gatos Bride about this? She's
over the moon.
Over the moon. I was going to say, she is absolutely over the moon.
Phone buzzed.
Don't say that.
That's Barry Markson.
Oh, he doesn't count.
He's coming into the Face-Off.
He is
all right,
coming
fine,
in.
you're here.
Okay.
I get it. You don't have to text me when I'm on the air.
Big whoop. There is a court case going on in California. A trial accusing Facebook, Instagram, and Google, they own YouTube, of purposely fueling social media addiction in teens.
Mm-hmm.
And you know what? When you ask people, 86% of Americans think, you know what? These people should be held accountable for this. But I would counter, what role do the parents have in making sure your kids aren't addicted to social media any more than they're addicted to cigarettes?
Yeah. It's huge. You know, again, if you have a kid, you know, what we always said with our kids is that's not your phone. That's our phone.
Oh.
And we can take it away if we have to.
Mm-hmm.
But I think the big thing and why kids are on social media or they're on the internet or they're scrolling all the time is because they see their parents do the same thing. I think that we are terrible role models when it comes to this kind of thing. You know?
Is there also an issue with, and I've heard some parents say this, so this is me defending some of you. There's a heck of a lot of peer pressure.
On kids?
On kids, and let's say you have pick a number, 15-year-old.
Yeah.
And you say, I think 15's too young to have social media. And literally every one of their friends does. Now,
yeah.
If your friends jump off the bridge, you're going to
Right,
do
I
it.
get it.
By the way, I would jump off the bridge.
Yeah, because everybody's doing it.
Yeah, if everyone's doing it, I'm doing it. But it's difficult to be like the one holding the line.
You know, parents make a rule for themselves that they won't be on social media in front of their kids.
Mm-hmm.
Kids will copy behavior more than rules. And I think if you say, I'm putting my phone down, and you should too, I think that's the way to get kids off social media hour after hour after hour. You do it first. You're a parent, you do it first.
And again, and blaming the delivery system, blaming Google seems to be
a cop-out.
A little bit getting around what you should be doing. Up next, 5 o'clock, Face-Off. The panel has assembled. The green room is full. And up next, why did Arizona Republicans want an ICE agent helping you fill out your ballot? We'll talk about it inside the Face-Off. Up next, right here on KTAR.
All right. You have $26 a month? Great. I want you to give it to Aquazona, Connecticut. Why? Because you're going to get the best water system ever. Connecticut's K5 drinking water station, it's for sale. It's the one that I have in my house. No more chlorine in the water, no more heavy metals in your water, no more microplastics in your water, no more forever chemicals in your water. Purified drinking water, and you can have the one that I own, the K5, not the one that I own, like they'll give you a new one. You know what I mean? $26 a month. Oh my goodness, it's ridiculous, this deal. Like, if you don't do it, I don't know what to say. 602-910-6570. Call Connecticut. Tell them Gato sent you. You get the $26 a month. Your kids will drink more water. You're going to cook with it. Coffee's going to taste better. It's going to be amazing. 602-910-6570. The K5 drinking water station, just $26 a month. Aquazona.com.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Need life insurance but have diabetes, high blood pressure, or on anxiety meds? If you're a 50-year-old male, even porky, or with type 2 diabetes, $1 million of life insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. For affordable term life insurance, call Term Provider and speak with Big Lou at 800-230-2777, 800-230-2777, or visit biglou.com. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. 800-230-2777.
When it comes to vision, the name you need to know is Dr. Jay Schwartz at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, the team eye doc for the Suns and the Diamondbacks. Ready to ditch glasses and contacts? LASIK is your winning play. Quick procedure, fast recovery, and trusted results. Not a LASIK candidate? Evo ICL or Clear Lens Exchange would be your next move for sharp, clear vision. Free consultations at Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa. Schedule now at teamidoc.com or call 480-483-EYES. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
If something happened to you tomorrow, would your family be prepared? Without proper estate planning, your family could be forced into Arizona probate court for months or even years. The court could step in and control what happens to your home and your money. And while your family is grieving, they could be burdened with court hearings, paperwork, and stress. Probate can cost thousands of dollars in legal fees. But all of this can be avoided. RJP Estate Planning can help you set up a living trust to keep your loved ones out of probate. Trusted by over 40,000 Arizona families. RJP brings clarity, protection, and peace of mind. And if you're 60 or over, you can save 60% on a living trust.
To save 60% on a living trust, call 480-896-9597 by February 19th. That's 480-896-9597. 480-896-9597.
Looking for a great deal on a new Hyundai? You know exactly where to go. Earnhardt Hyundai North Scottsdale has always been the destination for no-bull deals on the vehicles you love. But right now, things just got even better. The Hyundai Getaway Sales event is here. All month long, we're featuring 0% APR financing on select models for 60 months. Plus, well-qualified buyers can even get no payments for 90 days. Whether you choose the versatile Hyundai Tucson or the adventurous Santa Fe, you'll enjoy America's best warranty and owner assurance up to 10 years or 100,000 miles powertrain warranty. Don't wait until these deals drive away without you. Stop by Earnhardt Hyundai North Scottsdale or visit NorthScottsdaleHyundai.com. Take a test drive and find the SUV that fits your lifestyle. Our team is ready to answer your questions and get you on the road today.
Hyundai Motor Finance credit approval. Not all will qualify. Not available on balloon financing. 0% APR and 90-day payment deferral for well-qualified buyers. If applicable, interest accrues from date of purchase. Excludes tax, title, license, $599 doc fee, and $618 dealer protection package. Offer expires March 2nd, 2026. See Earnhardt Hyundai of North Scottsdale for details.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
The target, 422 Maple Drive. No tripped alarms, no broken windows. While you were sleeping, they made off with $50,000 in equity, and they didn't even use a getaway car.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Don't let termites turn your equity into sawdust. We stop the heist before the damage is done. Call 602 Blue Sky for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, termites.
KTAR News now.
And good afternoon. It's 5 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn. The number of elderly detainees is growing at the Eloy ICE detention facility.
U.S. Representative Adelita Grijalva toured the facility today to conduct oversight and check on conditions. She met with an elderly woman named Julia, also known as Abuelita, who came here from Cuba in May.
She is 80 years old, incredibly confused,
Doesn't know why she's here. Thought she was going to be here for 5 days. It was heartbreaking because as we were leaving, she thought we were here to pick her up and take her home.
Grijalva says Julia needs memory care and that her dementia is only getting worse in detention. Grijalva was told the facility has seen a dramatic increase in the number of older folks detained there, and healthcare staff said they were equipped to handle it. Reporting in Eloy, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
The people are mad.
It wasn't an issue on the Surprise City Council's agenda last night, but more than 24 residents criticized a lack of action on the warehouse purchased by ICE near Dysart and Cactus Roads. Vincent Hernandez called ICE a street gang in need of accountability. He urged the council to prevent the detention center from starting operations, saying the country's protection does not rely on the West Valley facility. No action was taken on the warehouse last night, and the Surprise City Council will meet again on March 3rd. The Department of Child Safety again under fire.
A new lawsuit against DCS claims they failed to remove 2 brothers from their residence despite receiving many warnings. One boy lost his life. The Phoenix injury attorney representing the surviving sibling, Matthew Boatman, tells Arizona's Morning News he thinks there's a flaw in the system.
There's a problem with the call center. I think there's a problem with transitioning files, and when there's multiple reports about the same instance, it doesn't seem like people are connecting the dots.
Prosecutors are seeking the death penalty against the alleged abusers. Stephanie Davis and Thomas Descharnais have pled not guilty. Kellen Shover, KTAR News.
KTAR News. Water Watch.
Motion carries 4-3.
The Gilbert Town Council approving a 25% rate hike for Gilbert's water customers. Vice Mayor Chuck Bongiovanni.
These are not popular decisions, but they're important ones. However, I can guarantee you that we can't bathe in popularity, we can't cook in popularity, and I can't drink popularity.
April 1st will be the first day the hikes go into effect, and they come after a previous 25% hike last year and an almost 50% hike the year before. The Maricopa County Animal Crimes Unit served a warrant near Old US 80 and Salome Highway, where they saved 9 dogs living in bad conditions and with no food or water. Dave Myers with the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office.
And we did confiscate all 9 dogs. They were looked at by our vet, and they are now presently en route to our MASH unit.
Detectives are now searching for a suspect. Just 2 days away from the start of spring training in the Valley. Arizona Diamondbacks president and CEO Derek Hall tells the Mike Broomhead Show the games are more than just preseason exhibition.
It's life-changing, and those kids are going to be fans for life. When a player takes time to talk to you or sign your baseball, take a photo that you're going to have in your room forever, there's nothing like it.
He says players embrace the opportunity to interact with fans, and spring training allows them to have plenty of opportunities to do just that. Let's get you home now. Taking a look at things in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. Here's Enrique Garcia.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a crash in the right-hand shoulder. I-10 Popular Freeway, eastbound near 7th Avenue. Glendale crash on the US 60 Grand Avenue, eastbound approaching 53rd Avenue. This report is brought to you by Sweet James. If you're hurt in an accident and results matter to you, call the Sweet James attorneys at 800-90000 and sweetjames.com. Awarded Best Attorneys of America. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Cloudy skies overnight, low temp around 50 degrees. Then tomorrow should be mostly sunny. Looking for a high temp of 64 and the chance of rain back into the forecast overnight Thursday into Friday with a high on Friday of 65 degrees. Currently it's 59 in Peoria. Don't let stormy conditions slow down your move. With Homes 2X, sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
This is an Outspoken exclusive. Live on the KTAR YouTube channel. Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos presents. This is the Faceoff.
All right, it is a Wednesday, and we are in the 5 o'clock hour. That means one thing and one thing only. You're listening to the Face-Off. All right, let's see who's facing off today. We've got an hour of politics to discuss. Barry Markson is back, KTAR legal analyst. Good to see you, Barry.
Good evening, gentlemen. Good to see you.
And we've got the Republican, Arizona State Senator from District 3, John Kavanaugh. State Senator, good to see you again.
Good to be seen.
All right, let's go through. What are you guys doing, the Senate Republicans? I'm getting right on Kavanaugh already. Let's go, Kavanaugh. I'm ready to go.
It's called good government.
All right, Senate Republicans voted yes to abolish the active early voting list and completely eliminate mail voting in the future.
This is this, what do you call it, a ballot proposition referred to the voters. Is that how you would describe that?
I'm not sure which one you're talking about.
Okay.
I'm not aware of anyone going to the voters to abolish the mail-in ballots. There was
SCR 1001.
The first one. It's set up to in essence to abolish mail-in voting with exceptions for military and
disabled.
Just very limited exceptions.
Yeah, I don't see that going through. But by the same token, if that
it did go through, it passed out of committee.
If that went to the voters, I mean, they would clearly vote it down.
I would think
80% of the voters vote by early ballot.
But why would the Republicans control the Senate? And this was a Republican bill. Why even bring this up? There's all sorts of bills that never get a hearing.
It would amend the Arizona State Constitution.
I mean, it's 81% or more of Arizonans use mail-in ballots to get their vote in every single election. Why on earth would we even put something like this out there?
I'm aware of one ballot referral that had to do with providing proof of citizenship.
Yeah.
And I think that was in the Senate. But that didn't abolish.
It's Jake Hoffman. It's Jake Hoffman who put it forward, and it's turning point. And it's just people playing into this whole fantasy conspiracy thing that the 2020 election was stolen in 2022, and somehow every Republican in 2024 in Arizona won except Carrie Lake, and somehow they were able to manage that where they stole it from her, but Trump won by 5 points. So it's this ongoing conspiracy thing.
There are a limited number of ballot referrals that can get on the ballot because we really don't want to have the ballot look like the Manhattan phone book.
So as like a state senator, are you okay with mail-in ballots?
Yeah, no.
You've been okay?
Yeah. When I was going door to door my last election, I only knock on the doors of high turnout voters.
Okay.
Primaries with the Republicans.
Right.
And I only do 2 out of 3 or 3 out of 3 voted in my last election. So I rarely see anybody under the age of 60. And I'm not kidding you. It's really quite shocking.
Right.
But a number of them just pleaded with me, please don't get rid of the mail-in ballots. We need the mail-in ballots.
So why do you think that some Republicans and a lot of Republicans in the Senate want the mail-in ballots abolished? What are they thinking? Give us a little insight.
I mean, some people may think that there could be fraud, ballot harvesting, other people filling them out. That's all I can really think of. But most of the efforts that I've seen with mail-in ballots were to prevent them from going to addresses where people moved, which creates the possibility that somebody would take the ballot, and if they could get a copy of the signature of the person, they could fake the ballot, and it might even go through the system. But and I know
seems like a lot of hoops to jump through.
But again, no evidence of that actually happening. No evidence.
Well,
there's no evidence of widespread
I actually
fraud.
know somebody who was convicted of that. So
well, okay, but if it happens, it's one at a time.
Well, I'm not saying that. I think what Republicans want is to ensure that we periodically check and make sure that the person still lives there, as opposed to have moved somewhere else or died. I mean,
what is it?
Fine.
Updating the voter rolls? How would you call
it?
That?
And we called it updating. Representative Ugenti Rita, when she was in, simply said, I think if you didn't vote in one election during the past 2 years, you would get a postcard mailed to your house saying, are you still there? Right? And if you didn't reply to that, right, then if they had your email, your email address, which some people give, right, you would get an email. And only after you didn't respond to those 2 attempts would you not be unregistered, but your name would simply be taken off the early ballot list, and you wouldn't want to get mailed to you.
But why make it more difficult for people to vote? Why make them go? No, it is. You're giving people jobs to do. And And most people, if they don't vote in an election or don't vote in two, if you send them something and you're making them take an affirmative step to contact you and tell you they're still living there, they're not going to do it. So you're going to have a huge percentage of people who suddenly won't get a mail-in ballot. They're going to wonder why, because they're not paying attention. They throw away their junk mail, and everybody's going to be scrambling, and then there will be people who don't vote because of that. Why do that when we are solving a problem that doesn't exist?
It is a waste of money.
Yes.
And the time of election officials to continuously mail ballots to people who were dead or moved. In addition, by the way, if you moved, it might be a good idea for you to realize you didn't get it. The ballots can't be forwarded to you.
Right.
So you get no
update
ballot.
your information.
Yeah. So,
yeah.
I mean, keep yourself up to date. 80% of the people are using mail ballots. Every 2 years to have to verify only if you didn't vote in any one of the many elections. I don't think that's a burden. I think it's good for efficiency and election security. And you still are registered to vote, so you can still say, I didn't get a ballot, I'll go to the polling place and vote.
Did you vote, if this thing comes up, though, to put this on the ballot to ban mail-in ballots?
No, I don't support banning mail.
So you're going to vote against that?
Yeah, I don't support banning mail.
All right, let's talk about this one.
Thank you, sir.
We are in the face-off. We've got Barry Markson. We've got John Kavanaugh, Arizona State Senator. We've got Senator Wendy Rogers, and we've got Senator Jake Hoffman. They want to place immigration agents. They want to place ICE agents at every voting location.
Inside and out.
Why?
What, 2 at each location?
Apparently.
We'll start with State Senator Kavanaugh. Why would we do something like that?
Well, let me put it this way. I mean, I don't think you could get enough ICE agents to do that. I don't think ICE would send their agents here to do that. I would much rather have ICE rounding up criminal illegals either from prisons, jails, or on the streets in blue states that refuse to cooperate when people are released.
Let me know when that starts.
Senator Kavanaugh, can I ask you, again, I'm going to use one of the questions that Barry Markson just said. Then why are they pushing to have ICE at outside of polling centers? Why are members of your party in the legislature think this is what we need?
One person dropping a bill is not a mass of people pushing. You know, a lot of people drop bills to bring attention to issues, to get publicity, or maybe they think it's a good idea. You know, look, I don't have a problem with law enforcement being present in polling places. I grew up in New York City. There was always a cop at a polling place. I think that's good. It maintains order, makes me feel secure, maybe not other people, you know, but if you got a warrant, maybe you shouldn't be voting in the first place, right?
Barry, what's the reason that Republicans, and, you know, it's fair, there are 2 Republicans who say they want to do this. What's the real reason they want to do it?
It's to just drive more attention and this conspiracy stuff to the base. This is Jake Hoffman again. It's Turning Point USA. It has nothing to do with good governance. It's nothing. I mean, you hear Senator Kavanaugh here, who's a leader in the Arizona Senate. He's a Republican. This is their legislature, and this is not something that's needed. There's no. We're not going to start. And the law actually even says they can't disrupt voting. This is just a showpiece. It's unconstitutional. They're not going to do it. It's just there to get this kind of attention because it feeds their base. Like, put ICE there. ICE should be there. Illegals are voting.
I was going to say the implication is that the only reason Trump lost is because illegals voted.
It's also there to drive down voting. Because people, if you're Hispanic and you've been watching what's going on and you're afraid of being harassed or arrested or taken, even if you're a citizen, even if you're in the country legally, if you're voting legally, you may not go.
You may not.
You may just say, I'm not going to why would I put myself and my family in that position? Even if it's a slight percentage chance something happens, why would I go? And that's what this is. And even if it doesn't happen, there's headlines now. People are reading this, ICE at the polls. It's going to keep some people from voting. It's going to suppress the vote.
And this would be just for, I think, the general election.
I didn't look at that closely, but yes, it's definitely. I mean, nobody votes in the primary, so it's easy.
Rather than the primary is the election.
I know.
As you know,
I mean, realistically, we got 30 districts. Only 4 top 5 are competitive.
Right.
The rest are flaming red or flaming blue.
And a tiny percentage of people vote in the primary. It's
20%.
And you're right, John. That is the election. If you don't vote in the primary, you show up on the general election day, and you're like, how do these people get
These
here?
are my choices?
Yeah.
Hey, State Senator, when you're behind closed doors with some of these people in the legislature, do they really believe that 2020 was stolen? Do they really believe that, or are they full of crap?
Some people do. Some people aren't sure. Some people don't. I mean, there's a whole
Is it
mix
more than?
to tell you the truth, I haven't heard very much talk about that.
Yeah. We
lately,
we should move on. It's 6 years. It's 6 years.
ago.
But then here was Kristi Noem here, the Secretary of Department of Homeland Security. She was here last week, dredging this up again, and she was asked the question while she's doing a press conference: "Can you give us one example of somebody stealing the election or election fraud?" She couldn't give one example. She's having a press conference on this issue and couldn't give one example.
But I think
Carrie Lake came out of the woodwork again all of a sudden and is talking about her stolen elections.
But people need to be put at ease. I mean, when you have a situation where federal law doesn't allow you to require somebody to give a proof of citizenship to vote, right? You can't use that for the federal ballot,
but Arizona has that
for Arizona elections,
right?
But not for the federal election. They don't let you demand proof of citizenship.
But Senator Kavanaugh, you say,
well, my point is,
yes, sir.
Why do you think people think that could be things that are rigged? It's like asking people to doubt when you prevent
But you say that people need to be put at ease. It seems they're only at ease if their guy wins.
Well, that's
and
true.
And if their guy
both
doesn't
sides.
win, it's been a farce and it's a fraud.
Hey, let's get Hillary Clinton in and talk about how her election was stolen.
So I have difficulty taking them very seriously.
I have never, ever said there was fraud in my election, but of course I've always won.
Amazing how that works, right?
Amazing. It's a 5 o'clock face-off. Thank you very much. We've got Barry Markson, our KTAR legal analyst, and State Senator Kavanaugh representing District 3. Awesome to have you guys in here. Coming up next, which way are we going with this one? Did we make some changes?
No, I think we should go with this. So
okay.
I think, are you okay with ICE scanning your license plate?
Yeah, and how and why are they doing it here? That discussion up next. This is The Face-Off, Outspoken on KTAR.
Pizza's here. Oh, great. I'd love some, but I'm worried about my stomach issues.
If you're worried about having diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose, oily stools, it may not just be stomach issues. It could be a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
KTAR News Flash.
5:17. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. The search for Nancy Guthrie continues, and now it's moving internationally as the border is put on alert. ABC's Alex Stone is in Tucson.
We know from sources today that they have alerted Mexican authorities of the case here, if they didn't already know about it, but that there is nothing that is indicating that she or the suspect are in Mexico. But the Mexico border is only about an hour south of here, so it would not be out of the realm of possibility that they could have gone into Mexico.
All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's check the road home tonight now. Here's Enrique Garcia live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a crash in the right-hand shoulder. I-10 Papago Freeway eastbound near 7th Avenue. Glendale crash on the US 60 Grand Avenue eastbound approaching 53rd Avenue. This report is brought to you by Beatitudes Campus, reminding you that if you lived at our bold and bright community, you'd be home by now. No rush hour here. See for yourself at beatitudescampus.org. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
This is The Face-Off. Thank you for joining us. We are live on the KTAR YouTube channel. You can watch this and our esteemed in-studio guests, Arizona State Senator John Kavanaugh and KTAR legal analyst Barry Markson joining us right now.
Can I make a quick correction? Because
Please.
During the break, we were talking about a bill to ban early ballots, which I never saw.
Okay.
And Barry said it was 0011.
Yes,
I
sir.
just pulled it up. That's Senator Bollock's bill.
Okay.
It does a number of things, including stopping the dropping off of mail-in ballots on election day.
The late early.
The late early.
I actually like that.
But I want to make it clear. It does not ban early ballots. I just looked at it. I just read the sheet. It does not ban early ballots.
It's a different one then. I got the number wrong. That's
Fair enough.
It's a different one. Sorry about that.
Thank you for the clarification. Moving on from this, ICE agents have apparently been checking vehicle license plates in Home Depots, going and looking after these.
Just in Phoenix,
here in the Valley. I'm going to say this: as much as I don't like the tactics, I don't think there's anything illegal with that. Your license plate in public is public information, and ICE or the Phoenix Police Department has they can look at it, they can do what they want with it, just like you can film the license plates of ICE agents. If you're out in public, there's no expectation of privacy.
Yeah, well, first of all, police have been scanning license plates for over a decade.
They used to have mounted on like the fenders of the cars.
They would have in a computer all the stolen license plates, and as they drove around, the camera would identify, and if they saw a stolen vehicle, they could stop and arrest the person or whatever the situation is. Now it's more sophisticated now. ICE is not taking pictures and entering a database. You have local police departments, mostly through a company called Flock, which basically have all the records, right, about wanted vehicles, missing vehicles, stolen vehicles, suspected kidnapping vehicle. That's all in the computer, and they have stationary cameras, but I guess cops probably have it on their cars too.
Yeah.
Where they're looking for, kidnappers, whatever, stolen vehicles. It's perfectly legal. It's perfectly fine. And if I don't have a problem with any law enforcement agency, including immigration, using it to apprehend people who are criminals and who are wanted.
Barry?
Yeah, and it is legal. I mean, they're absolutely allowed to do it. And ICE does have access, as I understand it, to some of these databases, so they can check on who you are, and they use it for location services. Look, if ICE is going to find if there's a criminal, illegal immigrant who's in a home, and ICE is going to go serve a warrant or go get that person, they might scan the vehicles out front to see if the guy's inside, to give them more information and try to do things safer. I mean, we want them doing that sort of thing. The question is, should they just be randomly scanning license plates in Home Depots
from a license plate in a Home Depot? I'm not. How about this? I'm neutral on the subject until I can be pushed one way or the other.
Let's make this a fair situation. Because ICE is not the only law enforcement agency. Our local police are doing this. Our state police are doing it. So I guess that maybe your question should be, should police be able to use this valuable tool for public safety, or should they be banned? I say they should use it.
No, I think they should use it also. The question is, do we want, let's take it just police. Do we want police rolling through a shopping center just scanning things to see if there's somebody?
It's a waste of time.
But I think they're doing it now.
Hold on, wait, are they looking for my stolen car? In which case, absolutely.
Or are they looking for somebody who has a violation of a warrant who might be there? I mean, so that kind of thing happens. Are we troubled by ICE doing it if they're just looking for someone who's in the country legally? But I'm not really sure how they would know that through the license plate check.
Yeah, that's what I don't understand.
Maybe John knows. I don't know.
I kind of object to the just looking for somebody here illegally. Yeah. I consider being here illegally to be a serious offense that requires law enforcement adjudication, and where appropriate, boot out the country, deportation.
It's a misdemeanor.
I think I'd rather have ICE in a Home Depot parking lot looking at license plates than doing what they did in Minneapolis. I'd much rather have them looking at maybe that's the only thing.
Well, finding criminals. I haven't heard anybody say stop going after the criminals.
A lot of the illegal immigrants they're going after are criminals. A lot of these people have final deportation orders, meaning they've gone through all their adjudication and they're being deported because they committed serious crimes.
And then they're hiding. They're not showing up when they're supposed to be deported. And I think we would all agree those people should be deported.
Yeah,
I don't think that's a problem.
The DHS documents that we saw last week said, what was the number? 14% of detainees have some sort of a
serious criminal
felony conviction or charge against them.
Right. 40% had no criminal activity at all, 0. 14% were serious criminal activity, and other people, maybe they had a small misdemeanor or something, a minor criminal activity.
Just for the record, I don't think 40% of the people who entered this country illegally, either by sneaking over the border or overstaying a visa, should stay.
So, John, let me ask. Let's use
you break the law, you pay the penalty.
Well, let's use an actual example. There was the woman, I think she was Chinese American, who was in the West Valley. She owned 3 restaurants. She was employing all sorts of people.
She was her last name.
She was married. She had children who were American, born in the United States, and they came and got her. She had no criminal history. She hadn't done anything. She was a job creator.
She was at her immigration hearing.
Right.
She was following the.
She
went to her hearing.
She was doing things legally, and then they arrest her. And I don't even know. Did they deport her? Is she still
she's still
detained?
Florence, I
just checked in with her daughter. I went to their restaurant over the weekend, and she is still in jail.
Okay,
all these months later.
I mean, that's one example, but is that Is that a use of our legal resources that is smart, as opposed to going after actual criminals and people who are doing dangerous
Last
things
word,
and breaking
Senator
laws?
Kavanaugh.
I have gone down this path with a lot of my Democrat colleagues, and it's like, okay, well, all right, she's been here 10 years, fine. What about somebody who's here 5 years? I don't know. What about somebody 2 years? What about somebody who crossed the border a week ago? And for the most part, the Democrats I spoke to don't want anybody removed. Now, in a sane society where we were approaching this realistically, we might be able to have Congress sit down and have some parameters about people who've been here a long time.
Yeah.
But they're not. They refuse to do it. They didn't do it when they controlled the presidency in both chambers of Congress. So it's on them.
But
they
also-
didn't correct the problem.
And we've talked about this. You want everyone removed. You've said that before. I don't want that woman in Peoria removed.
Well, then, where do you draw the line? Where would you draw the line? How many? 5 years, 2 years, 1 year?
I think that is exactly what we should find out. If you've been here after 10 years, do you get to stay? Is it 5 years? If you've come over the border during the Biden years, do we get rid of everyone? I think that we should come up with some parameters.
We also can't even come to a conclusion on the Dreamers.
Right.
Yeah, maybe that's where we should start.
The Dreamers are the one group that even at the height of SB 1070, I was okay with. Because I do not believe that you should be penalized for the criminal acts of your parents.
But they're still here illegally.
And the reason they're here illegally is because the pro-illegal immigration people held the Dreamers as hostages. They would not run a separate standalone bill in Congress that both sides would have supported. They wanted to link the sympathetic Dreamers to their law-breaking parents and others to try to get them all legalized. That's why that happened.
Can I say one more thing? I'm sorry.
Real quick.
I will say, I think we are, and I'm not disagreeing, I think we're going to wake up at some point and say what Trump did here, we didn't like how it was done. We didn't like the tactics and a lot of what we saw.
Yeah.
But the fact that we removed a lot of dangerous criminals who are in the country legally, I think we're going to look back and go, okay, that was a good thing. And maybe we're saying that already.
You're going to
but
forget about Minneapolis?
We're not going to forget about it.
No,
but I'm just going to say
that's a stain, Barry. That's something that's never going to go away.
Yeah. Well, there's two different things.
Yeah.
But we're also getting rid of, during the Biden administration, we didn't get rid of those. We were getting rid of some, but we didn't do it like Trump is doing it now. There's some good that he's doing, and I think it's okay to say that.
This is the Face-Off. Thank you for joining us, and we appreciate it. We do this every week, for goodness sakes, in studio. Barry Marks and Senator John Kavanaugh. Coming up next, does Arizona's ESA program, the school voucher program, does it need guardrails? We're going to talk about it. It's coming up next. Outspoken and the Face-Off on KTAR.
The KTAR News app, your link to live streaming audio, breaking news, podcasts, in-depth coverage of the stories that are important to you. Download the KTAR News app, and you're always in touch with Arizona's news station. The KTAR News app, presented by America Roofing.
How excited am I get to talk about racing, right? Yeah, it's happening this weekend at Central Arizona Raceway in Casa Grande at the Pinal County Fairgrounds. The American Sprint Car Series is coming to town. These are the traveling professional racers, and they're going to be running for over $100,000 in prize money, taking on the locals, taking on the West Coasters, if you will. It is going to be awesome. And here's the best thing about the racetrack. When you go to Central Arizona Raceway, it is affordable. It's fun for the whole family. And the weather's going to be pretty darn good for racing, all right? You can come out and spend Saturday and Sunday this weekend at the racetrack. Easy to get to from, anywhere here in the Valley. And all of you listening down there in Casa Grande, in Coolidge, all the Pinal County friends, come on out to the racetrack Saturday, Sunday. Racing starts at 3 p.m. each day. All the information you need, centralazraceway.com. Join us at the new Central Arizona Raceway at the Pinal County Fairgrounds in Casa Grande.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
QC Kinetics helps
helps active people stay active. People like David Boardman, police officer, competitive athlete, and gym owner who trains hard almost every day.
My body's taken a lot of abuse over the years. I've had multiple knee surgeries on both of my knees. I could barely run a mile prior to going to QC Kinetics. Doctors have all told me, hey, you are going to need knee replacements.
But QC Kinetics gave David great news.
We're going to give you the opportunity to have not one, but 2 healthy knees, and we don't have to cut you open.
And after David's regenerative treatments at QC Kinetics?
Since I've gone to them, I run 20, 30 miles a week. I really wouldn't be able to do that if it wasn't for QC Kinetics.
From knee pain to Ironman training.
It's a no-brainer.
Now it's your turn. Call QC Kinetics to book your free consultation today.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your card can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your card today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Rosie on the house, every Arizona homeowner's best friend.
8 o'clock Saturday morning, Jay Harper's Notes from the Nursery, talking spring veggies and tomatoes. 9 o'clock on the house, we're joined by BC Renovations, longtime partner, first-time guest. 10 o'clock, our weekly to-do is about creating hobby spaces.
The #1 contractor referral directory in Arizona, Rosie on the house.
Saturday mornings, 8 to 11 on 92.3 KTAR.
Are your investments in the right accounts? What's best, traditional or Roth? Are you receiving all available tax deductions? Are you paying as little in tax as you can? These are all questions you can't afford to get wrong. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth, and in many cases, it's not what you make, but it's what you keep that makes the real difference. Trajan Wealth and Trajan Tax work closely together exclusively. No more guessing about whether you should do a Roth conversion, or if maxing out your 401k is really the best option. Our nationally recognized fiduciary advisors and CPA team work in tandem to make sure your tax strategy works with your investment strategy. We'll even do your tax preparation. One team, one strategy. Isn't it time for a second opinion? Call Trajan today.
480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
KTAR News now.
It's 5:32. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. The ICE detention facility in Eloy has seen a dramatic increase in the number of elderly adults being held there. Arizona Congresswoman Adelita Grijalva met with an 80-year-old woman named Julia, who's been locked up for 9 months after she migrated here from Cuba to seek asylum, but was denied.
There are certain cases where there should be consideration of someone's medical condition and how they're doing.
Grijalva explains the woman is in need of memory care for her dementia, which is just getting worse. She says the woman was very confused and did not understand why she was there.
A KTAR News exclusive.
Arizona produces more than half of the nation's leafy greens in the winter, an industry that relies heavily on thousands of visa holders. Congressman Juan Ciscomani tells the Mike Broomhead Show Arizona is a leader in these programs that provide food security.
In Arizona, especially southern Arizona, we understand this secondhand nature for us because we've seen this happen. You look at Yuma, which is outside of my district, but they can cross 15, 20, 30,000 people a day.
He says while it's become a political issue, he says visa work programs like this can expand while prioritizing the American workforce.
KTAR News. Water Watch.
Motion carries 4-3.
If you live in Gilbert, soon you're going to be paying more for water again. The Gilbert Town Council approved a 25% rate hike for water customers. Donna Mills is a Gilbert resident for nearly 30 years and sharply criticized the idea before the council voted.
It's not just the incremental water increases that are strangling Gilbert residents. It is the rising base rate regardless of how little water is used. So I'm here to tell you that families simply cannot afford another increase.
Mayor Scott Anderson says the increases are necessary for an area at risk of Colorado River fluctuations. Those rates go into effect April 1st. A Tucson couple's been sentenced for a fraud scheme targeting pandemic unemployment assistance funds. David Ellis and Gabrielle Ellis stole people's identities between June and August of 2020, stealing over $60,000 from Arizona taxpayers. More details on this story at KTAR.com. Time now to check the road home with Enrique Garcia, who's live now in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a crash blocking the right-hand lane. I-17 southbound approaching McDowell Road. Glendale with a crash on 67th Avenue and Bethany Home Road. In Phoenix with a crash on 30th Street and Southern Avenue. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Tonight, our cloudy skies continue. Look for a low temp around 50. Tomorrow, mostly sunny and a high of 64, but that chance of rain starts rolling back into the picture on Friday, overnight and into the early morning, and it should be partly cloudy with a high of 65. It's 63 right now in Maricopa. Don't let stormy conditions slow down your move with Homes 2X. Sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
This is an Outspoken exclusive, live on the KTAR YouTube channel. Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos presents. This is the Faceoff.
All right, the second half of the Faceoff. We've got John Kavanaugh, Republican, Arizona State Senator. We've got Barry Markson, KTAR legal analyst. First half of the Faceoff, a lot of voting, ice at the polls in Arizona. Talked about ICE scanning your license plate in Phoenix. Let's move on to education. Ooh, hot button issue. All right, Arizona's Empowerment Scholarship account, the vouchers, the ESAs. So, it's one of these things where, if you're a parent, you get the $6,000, $7,000. You get to take your money with you. There's a lot of controversy over it. How much fraud is in this? So the state superintendent of public instruction, Tom Horn said there's 1%. 12 News did a deep dive and investigated this and said, well, it's 20%. And they pointed out trips to the zoo, extra large black lingerie. This is the kind of stuff that people are buying. Why'd you have to say extra large?
Is it going
to be like that? I'm just being the fact. I'm just saying the facts.
If it was petite lingerie, Bruce, that'd be okay.
I'd feel better about
That'd be okay.
Smart TVs.
Well, we'd have to take a close look at it before we can decide.
For Pete's sake. Appliances. Yes, I need a new dishwasher. I'll spend my kids' money. So is it 1% or is it 20%? It's a big difference.
Reality check.
All right, here we go with Kavanaugh.
Number one.
All right.
The only people on the ESA program that are buying these purchases are the people who are usually homeschooling. They're teaching their own kids. They're buying. That is a tiny percentage. The overwhelming majority of people getting ESAs are using it for private school tuition. So they're not involved in this at all. So now we have this group of parents who are buying the stuff. Mm-hmm. Now, how do you define fraud? So, these people make these purchases. They're either immediately or eventually reviewed by the Department of Education. And if they don't meet the criteria, then they are told that this is no good and the money is taken from their account that they got for it. Now, is that fraud?
Well, yeah. If
I rob the bank and they find me and I give the money back, am I okay?
Right.
Okay.
I mean, if I submit something that doesn't fall in the category of what I should be reimbursed for, and I'm reimbursed and I take the money, that's fraud.
Well, a lot of them aren't reimbursed.
They are reimbursed because, hang on a second, because the Department of Education, it's not caught in the beginning. Tom Horn has said flat out, we have no staffing. That the legislature, when they came up with this, we spent
$8 billion.
$1 billion. You have 8 people to go through a bazillion of these things, and we don't do it beforehand.
They go through them.
Because if they do it beforehand,
this is the way it works.
People get mad and say, where's our money? We need our money.
Most of these requests come in at the start of the school year when people are buying supplies.
Or when they're in San Diego on vacation in the summer.
So they don't have enough people to do it quickly then because they're inundated.
Okay.
So they triage, right? Just like in medicine, right? They triage the patients with the bills. And those that are, I think, under 2,000 or 1,000 are passed through.
Right.
With the understanding that they're going to look at them later. So they look at the really big ones in the beginning. Once this deluge has come through, they start to look at the ones that they automatically passed, and if they find something wrong, they claw the money back. So here's my question.
Ready.
So if you file your income taxes and the IRS calls you down and says this deduction doesn't look right, and they rule that it wasn't and you can't take it, should you be arrested for fraud?
No, and I'm going to.
What's the difference?
Because some of this you're making it sound like it's these little close calls. There's people who are buying diamond rings on this, John. They're buying Rolex watches. Is there any conversation where we're saying that's not fraud? Well, of course that's fraud. So why hasn't there been even one criminal referral on any of these people who have done it? And more importantly, why is it? And these are your folks, John, and the Republican Party in Arizona, that even mentioning this makes you somehow a Democratic supporter, and this is some sort of sacred cow where you cannot say anything about this ESA program, and if you do, even if it's to say someone should not buy a diamond ring with state taxpayers' money, you're now out of the party and you should be flogged.
Nobody should buy unauthorized purchases, but. Okay. All right, so these are public. Everybody knows about it. The person who has the authority to prosecute is Attorney General Chris Mays.
But she only does that if she's referred. She's not in there doing the checks.
Chris Mays is running around filing lawsuits all over the country. She can't find down the block the Department of Education and say, give me these records. She's not doing it, and I don't think because I don't think there's a criminal case to be made when somebody stretches it and gets caught.
She's asked for them, and the Department of Education doesn't give it to them. But go ahead.
Can I ask a question of Senator Kavanaugh? Is there, let's call it waste, fraud, and abuse in the SNAP program here in Arizona, the food stamp program?
Oh, well, if you're speaking to my Democrat colleagues, no, none whatsoever.
Okay. You?
Of course. Okay. That's why I ran a bill to root it out.
Okay.
But interestingly, my Democrat colleagues who don't want to go after waste, fraud, and abuse because it might deter people from getting food stamps, they're all over somebody buying, whatever, lingerie or something, or whatever in the ESA program, but they turn a blind eye when we're being ripped off.
I'm neither of them.
Yeah.
I'm saying you think there's waste, fraud, and abuse in SNAP. Others say there's waste, fraud, and abuse in ESA. Are you opposed to waste, fraud, and abuse, or only in certain areas?
No, I'm opposed to it everywhere.
Okay.
And you know what? I think anything that looks criminal should be referred to the authorities for prosecution.
John, I'm glad to hear you say that. So you have a bill that would root out waste, fraud, and abuse in the SNAP program. Yes. I agree with that, by the way. Why not have the same bill to root it out in the ESA program? That if not mistakes. I'm not talking about somebody who takes their kid to look at a giraffe thinking it's educational and the Department of Education later says it's not. That's not criminal. But the ones that are obviously criminal, let's root that out.
We already do.
No, but we don't. No, because we're covering it up, John. They're fighting.
What do you mean? It's in the newspapers.
John,
you just spoke about all these things.
Look at what
the
Republicans in the legislature and at Turning Point. They are. If you say anything about this, you are attacked. You are a rhino. You do not deserve. You're going to be primaried. They literally come after you if you say that.
We got to leave it. We got to leave it. Okay,
it shouldn't be that way.
Appreciate that conversation, guys. Both of you. Again, that is Barry Markson. That is State Senator Kavanaugh. Coming up next, kind of an interesting one, and seems to be on the lips of a lot of folks right now. Did the White House or did the FCC censor Stephen Colbert on his show, and why? We'll talk about it. This is the Face-Off on KTAR.
All right, Southwest Blinds and Shutters. I've hired Southwest Blinds and Shutters. We're a couple weeks away from install. It was 2 weeks ago they did the final walkthrough and the final measurement, and we are purchasing what they've got. Motorized shades. Absolutely beautiful, super easy to use. You can program it from your cell phone. It's awesome. But the company itself is really interesting. James started the company years ago, started knocking on doors. He said, listen, I've got a really great product. And he started knocking on doors, built the business from the ground up. And now he and his wife, Jamie, they're proud to be local. They serve the community. And they're going to give you a safer, a cooler home because they've got what you need. We're talking about blinds and shutters and shades. And so I want you to go check out southwestblinds.com, southwestblinds.com. And when you go there, they've got 3 places around the valley, a showroom that you can go and actually look. Southwestblinds.com. Tell them Gato sent you.
If something happened to you tomorrow, would your family be prepared? Without proper estate planning, your family could be forced into Arizona probate court. for months or even years. The court could step in and control what happens to your home and your money. And while your family is grieving, they could be burdened with court hearings, paperwork, and stress. Probate can cost thousands of dollars in legal fees. But all of this can be avoided. RJP Estate Planning can help you set up a living trust to keep your loved ones out of probate. Trusted by over 40,000 Arizona families. RJP brings clarity, protection, and peace of mind. And if you're 60 or over, you can save 60% on a living trust.
To save 60% on a living trust, call 480-896-9597 by February 19th. That's 480-896-9597. 480-896-9597.
Welcome to guided meditation. Close your eyes. You're at the beach. The seagulls are calling. You take out your iPhone 16e you got from Cricket and use Apple Intelligence to clean up that selfie you just took. It's a good one. You send it to your friends instantly thanks to reliable nationwide 5G. They're totally jealous. Get iPhone 16e for $49.99 when you switch. Smile, you're on Cricket.
Requires new line on the Supreme Unlimited plan. First service charge and tax due at sale. $25 activation fee. Terms and restrictions apply. Cricket 5G is not available everywhere. See store for details.
Progressive knows life takes you in many directions.
Bear right at exit 32. Then begin to wonder why you never bought a fish tank. In 1.3 miles, you'll realize you've been mispronouncing epitome your whole life. At the roundabout, you will remember you said something at dinner you wish you hadn't and will think about it for decades. You have arrived at your destination, but it turns out there really is no destination and life just keeps going.
Wherever life takes you, protect your home and auto with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
I'm Dan Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, millions of people called us for representation. Why? Because trust grows when you win. And we've won a lot. Over $30 billion and counting. When you call America's largest injury law firm, you're calling a family. You're calling an army. Our army. You're calling somebody who will fight for you. Injured? Let our family fight for your family. Morgan & Morgan. ForThePeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
The Crossroads of the West Gun Show is back this weekend at the Arizona State Fairgrounds.
We're finding everything we're looking for, so we're impressed.
Awesome selection. Awesome, yeah, just a lot more than I expected to see.
It's America's premier gun show with great deals on guns, ammo, scopes, accessories, and more. Some at wholesale prices, plus jewelry, gift ideas, and door prizes.
We'll scour through, find the best bargain, come back and buy it.
Crossroads of the West Gun Show this weekend at the Arizona State Fairgrounds.
All sales are conducted in compliance with applicable laws.
You can buy, sell, and trade at all Crossroads gun shows.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 5:47. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now.
It's life-changing, and those kids are going to be fans for life.
That's Arizona President and CEO Derek Hall on the Mike Broomhead Show, Arizona Diamondbacks President, talking about the impact of spring training here in the Valley, especially for young kids who can have plenty of chances to interact with baseball superstars. We are just now 2 days away from first pitch for spring training. All of our top stories 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's check on traffic with Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Spotted near the roadway on the Durango curve / I-17 southbound approaching Van Buren Street. A look into our surface streets, Glendale with a crash on 67th Avenue and Bethany Home Road. This report is brought to you by Revival Psychiatry, offering medication management, therapy, and innovative treatments for depression, PTSD, and more. Go to revivalpsych.com and book an appointment today. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
All right, a lot of reasons to call the One Mortgage team. First of all, if you got a mortgage in the last 3 years, you're in your home, you like your home, great. But mortgage rates have dropped. And so what do? You call the One Mortgage team, and now is a great time to consider refinancing and saving some money. Families all over the Valley are figuring out, all right, if things cost more in this day and age, which certainly they do, how do we save some money? Refinance your mortgage. So here's how you do it. You call the One Mortgage team, tell them Gato sent you, and what they're going to do is track interest rates daily. And here's how it works. You send them an email, and they do the rest. Email them RateWatch, one word, at LundMortgageOneWord.com. RateWatch at LundMortgage.com. They'll monitor the market for you, and then they'll alert you when it's the perfect time to refinance. It really is that easy. So email RateWatch at LundMortgage.com. Start saving. Tell them Gato sent you.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
Well, what other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
This is the Faceoff, our esteemed panel today. KTAR legal analyst Barry Markson and Arizona State Senator representing District 3. Very well he represents it, by the way. That is John Kavanaugh. Thank you for watching on the KTAR YouTube page if you are watching along. So one of the things kind of came out of nowhere. I admit I don't watch late night talk shows. Just not into it. I'm not boycotting. I just got better things to do. Is Stephen Colbert was apparently told by his bosses at CBS that he couldn't air an interview with a guy running for Senate in Texas.
A Democrat, yeah.
A Democrat running for Senate in Texas. In a Democratic primary. They're not even near general election.
Does Colbert interview anybody but Democrats?
Great question. I don't watch the show because of politics.
No, he does have Republicans on, but he definitely trends Democratic. There's no question.
Yeah.
This man's name is James Talrico.
Yeah. Okay. He's running for Senate in Texas in the Democratic primary there. What's her name? Crockett is the African American congressman.
Jasmine Crockett. Running against him for the Democrat.
Yeah. So it's
every Republican's favorite candidate.
Yes. Sure.
So Talrico is more of a more of a centrist Democrat. He's religious. He brings a different kind of Democrat to it, which frankly I think would have more success in Texas than Jasmine Crockett. But yeah, he had him on the show to interview him. By the way, people are saying now that Colbert didn't want to have to do it because of the equal time stuff. And he didn't want to have a black female on the show, which is ridiculous because he's already had Jasmine Crockett.
Jasmine Crockett's been on a show before.
At least twice. It might be more than that. So that was silly, too.
No, that wasn't. But they were arguing equal time.
Yes.
At least his bosses at CBS on some way. And listen, people are saying the White House censored it. I think that's a leap.
Yes.
I think the reality, if my opinion, the reality is, CBS and Paramount are terrified of Trump stopping mergers and business moving forward. And they do everything to appeal to him.
I think it's a little background, though. I mean, traditionally, equal time did not apply to late-night entertainment shows. They were entertainment, right? It applied to the news shows.
Correct.
But late-night entertainment shows are not the ones that I grew up with.
Okay.
Right? The ones that I grew up with, like Johnny Carson and Jay Leno, virtually
rarely had politicians
just
on,
good
right?
humor everybody could laugh about. Look,
and remember, Arsenio had Bill Clinton on. He played the saxophone. Yeah. It was cool, that kind of thing.
Yeah. Now, I don't watch late-night TV because at my age I fall asleep long before. But I see clips. of what's going on.
Everybody sees clips.
Everyone knows it is dramatically left-wing. It is rabid. So I think the rationale, I'm assuming the rationale of the FCC, because they didn't call me for advice, I'm assuming they're saying late-night entertainment shows have turned themselves into political shows, and now the equal time applies, maybe it should.
But it's chilling free speech, and it wouldn't apply to this because they're not the broadcast airwaves. But do we want the next Democratic president saying that the Sean Hannity show has to bring on a Democrat for every Republican he has on?
It doesn't apply to cable.
I know,
right.
but there's places where that should be too.
But these are the public airways.
But I think what
we're on.
But I think what we're seeing with the FCC, and you can say it's not the White House, but it's this guy who's trying to appease Trump. He did it with Jimmy Kimmel and got Jimmy Kimmel suspended for a little bit. It was a mess.
All it's doing is making these people bigger. It makes James Talrico bigger.
Well, I think more people know about the interview because it didn't air on TV.
It's been seen on YouTube now over 6 million times and growing. It would never have been seen that many times on the show. So it gives it more attention. But I think you're right. I think it's CBS and Paramount. They want to buy Warner Brothers, and they want Trump to support that, and they're going to do whatever they can to make him happy.
Or it could be their attorneys saying, you know what, I think they have a good case here, so we better just now comply with what we think is now the new interpretation of a law.
And in fairness, that's what CBS says. They said, we just told them, do what you want, but if you do it, you may have an equal time problem.
Understood. Guys, appreciate your time today. Thank you. Especially during a session, Senator Kavanaugh. You had to hustle on back down, right?
You got me out of the asylum.
Look at that.
The ambulance is downstairs. I got to go back.
He's going back to work. I'm going to Zinc Bistro and having dinner.
There you go.
Very nice.
That is Arizona State Senator John Kavanaugh and KTAR legal analyst Barry Marks. And thank you guys for being with us. This is the Faceoff. Thanks so much for spending time with us today as well. We look through the double pane bulletproof glass. We've got our DJ over there. That's just in time. The First Lady of Outspoken, that's Miss Jules producing the show. Thank you for your help. Of course, the Hall of Famer, Becky Lynn, with all the news and information. And getting you home today, that's Enrique Don't Call Me Iglesias. Thanks, guys.
Yep, new time slot 2 to 6. Thanks for listening. Arizona's Evening News is next. Bruce, you're lucky to have me.
Gatos, you're lucky I put up with you.
How can you grow your business from idea to industry leader? With smart business buying tools and technology from Amazon Business. From fast, free shipping to in-depth buying insights and automated purchase approvals, we deliver everything you need. Go to AmazonBusiness.com for support.
C is for Camry and Corolla. C is for comfort, control, and cruising through everyday valley life. Now let's try another one. T. T is for Tundra and Tacoma. T is for tough, thrilling, and taking on whatever the day throws your way. Different letters, different strengths, but they both spell out the same thing, Toyota. Right now, get 4.99% for 72 months on a new 2026 Camry or Corolla, or get 2.99% APR financing for 72 months on a 2025 Tacoma SR5 or 2026 Tundra. See your Valley Toyota dealer today. Toyota, let's go places. 4.99% financing with $1,610 per thousand BARD for 72 months. 2.99% financing with $1,519 per thousand BARD for 72 months. Zero down payment if you qualify. Offers exclude TRD Pro models and N3226. See dealer for details.
I used to think the draft in my living room was just part of living in an older house. Turns out, I was paying the utility company for air leaking straight out my windows. I'm Becky Lynn, and if that sounds familiar, might be time to replace your windows and doors. Call my friends at Arizona Window and Door Store. Over 1,400 five-star reviews and their exclusive seal and shield installation process. Book your free consultation at azwds.com or call 480-666-9943. Again, book online at azwds.com.
Call Doug Hopkins 1-800-SELL now. Call Doug Hopkins 1-800-SELL now.
I'm Doug Hopkins with My Home Group and DougHopkins.com, and I want to buy your house. If you're considering selling your home for any reason, do yourself a favor and let us show you how we can give you more. With no agent fees, no commissions, no repairs, and no showings, you can get a straightforward cash deal that you can close on in as little as 3 days. Other buyers may try to make you an offer without ever seeing your home. Then may try to lower that offer or even cancel the deal after inspecting it. I will never do that. Our team will come out to your house and make you a fair as-is cash offer on the spot and will never cancel after the deal is signed for any reason. That's the Doug Hopkins difference. See for yourself why more people trust the Doug Hopkins team. Visit us today at DougHopkins.com or
call Doug Hopkins 1-800-SELL now. Call Doug Hopkins 1-800-SELL now.
Hey, it's Jim Sharp here along with Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Stuart, let's talk about required minimum distributions. This is kind of a scary thing for a lot of people.
Absolutely. Listen, we all know that you're forced to take income eventually, but people never plan it out and cash flow it out into their retirement. It can have implications that a lot of people don't understand. So you have to take the money, even if you don't want to.
And it's more than just about taxes, too, isn't it?
Absolutely. It's about Social Security penalties and Medicare penalties, taxation on Social Security. It has a dramatic downline effect if you don't plan for it.
So what do you do about required minimum distributions?
It's about having an income plan in retirement. If you don't have an income plan that accounts for your taxable earnings that you weren't expecting, you can get really hurt.
All right, get your free portfolio review. Go to AssetPreservationWealth.com. AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
Looking for a great deal on a new Hyundai? You know exactly where to go. Earnhardt Hyundai North Scottsdale has always been the destination for no bull deals on the vehicles you love. But right now, things just got even better. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event is here. All month long, we're featuring 0% APR financing on select models for 60 months. Plus, well-qualified buyers can even get no payments for 90 days. Whether you choose the versatile Hyundai Tucson or the adventurous Santa Fe, you'll enjoy America's best warranty and owner assurance up to 10 years or 100,000 miles powertrain warranty. Don't wait until these deals drive away without you. Stop by Earnhardt Hyundai North Scottsdale or visit northscottsdalehyundai.com. Take a test drive and find the SUV that fits your lifestyle. Our team is ready to answer your questions and get you on the road today.
Hyundai Motor Finance credit approval. Not all will qualify. Not available on balloon financing. 0% APR and 90-day payment deferral for well-qualified buyers. If applicable, interest differs from date of purchase. Excludes tax, title, license, $599 doc fee, and $618 dealer protection package. Offer expires March 2nd, 2026. See Earnhardt Hyundai of North Scottsdale for details.
Hey, it's Javier Soto. Everyone's got a story to tell, and at ABC 15, we're here to listen, to share your voice, and get you the answers you deserve. Join me and Faye Fredericks weeknights at 5 and 6 on ABC 15.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. This is Arizona's Evening News.
Good Wednesday evening at 6 o'clock. I'm Joe Huizenga.
And I'm Becky Lynn. Tonight,
concerns about access to health care at the Eloy ICE detention facility. I'm Heidi Hommel.
Also, it is week 3 of the Nancy Guthrie case. Has it gone international? We'll check on those stories and much more. Right now, though, let's head to the roads. Enrique Garcia joins us live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Becky and Joe, thank you. Phoenix with a pedestrian spotted on the roadway on the Durango curve / I-17 southbound near Van Buren Street. A look into our surface streets, Phoenix with a crash on 21st Avenue and Northern Avenue. In Phoenix again with a crash on 35th Avenue and Northern Avenue. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Tonight's low, 42 degrees, mostly clear, little breeze that should die out throughout the evening. Tomorrow's high in the low 60s, light breeze as well. Right now in Tempe, it's 59 degrees. Becky Lynn and I are fighting on if there's going to be rain in the forecast. I'm seeing a 20% chance right now for Friday.
For Friday. I'm holding on to that with every ounce of strength I have.
Hey,
we need it.
Don't let stormy conditions slow down your move. With Homes 2X, sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com.
It's 6:01. The number of elderly detainees is growing at the Eloy ICE detention facility.
U.S. Representative Adelita Grijalva toured the facility today to conduct oversight and check on conditions. She met with an elderly woman named Julia, also known as Abuelita, who came here from Cuba in May.
She is 80 years old, incredibly confused, doesn't know why she's here, thought she was going to be here for 5 days. It was heartbreaking because as we were leaving, she thought we were here to pick her up and take her home.
Grijalva says Julia needs memory care and that her dementia is only getting worse in detention. Grijalva was told the facility has seen a dramatic increase in the number of older folks detained there, and healthcare staff said they were equipped to handle it. Reporting in Eloy, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
Arizona produces more than half of the nation's leafy greens in the winter. It's an industry that relies heavily on thousands of visa holders. Congressman Juan Ciscomani tells the Mike Broomhead Show Arizona is a leader in these programs that provide food security.
In Arizona, especially southern Arizona, we understand this secondhand nature for us because we've seen this happen. You look at Yuma, which is outside of my district, but they can cross 15, 20, 30,000 people a day.
He says while it's become a political issue, he says visa work programs like this can expand while prioritizing the American workforce. The search for Nancy Guthrie continues, now moving internationally as the border is put on alert. ABC's Alex Stone is in Tucson.
We know from sources today that they have alerted Mexican authorities of the case here, if they didn't already know about it, but that there is nothing that is indicating that she or the suspect are in Mexico. But the Mexico border is only about an hour south of here, so it would not be out of the realm of possibility that they could have gone into Mexico.
Keep it right here on KTAR for the very latest on the Guthrie investigation. We have a full timeline at KTAR.com and on the KTAR News app.
Arizona votes.
Maricopa County Recorder Justin Heap testifying today in front of the Maricopa Board of Supervisors amid concerns voters are being disenfranchised. Now, how did we get here? Political consultant Stan Barnes has been following this case very closely and joined Arizona's Morning News to explain.
The whole thing is based in the original Trump allegation that something's bad in our election system. Justin Heap believes that, but our elected supervisors don't necessarily.
Our Balin Overstoles was there at the hearing and will be joining us tonight on Arizona's Evening News at about 6:30 to share details of the hearing. On Wall Street today, the Dow rose 129 points and closed out the day at 49,662. The NASDAQ was also up 38 points and the S&P rose 175. If you need more money news, you can visit the Business Center at KTAR.com.
Ian Schwartz, meteorologist and reporter at Arizona's Family, joins us now. Looks like most of those afternoon sprinkles we saw have moved away. How do things look tonight into tomorrow, Ian?
Not great if you want rain in the valley. If you look at the past 48 hours or so, we saw anywhere from hundredths of an inch to maybe a quarter of an inch. And then if you kind of go east into the foothills, then we got into the 3/4 of an inch range. But not a great rain system for us. I think the wind was kind of the more noticeable part. And up in the mountains, yeah, they saw some snow, but the wind has been absolutely insane with 80-mile-per-hour winds recorded. Yes, it caused some problems. It was blowing snow all over the road. There was some jackknife semis up on I-40. They've been cleared since, but we really haven't had winter. So I think it came in with a big blast today. And it was actually tough to even measure some of the snow in some of these locations because it was blowing around so much. So the snow measurements have been anywhere from 4 to 7 inches that I've seen up in the northern part of the state, but a lot of wind statewide.
Was Snowbowl closed today? Mike, I heard there was so much snow they had to close Snowbowl.
Yeah, it was a wind issue.
Wind issue.
Because
Okay.
they were dealing with 60+ mile-per-hour winds up at the top, and on the ski lift that can be really, really problematic.
Oh yeah, I would think so.
And terrifying. So you don't want to be up there. So they were closed for today. I think we'll see a little improvement in the wind tomorrow, but we have another system that's going to roll in late Thursday into Friday, and that is going to be packing pretty strong winds as well. Another winter storm warning setting up for the Flagstaff area, the Rim, and the White Mountains. What's crazy is we've had pretty much no snow all winter long, and we haven't had any winter storm warnings. I went back into last year, and the last time we had a winter storm warning in Flagstaff, opposed to aside from the ones this week, was March of 2025.
Ian, I thought you were my friend. You just said that there's a 20% chance of rain later this week. I was telling Becky Lynn, nowhere am I seeing rain, and then you have to come on and say, there's a system that could be moving in to the valley.
We fight over the rain. He keeps going, I don't think it's going to rain. We don't have any
I think she makes it up all the time, and now you're on her team.
I'm not making it up. I got Ian to back me up.
Yeah, don't get too excited. 20% means that 80% will not see measurable rain. So
That's
the odds are actually... The odds are in Joe's favor.
20%, we will take every drop. You know what? Honestly, if it'll be a little bit cloudy, I'm okay with that. If it just acts like it might think about raining, but there's clouds, I still say we should have rain holidays. When it comes, it's a cloudy day, we should all close up shop and sit home and enjoy it. Light a fire and just sit there and go, yep, this is what we're waiting on.
Meteorologist and reporter at Arizona's Family, Ian Schwartz. Ian, we're going to get you out of here. Am I correct, though, that I see the dreaded 80s back in the forecast for next week as well? Looks like we're going to be heating up again here in the valley. Is that right?
Yeah, this forecast literally has something for everyone. We have 60s, we have 70s, we have wind, we have rain, and the 80s. By Sunday, we'll probably get to 80 or very close. And then early next week, it looks like low to mid 80s, which will be running 10 to 15 degrees above normal. Our average high for this time of year is 71. So today in the mid 60s below normal, but we're going to get above normal pretty darn quickly.
Well, we got a little bit of everything all in 1 week.
And we got Ian.
And we got Ian. So
there
thank you
go.
so much, Ian. We appreciate it.
Thanks so much.
Appreciate you guys. Take care.
Okay. Hey, coming up in just a few minutes, are you actually retired? Why more adults are coming out of retirement, and we'll tell you why. We'll bring you another traffic report, too, and get you home tonight.
On this week's AZ Political Podcast with Jim Sharp, State Senator Karen Warner talks about legislation that she's championing to reform the Arizona Department of Child Safety. Watch the new episode on KTAR's YouTube, on KTAR.com, or on the app KTAR News Time 6:09.
Hey, it's time to find that F-Series truck you want at a price you can't afford to miss, because it is Ford Truck Month. Yep, and Ford Truck Month is about the only way that America's best-selling line of trucks for 49 years running gets better. Ford Truck Month at our Desert Ford dealers. Hey, Paul Calvise here. Man, we wait all year for these amazing offers. The Ford F-150. America counts on it. We get to drive it. And that's not all we get. Check out these savings. How about 0% APR for 60 months with zero down, zero payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. We're talking on the job site, hauling the family camper, off-roading. F-150 trucks are icons of muscle and performance. And again, during Ford Truck Month, get 0% APR for 60 months with zero down, zero payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. But it all ends March 31st. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Did you know SRP is a not-for-profit utility? So what does that mean for you? It means everything we do is done with you in mind, like offering flexible rates, payment plans for every income level, and best-in-class reliability. It also allows us to make decisions that benefit our community. As a not-for-profit, SRP prioritizes power, water, and you. Find savings, reliability, and more at srp.net/value.
Did you hear about the new Arizona Cashback Program for home buyers? The first 1,000 visitors to buyerhunt.com can get a minimum of $10,000 cash back and as much as $25,000 cash back when buying any home in Arizona. There is no cost to participate in this home affordability cashback program. Find out what your exact cashback amount would be at BUYERHUNT.com. Check it out at buyerhunt.com.
Tune into The Truth About Money with Bruce Weinstein and Tim Travis.
We hand select each and every security in the portfolio, as opposed to kind of the more cookie cutter approaches that a lot of the larger firms will take.
Understand challenges facing today's retirees.
They tell us what their wishes and their goals are. We create the plan.
Tune into The Truth About Money, Saturdays at 7 a.m. on KTAR News.
How in the world do you know which personal injury firm to choose when there are a million of them out there? Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Here's why you should choose the attorneys at Sweet James when you're hurt in an accident. Number one, Sweet James used to work defending insurance companies, and so did many of Sweet James' attorneys. They were disgusted by the insurance companies and how they were taking advantage of everyday people at their weakest moments, and now they use their passion, experience, and knowledge to give injured victims a voice. Secondly, they are one of the only firms that have attorneys with experience in over 500 trials. That means they are assembled to take on the big insurance companies and maximize every case so you get the most. They consistently deliver some of the top settlements in the state. It's the compassion for injured victims that drive them to win and win big. If you're hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION. That phone number is 800-900-0000, or find them online at sweetjames.com. That's sweetjames.com.
Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Investors, stop letting income verification hold you back. With Waterstone Mortgage's DSCR program, your property pays for itself. No tax returns, no W-2s, just cash flow. Buy more, refinance smarter, scale faster. Purchases and refinances, including cash out. This is Amy Batten, host of Keeping It Real Estate with Amy B. Text CLOSE to 620-620 or visit keepingitrealestatewithamyb.com.
Message and edits may apply. Waterstone Mortgage Corporation, Equal Housing Lender, NMLS number 1864348, Amy Batten, NMLS 1897666.
It's 6.
I'm LaDonna Harvey. Data centers popping up all across the country, not just here, and it is costing you money. Is it worth it? Find out tomorrow morning from 5 to 8 with Jim Sharp and me on Arizona's Morning News. Catch us on KTAR and the KTAR YouTube channel.
Come on, LaDonna. It's my time. It's 6:11. Thanks for joining us on Arizona's Evening News. I'm Joe Huizenga. Right here with me, Becky Lynn.
Hey, we got a shout out to our listeners in Whitman.
Love Whitman.
I do too. I bet they're getting some rain out in Whitman as well. Hey, news stories tonight. Who exactly is being held in the Eloy Detention Center? We are going to have a bit of a breakdown on that story with our own Heidi Hommel coming up. But right now, let's go to the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center and get a look at things with Enrique Garcia.
Ian Joe, thank you. Chandler with a crash in the right-hand shoulder. Loop 22, Santan Freeway eastbound near McClintock Drive. Goodyear with a crash in the right-hand shoulder. Loop 303 northbound approaching the I-10 Papago Freeway transition. Looking towards surface streets, Phoenix with a crash on 21st Avenue and Northern Avenue. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Tonight's low in the low 40s. Tomorrow, high up around 63. Right now in Mesa, 59 degrees. Don't let stormy conditions slow down your move with Homes 2X. Sell fast. Stay rent-free. Full value guaranteed at homes2x.com. Hey, unretiring. Hearing that word, it sends shivers up and down my spine, Becky Lynn. I don't know about you.
Hush your mouth. Don't say dirty words on the air.
I mean, you retire and then you got to come back to work. A growing number of adults are returning to work after calling it quits, according to a new survey from AARP. 7% of retirees 50 and up have returned to work within the past 6 months. Well, why is that happening? Let's talk with Eric Jimenez, lead supervisor at Asset Preservation Wealth, to find out. Good evening, Eric. What can you tell us about why older Americans are unretiring and then returning to the workforce?
Oh, thanks for having me. Yeah, the number one reason is inflation, right? You know, they expected to spend X amount of money when they retired, and, you know, cost of living has just gone through the roof over the last couple of years, especially after COVID. And, you know, that's not the only part of it. You know, big concern for retirees is healthcare. Well, healthcare is getting more and more expensive. So when they budgeted X and it's double that, right now they're concerned of running out of money prematurely. So, you know, I've had a lot of conversations with clients, and that's mainly their number one concern. You know, we're a big advocate of knowing your numbers. I'm not saying you have to be an expert in all your nuts and bolts and what stocks and bonds you should be in, but have an idea of how the money's going to work. You know, stress test your plan, right? So preparing into, you know, those early or, you know, I would say more or less the last few years of working years, make sure that your stress test your plan enough so that you know that if this happens or that happens, you're covered. You know, because inflation, we're planning on 3 or 4%, but we saw the last couple of years was 8-9% in some cases. The other part of it too that we're starting to see is taxes and risk, right? So when taxes are constantly changing and you don't adapt accordingly, you're going to end up paying more taxes, which will unfortunately deplete your portfolio more than it needs to. So it's not what you make, it's what you keep when it's all said and done that's you have to pay close attention to. And when I say risk, that's the other big part, right? You know, we saw a lot of fluctuations in the market. And when the stock market does well, nobody's concerned. But when it pulls back, that's when emotions start to take, you know, a big impact into your decision making. And so, like we saw with the tariffs, you know, situation last year, the market fell substantially. You know, those investors that watched their portfolio very closely made emotional decisions and pulled out of the market. So
That's right, they did.
When the rally came back, they missed it. Right. So having a plan that takes emotion out of it allows you to make better decisions to make it a little bit more foolproof when it comes to your full retirement plan.
When it comes to people, you know, they sock money away. Maybe it's in their 401k at work or whatever, and they take that percentage that they think they can live without, and it builds up over time, and you get, you know, along the way, and you go, wow, I've got all this money in here. How much money do we need to retire these days? How much should be in there?
It's the number one question, right? I remember seeing commercials. Everybody was shooting for a target on a wall. It's a loaded question. What I mean by that is it varies by what you spend. It also varies by how much income you're going to have with other income sources, right? I have clients that have real estate. I have clients that have pensions. Not so much anymore. Those are becoming things of the past, right? And so understanding what you spend is going to determine how much money you should have in your portfolio. You know, we oftentimes refer to like the 4% rule or 5% rule that you can withdraw that from your portfolio. It's shaken up a bit. So, you know, people are living longer, so it's not holding as true as it used to be. And then we have cost of living going up, you know, taxes constantly changing. So you have to have a plan that's constantly being monitored, whether you're doing that yourself or working with professionals like us. So you stay on top of it, because it's not necessarily how much or how large your portfolio is. It's more so how are we controlling your spend, and then having a consistent income plan that addresses not only your taxes but also your income needs, so that you maintain a consistent, cash flow throughout the retirement and don't deplete the account too fast or too hard at the beginning.
Eric Jimenez, lead supervisor at Asset Preservation Wealth, joins us talking about a growing number of adults who are retired who are finding that they have to re-enter the workforce. You said a couple words just a few minutes ago. I want to get dumb it down for me a little bit. You said that you need to stress test your plan. Right. I know what a stress test is as far as physically on the body. Right. How does someone stress test their retirement plan? What's that look like?
You know, we're fortunate where we have access to pretty, extensive software that can do that. And what I mean by that is we were filming our TV show, and one of the things we talked about was sequence of returns. And what that means is, when you retire, the first 5 years of retirement are crucial. And so what we look at is, I'll give you an example from a retiree that retired in 2008, the market fell substantially, and it took a while for it to recover.
Sure.
And so by stress testing, you want to look at, okay, what if the worst case scenario happens another 2008? What would that do to my portfolio? How am I set up from a risk perspective, and can I withstand the volatility? It's very easy to say, I'm an aggressive investor, but what does that mean, or moderate or conservative? So that's unique to every person. But stress testing is what would we do if the market fell 10%? Or what if it gained 10%? What does that do to your tax situation or overall comfort with what the direction in which you want your plan to go? But that's the number one thing is stress testing is, what if the market shakes? How are you going to react to it? And so we have software that's able to simulate, here's what this would look like if we had 3 bad years in a row in the first 5 years of retirement.
There's so much to think about. It's not just, I've got the money socked away and let's retire, let's go travel. It can go away faster than you think it can if you don't know what you're doing. And that's why it's kind of nice to have some professionals like Eric here to help us out. I have one more question, though, about people going back to work after they retire. Any of your clients ever say, I just got bored?
Believe it or not, more often, I have a client right now. His name's Elliot. Hopefully he hears me here. But he went back to work just because he's a busybody. He cannot sit, at home and do nothing. And it's honestly for the best in some cases. If you don't have that purpose after you retire, a lot of clients go into deep depression or just unsatisfied with their quality of life. So having a purpose, and sometimes that's going back to work just so you can be social or feel like you're a part of a team. Like I mentioned, Elliot, he's 83, still going at it, right? Just because he can't stay home. He enjoys being out, being in the mix with people and having, those conversations. And so for some people it works, and for some people it's a positive, but don't do it because you have to. Ideally, you want to go back because you want to.
Because you want to. That's all the difference in the world, for sure.
Eric Jimenez, lead supervisor at Asset Preservation Wealth. Thank you so much for talking with us tonight about people who are not choosing to go back. Becky Lynn, they're 7% is what AARP found in their survey of people 50 and up who are saying, hey, I have to go back to work.
Unretiring. Thanks, Eric.
Awesome. Thanks for having me.
We appreciate it. Coming up, a pandemic money scheme in Tucson fell down in shambles. What happened to the fraudsters? And we're less than 5 minutes away from more on that story and another check on traffic. KTAR News Time, easy for me to say, 621.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-290-7100. That's 800-290-7100.
Need life insurance but have diabetes, high blood pressure, or on anxiety meds? If you're a 50-year-old male, even porky, or with type 2 diabetes, $1 million of life insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. For affordable term life insurance, call Term Provider and speak with Big Lou at 800-230-2777, 800-230-2777, or visit biglou.com. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. 800-230-2777.
Bring your visions to life with smart business buying tools and technology from Amazon Business. From fast, free shipping to in-depth buying insights and automated purchase approvals, we deliver everything you need to achieve your goals. Go to AmazonBusiness.com for support.
Hey, y'all. It's the Rocket Roger Clemens here. I spent years on the mound giving everything I had, and now I feel every inning in my knees, back, and shoulders. But I didn't want surgery, and I sure didn't want to be sidelined. That's why I turned to QC Kinetics.
QC Kinetics Medical Director Dr. Christie and his team use regenerative treatments that help your body heal itself. No surgery, no meds, and no downtime.
Whether you're teeing off at the club or chasing the grandkids around, QC Kinetics helps you get back to doing what you love.
Call QC Kinetics now and schedule your free consultation. Natural joint pain relief with real results.
Don't let the pain slow you down. I didn't, and neither should you. My friends at QC Kinetics, they'll take care of you.
Call QC Kinetics today and schedule your free consultation. QC Kinetics.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
Jamie West here with Connie, one of the amazing Life Plan residents at Beatitudes Campus. What do you love about the Life Plan at Beatitudes Campus?
I can have continuity of care. I can have activities. I can do whatever I want. I can stay in. I can go out. It's just a really exciting place to be.
And this is a place you want to be.
I knew for years that I would be at Beatitudes.
Learn more about the Life Plan community by visiting beatitudescampus.org. Live brightly, age boldly at Beatitudes.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
The American Sprint Car Series is coming to Central Arizona Raceway this weekend for the Sonoran Clash. Come on out and watch Arizona's best take on racers from all over the country this Saturday and Sunday. It's affordable, it's fun for the whole family, and the weather is going to be perfect for a weekend of wheel-to-wheel high-speed action. Racing starts at 3 both days, and all the event info you need is at centralazraceway.com. The new Central Arizona Raceway at the Pinal County Fairgrounds in Casa Grande.
Trying to make sense of the markets? Looking to diversify out of all the craziness? Thinking about tangible assets like precious metals? Listen to The Gold Show with Kenny Michaels right here on KTAR every Sunday afternoon at 12 p.m. Stay up to date on retirement trends, how the IRA rollover process works, and why investors are turning to physical gold. Kenny is a national talk show host with decades of experience in the markets. Tune in this Sunday afternoon at 12 p.m. for Kenny's Insights and The Gold Show on KTAR.
This is Arizona's Evening News.
Good Wednesday evening. 626. I'm Joe Huizenga.
I'm Becky Lynn. Tonight,
a member of Congress checks conditions at a migrant detention facility in Arizona. I'm Heidi Hommel.
Also, we're going to have the results of Maricopa County Recorder Justin Heap's hearing in front of the Board of Supervisors today. Our reporter, Balin Overstolz, was there, and he's going to join us to explain. That's all coming up. But right now, you got to get home. We got to check out those roads. And here's Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Becky, Joe, thank you. Tempe with debris on the Loop 2 Red Mountain Freeway eastbound approaching Sky Harbor Boulevard. Chandler with a crash on the right-hand shoulder. Loop 202 Santian Freeway eastbound near McClintock Drive, and then looking towards Surface Streets. Phoenix with a crash on 35th Avenue and Northern Avenue. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Tonight, expect mostly clear skies. The low should hit about 42 degrees. Tomorrow's high in the lower 60s, gentle breeze. Right now in Glendale, 59 degrees, and Becky Lynn, the boss, called. She says I'm obligated to say that the professionals say a 20% chance of rain on Friday.
Yes.
The amateurs say 80% chance no rain on Friday.
Okay, no, we're not going with that. And cloudy skies. We're going to have some cloudy skies on Friday,
Hey,
too.
don't let stormy conditions slow down your move. With Homes 2X, sell fast, stay rent-free, full value guaranteed at homes2x.com.
We've had an opportunity to speak to her family, and they have increasing concerns about her confusion.
There are some growing concerns about access to health care for some of the detainees at the Eloy ICE detention facility. Arizona Congresswoman Adelita Grijalva met with an 80-year-old woman named Julia who came to the U.S. from Cuba in May. Grijalva says this woman suffers from dementia, and it's only getting worse because she doesn't have access to memory care. Grijalva cried when talking about her visit with Julia and said the woman was very confused. A Tucson couple pleads guilty to stealing thousands of dollars in pandemic unemployment assistance back in 2020.
David Ellis, who is 42, was given 6 years in state prison after pleading guilty in November. His wife,
44-year-old Gabrielle Ellis was sentenced to 7 years of probation after pleading guilty in December. The couple stole people's identities to file pandemic assistance forms through the Arizona Department of Economic Assistance. Both admitted to running a fraudulent scheme in Pima County Superior Court. Overall, they stole over $60,000 from Arizona taxpayers and their victims. Go to KTAR.com for details. Serena O'Sullivan, KTAR News.
KTAR News. Water Watch.
If you live in Gilbert, your water rates are about to go way up.
Motion carries 4-3.
4 Gilbert Town Council members, including the mayor, Scott Anderson, voted for a 25% water rate hike for residents amid concerns about the drought affecting the Colorado River.
This is something that's going to be somewhere between really, really bad and a disaster. And we need to plan for that now.
Vice Mayor Chuck Bongiovanni was among 3 members voting no. The decision comes amid 2 previous rate hikes in recent years. That 25% increase starts April 1st. LaDonna Harvey, KTAR News.
The Federal Transportation Department says more than 550 commercial driving schools in the U.S. that train truckers and bus drivers are going to have to close after investigators found they employed unqualified instructors, failed to adequately test students, and had some other safety issues. Spring training starts in only 2 days, and for kids around the valley, it's more than just a hit. Arizona Diamondbacks president and CEO Derek Hall tells the Mike Broomhead Show it's something they're going to remember for the rest of their lives.
We built this and designed it so that there would be that engagement and they would have that interaction. And the players walk from the parking lot with fans all the way to the clubhouse, and they walk from field to field with the fans. And we encourage them every day to go sign autographs.
It also makes a big impact on the economy. Nearly 1.7 million fans came out to watch Cactus League play last year. And in other sports tonight, BYU coming to Tucson to take on U of A tonight at 7:30. The Wildcats currently are second in the Big 12 for men's basketball with 23 wins and only 2 losses. The Cougars are 6th with 19 wins and 6 losses. And tomorrow, the Phoenix Suns are in Texas to take on the Houston Spurs. Tip-off at 6:30, and you'll be able to catch that call on our sister station, 98.7 FM, Arizona Sports. And sports is brought to you by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical.
Maricopa County Recorder Justin Heap testified today in front of the Maricopa Board of Supervisors. Amidst growing concerns, voters are being disenfranchised. How'd we get here? Political consultant Stan Barnes joined Arizona's Morning News earlier today.
In the original Trump allegation that something's bad in our election system, Justin Heap believes that, but our elected supervisors don't necessarily.
Our own Ballon Overstoles was at that testimony today.
Yes, it was.
Ballon, I know it went on for quite a while.
Yeah.
What'd you learn?
Yeah, no, thanks for having me, guys. And a quick reminder, this is the result of statements coming from the recorder's office that voters are being disenfranchised. Those are statements that were made according to the Board of Supervisors in court proceedings, but publicly the recorder's office has said voters are not being disenfranchised. So the Board of Supervisors called for this testimony today to try to get to the bottom of that, trying to figure out those claims, those conflicting claims from the recorder's office. So starting with that, he did respond to that, and he did say, as far as he can tell, in this year there has been no cases of voter disenfranchisement, speaking about recent elections and his time in office. So that was a big part of this. Is I think the Board of Supervisors specifically wanted to hear what he had to say about claims of voter disenfranchisement. Also today, though, the board did take action. So there are ongoing negotiations between these two parties over election duties, and the board pretty much decided to establish a baseline new set of rules for the recorder's office. So what they did today is they decided to give back some IT staff to the recorder's office. That's been a big ask from Recorder Heap. They also gave some early voting responsibilities back to the recorder's office as well. So these are the same things that these parties are in court over. What we heard from Supervisor Thomas Galvin today was the board wanted to establish basically a baseline of responsibilities and rules in case this keeps going through litigation and gets more complicated, because we do have elections coming up.
So it was a couple of things, really, and is that who's going to do what
Yeah.
when it comes to the elections.
Yeah.
Who gets to do this and who gets to do that. And there was an argument over that. They're settling that or trying to.
Yeah, because that argument, just to be clear, is still going on in the courts.
In the courts.
What the board did today is establish some of these rules that they say are in line with what the recorder's office has asked for. So there is some sort of baseline understanding of who's going to be doing what.
Okay. And then the disenfranchisement. How specifically does the board believe voters were disenfranchised?
Yeah, and again, that came from statements from the recorder's office. So in court, we had heard that members of the recorder's office had said voters are being disenfranchised now, but publicly those same comments weren't made. We weren't hearing that publicly. So the board wanted to understand, okay, if you're saying there's voter disenfranchisement, we should be getting on top of that. And again, what Heap said today is we don't believe there's current voter disenfranchisement, and he defended his staff that said that, saying they were talking about previous recorders.
Okay, all right.
Gotcha.
Makes sense.
I was going to say, Bowen, it seems like, based on what I'm hearing here, like the county recorder, Justin Heap, to some degree is talking out of both sides of his mouth. We heard Stan Barnes saying that President Trump has said that there was something bad or wrong with Arizona's election system.
Yeah.
County recorder Heap seemed to back that up, but then, like you said, publicly he's saying, no. Everything's good now.
Everything's
that I'm
good
here.
now.
Yeah. And, like we heard from Stan Barnes, he does, and when he came into the office, represented, I would say, a very different sort of political background than the previous recorder, like Stephen Richer. And the people there supporting him today are part of that same group that Stan Barnes was talking about. We did see a lot of MAGA hats in that same crowd. So it does circle back to some of these broader issues that people feel our election systems are just inherently not working. But again, we have been through this in Arizona the last few years, and there has not been evidence that's the case.
We went through the cyber ninjas recount of everything, and they never were able to find anything. Yeah. So, all right, just same story round two, it seems like a little bit. Ballin Overstills, thank you for joining us, and I'm sure that we'll hear more about this story tomorrow morning on Arizona's Morning News.
Coming up, one Congress member went to Eloy to see who this ICE detention facility was holding. We're less than 5 minutes away from more on that story and another check on traffic. KTAR News Time, 6:35.
Looking for a great deal on a new Hyundai? You know exactly where to go. Earnhardt Hyundai North Scottsdale has always been the destination for no bull deals on the vehicles you love. But right now, things just got even better. The Hyundai Getaway Sales event is here. All month long, we're featuring 0% APR financing on select models for 60 months. Plus, well-qualified buyers can even get no payments for 90 days. Whether you choose the versatile Hyundai Tucson or the adventurous Santa Fe, you'll enjoy America's best warranty and owner assurance up to 10 years or 100,000 miles powertrain warranty. Don't wait until these deals drive away without you. Stop by Earnhardt Hyundai North Scottsdale or visit northscottsdalehyundai.com. Take a test drive and find the SUV that fits your lifestyle. Our team is ready to answer your questions and get you on the road today.
Hyundai Motor Finance credit approval. Not all will qualify. Not available on balloon financing. 0% APR and 90-day payment deferral for well-qualified buyers. If applicable, interest differs from date of purchase. Excludes tax, title, license, $599 doc fee, and $618 dealer protection package. Offer expires March 2nd, 2026. See Earnhardt Hyundai of North Scottsdale for details.
The Crossroads of the West Gun Show is back this weekend at the Arizona State Fairgrounds.
We're finding everything we're looking for, so we're impressed.
Awesome selection. Awesome. Yeah, just a lot more than I expected to see.
It's America's premier gun show with great deals on guns, ammo, scopes, accessories, and more. Some at wholesale prices, plus jewelry, gift ideas, and door prices.
We'll scour through, find the best bargain, come back and buy it.
Crossroads of the West Gun Show this weekend at the Arizona State Fairgrounds. All sales are conducted in compliance with applicable laws. You can buy, sell, and trade at all Crossroads gun shows.
At the Midwestern University Eye Institute, they take the time to know you, offering affordable, unhurried, and thorough vision care. I'm Jim Sharp here, along with Dr. Pierce Kenworthy. Doctor, can you tell us about the new services recently introduced at the Eye Institute?
We are thrilled to have a whole new laser refractive suite here, including 2 fully functioning lasers, the Visimax 800, very helpful for performing LASIK, which is what most people hear about, but there's some others as well, including PRK, photorefractive keratectomy, and a newer type of refractive surgery called SMILE, which stands for small incision lenticular extraction. What that means to say is it's a much smaller part of the cornea being removed and still achieving the same effect to change the patient's prescription by changing the shape of the cornea.
Experience the Midwestern difference in vision care, adult and pediatric eye exams, designer eyewear, dry eye treatment, and ophthalmology services. Conveniently located in Glendale near 59th Avenue in Utopia. Visit MWUclinics.com. Midwestern University Clinics, your family's home for healthcare.
Business moves fast. Stay ahead with Greater Phoenix Chamber. Connect with influential leaders, strengthen your voice on public policy, and grow your impact across our region. Join today at phoenixchamber.com/join.
We asked the legislature, are they working on gas price legislation? The majority whip, Representative Julie Willoughby, says yes. She'll talk about it on the Mike Broomhead Show tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. You can watch the KTAR YouTube channel, listen on air, online, or on the app.
It's 6:38. Thanks for joining us on Arizona's Evening News. I'm Joe Huizenga here with Becky Lynn.
And coming up, we're going to have a story about water in Gilbert. I don't know if you live in Gilbert, but you've had a couple of water rate hikes over the past couple of years. And guess what? There is another one on the way, unfortunately, and it's going to start April 1st. A lot of people are not very happy about that.
Well, how about that? Sorry, I'm trying to multitask here,
I
Becky
know you
Lynn.
are.
I'm trying to get our next guest on the phone with us here and trying to listen to you as well, talk about the water.
Well,
and
we're going to talk to Heidi Hummel. She went down with Representative Adelita Grijalva today to Eloy.
Yes.
Where they have the detention center and found some very interesting
Representative
things.
Grijalva was busy today, too. She was also in Florence doing the same thing, looking at a detention center there as well. So 2 detention centers for Representative Grijalva today. She was at the one in Florence, and then Heidi Hummel, our KTAR news reporter, was at the one in Eloy as well. She's joining us right now to discuss what happened. Heidi, you were outside that detention center in Eloy earlier today. Thanks so much for joining us tonight. Why did Representative Grijalva tour the facility in Florence and Eloy today? What was the purpose of her visit?
Yeah, Joe and Becky. So Representative Grijalva went down to the Eloy detention facility to kind of do oversight, really check on conditions there. She's been there before, and this time she went and she met with a constituent inside named Julia, or she's also known as Abuelita, which means grandma in Spanish, and just to kind of check on her condition. She knows this woman, and Julia is 80 years old. She migrated here from Cuba in May of last year. And so this woman kind of didn't really know what she was doing. I believe she did come into the U.S. illegally and then immediately turned herself in, right? Kind of thought that what was happening under the Biden administration was still the law in the U.S. and was taken immediately to this detention facility in Eloy and has been there for 9 months. But she's got dementia. And so she's confused. She doesn't really know why she's there. She doesn't understand. And so Representative Grijalva came out and addressed the media after the tour and meeting with Julia and basically said that, she doesn't know what she's going to do for her. Like she's trying. Her case just has to go through the courts. She could get deported. She has no deportation date scheduled right now. She has to do mandatory detention because she crossed the border illegally. And Representative Grijalva, she was crying. She started crying immediately when she started talking to us, just saying it was very sad. She said that when she left Abuelita thought that she was there to take her with her, to get her out of there, and that was not the case. So just kind of
that's heartbreaking.
A sad story.
Yeah, that's just heartbreaking to hear that.
Yeah, and they said there's been a drastic increase in the number of seniors, elders detained there, specifically at that Eloy detention facility. So she was kind of like, lots of older people have diabetes. Like, do they have access to their diabetes medication and that sort of thing? And Julia did say that she felt like she was being cared for medically, but she's not getting memory care in there, right? So her dementia is just getting worse.
Did she? Now, it seemed like I remember reading that Julia came here for seeking asylum, and that she was denied the asylum claim. Does that?
Yes, that is correct.
Right? Okay. Did she have anyone here? She came all the way at 80 years old from Cuba by herself?
Yes, she does have family. I don't know if her family is stateside or back in Cuba, but she definitely has people she's in contact with. But I don't know, even if she were to be released, I don't know if she has anywhere to go in the U.S.
Right. So it's very, very scary.
KTAR news reporter Heidi Hummel went to the Eloy Detention Center facility earlier today. Representative Grijalva was there and also at a facility in Florence. Heidi, you mentioned the purpose of these visits is to ensure a few things: transparency, accountability, humane treatment within immigration detention facilities. Did Representative Grijalva express any concerns that those things may not be happening when members of Congress like her aren't there to see for themselves what's going on?
There's no really smoking gun as far as neglect goes, Joe. I did ask her further about conditions. This facility can hold 1,500 detainees. There's a little more than 1,300 right now, so they're almost at capacity over there. And when I asked Representative Grijalva about the conditions, she said they were sterile, is the word she used, so not exactly comfortable, likened to a prison, a well-kept prison. And it looks like a prison. When you show up, it's out in the middle of nowhere in Eloy, no homes or businesses around. It's that chain link fence with the barbed wire all around the top. And I could see people in orange jumpsuits that looked like they were on a basketball court or in a yard. They're served meals. They have access to medical care. It's just someone who's older needs more care than maybe what they're able to give them in there. I know Representative Ansari has someone she's in communication with at the Eloy Detention Facility who has leukemia. And this person is struggling to get treatment for their leukemia. And this is why Representative Ansari announced today, Yasmin Ansari, that she will not be going to Trump's State of the Union next week, sort of in protest, boycotting sort of in protest of the treatment, not fair access to medical care at this Eloy detention facility is what these congresswomen are worried about.
It is interesting that there's so many more elderly people showing up there. That's kind of, maybe it's surprising.
Right. Well, that was, President Trump ran on this, the largest deportation effort in the history of the U.S. He succeeded in that last year. And now that's kind of the sentiment in our communities, right? Or have we gotten all the criminals out, the people with criminal records, and are they just going after people now who came here illegally, which that would be, older people?
That's true. That's right. Heidi Hommel was down in Eloy today at the ICE detention facility along with our Congressman Adelita Grijalva, representative, and they took a look around and thank you for that report. We appreciate a little look inside where for a lot of them it seems like it's hurry up and wait.
Definitely.
Thanks, guys. Yeah.
And just now that Heidi's gone, I was going to mention as well, Becky Lynn, that the bummer for me, not even bummer, but what's tough for me is, so Representative Grijalva got to go inside and tour this facility, but the journalists, the reporters don't get to go inside. So they're counting on what Representative Grijalva says. And again, she described it as sterile, but we count on our reporters to share their own fact finding.
Yes.
So if our reporters aren't allowed inside, and I don't care if it's Republicans or Democrats or who's in charge, but it's frustrating to me. If you want to have full transparency, why not let people in to see exactly what's going on? I understand, okay, hey, we're going to let members of Congress in there, great, but how about let some of the reporters in as well? Okay, don't let all of them in, but let some in at least so that they can share their own views on how things look.
Good point.
Let's get a check on traffic right now. Here's Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Becky, Joe, thank you. Tempe debris on Loop 202 Red Mountain Freeway eastbound at Sky Harbor Airport. Chandler with a crash in the right-hand shoulder. Loop 202 Santan Freeway eastbound approaching McClintock Drive. And a look into our surface streets. Glendale with a crash on Northern Avenue and 47th Avenue. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
The rain cleared out earlier this afternoon. It's gotten a bit chilly. Tonight, it'll be around 40 degrees. Tomorrow, expect the high in Phoenix to hit the low to mid-60s. Right now in Anthem, 51 degrees. Gonna have that rain potentially show back up Friday. 20% chance right now, what we're seeing. Don't let stormy conditions slow down your move. With Homes 2X, sell fast. Stay rent-free. Full value guaranteed at homes2x.com.
Well, coming up, we know that there's lots of snow here in Arizona, up in the high country, and very high winds. Had to close down Snow Bowl today because of this winter storm. And it actually caused an avalanche in California that is now being dubbed one of the worst, if not the worst, avalanches that has claimed, I believe, 7 lives at this point. And we're going to have more on that story in just about 5 minutes.
KTAR News Time, 6:47. What is it like to go deep down into a mine? Mike Broomhead shares his experience as he talks to Resolution Copper CEO Victoria Pesce in the latest episode of Amazing Arizonans podcast. Watch it on KTAR News YouTube or listen online, the app, or wherever you download your podcasts.
We'll admit, we've already thrown in the towel on the New Year's resolution.
Yeah, and we made it through dry January. But one healthy new habit we're sticking with is Active Liver from New Nordic. Did you know your liver works around the clock processing food, sugar, alcohol, and everyday toxins? All things that can really impact your health.
That's why daily support matters. Active Liver is designed to help protect normal liver function and support your body's natural detox process.
With trusted ingredients like milk thistle, turmeric, and artichoke extract, it's gentle enough to take all year long.
No harsh cleanses, no extreme detoxes, just simple daily liver support. We really feel the difference.
Yup, more energy and the peace of mind knowing we can enjoy the good things in life while giving our liver the love it needs.
Active Liver is available online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com. Or you can find it in stores at CVS, Meijer Grocery, Wegmans, and now Active Liver is available at your local GNC.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Such a blow to investors. Whether you're a big trader or whether you have a 401k.
Life can be complicated. Planning for retirement doesn't have to be.
So what we're looking at here is a plan and a strategy that guarantees the retirement income, but it doesn't give up that growth for safety.
Learn tips and tricks to help you move forward.
That's not always debt. And when you have the money to pay it off, it's called leveraging.
Tune in to The Parker Holland Show, Saturdays at 3 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. right here on KTAR News.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've seen the Sweet James billboards, but here's what you need to know about them. If you're hurt in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a team you want on your side. With just over 25 years experience, 500 plus trials, and a win rate of 98% of the time, you need Sweet James in your corner. They've even been named the best attorneys in America. SweetJames.com or 800-9000000, 800-900-0000.
Did you hear about the new Arizona cashback program for home buyers? The first 1,000 visitors to buyerhunt.com can get a minimum of $10,000 cash back and as much as $25,000 cash back when buying any home in Arizona. There is no cost to participate in this home affordability cashback program. Find out what your exact cashback amount would be at BUYERHUNT.com. Check it out at buyerhunt.com.
The Target, 422 Maple Drive. No tripped alarms, no broken windows. While you were sleeping, they made off with $50,000 in equity, and they didn't even use a getaway car.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Don't let termites turn your equity into sawdust. We stop the heist before the damage is done. Call 602 Blue Sky for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, termites.
Welcome back to Arizona's Evening News. I'm Joe Huizenga.
And I'm Becky Lynn. Here's our top stories for tonight. Gilbert Town Council approving a 25% rate hike for Gilbert's water customers.
Motion carries 4-3.
Vice Mayor Chuck Bongiovanni.
These are not popular decisions, but they're important ones. However, I can guarantee you that we can't bathe in popularity, we can't cook in popularity, and I can't drink popularity.
April 1st will be the first day those hikes go into effect, and they come after a previous 25% hike last year and an almost 50% hike the year before that. A devastating end to the search for missing skiers in Northern California tonight. Officials have confirmed 8 people have now been found deceased following an avalanche in the backcountry near Lake Tahoe. 6 skiers, including a guide, were rescued, and ABC's Trevor Alt is in Lake Tahoe with the latest.
Choppers grounded by the weather. It took rescue teams 6 hours on snowcats and skis to finally reach them. 2 of them with injuries had to be carried back. The survivors had found 3 deceased members of their group. Search teams then found 5 more, all of them close together. Because of the extreme conditions and the rush to save the survivors, rescuers were forced to leave the bodies of those 8 killed there on the mountain. One of them is the spouse of one of the rescuers.
One person still missing. 24 speakers at a city council meeting last night, and surprise, controversy over the warehouse purchased for use by ICE continues to worry residents, including Dysart High School student Callie Overs. Overs is a senior, and she says she feels guilty about leaving the issue of the warehouse to new students who'll have to walk past it every day to school. Additionally, she says if the facility is to hold dangerous criminals, she wants to know how security for the building would affect the community's safety. Surprise's next city council meeting is scheduled for March 3rd.
You want to do a little news volley here now, Becky Lynn? Trade a couple stories?
We had a lot of big stories today, but there's some that you just want to talk about that just didn't make the cut till now.
So I have something that's pretty light right off the top.
Okay.
Not a heavy story. Not your good news.
Okay.
But just a lighter story. Winter Olympics winding down right now. 5 days of competition remain. They're going to be all done on the 22nd of February. Today, the U.S. men's hockey team beat Sweden 2-1 in overtime in the quarterfinals. Have you been watching the Winter Olympics at all? And what are your can't-miss events?
I've watched it a little bit.
Okay.
When I get home in the evenings, I love the Winter Olympics the most.
So do I.
Yeah,
Good.
it's just, I just love that. And
Okay.
of course, I love the skating. I love the, like the rhythmic ice dancing.
Okay.
Because I just love that stuff. I like the skiing too. I have to admit, a lot of people.
It's really dangerous.
It's incredibly dangerous. Remember years and years ago on, I think it was Wide World of Sports, and they had the agony of defeat. That was so classic. And so, you know, I always love to watch the skiers, but I have not been watching it as much as I normally do. I just haven't. I've got a new Netflix series I'm streaming. I'm watching that.
That's the problem too. I'm right there with you. I love the Winter Olympics, but I feel like there's too many options out there. Like
there are.
I just got back from Vegas, and you go out there, and it's like Vegas is like the TV now. It's like endless options. So not just the Olympics too, because it's not just. It used to be when you'd flip on the TV, you'd get whatever was on with the Olympics on one channel.
On one channel.
Now
that's right.
there's 3 or 4 channels going on at once, plus Peacock that's showing everything live if you want all of that. And you can go back and watch the old footage that happened from previous days as well.
Yep.
Plus, like you said, Netflix, Amazon, Hulu, everything else competing with it.
In fact, I'll even tell you the Olympics slipped up on me this year. I went, oh, it's time for that? Didn't even know it. Yeah. Okay, next story. Arizona's facing some big water cuts as a deadline for basin states has come and gone. Nearly 70% of Scottsdale's water comes from the Central Arizona Project, and that uses water exclusively from the Colorado River. If there's no change, Scottsdale could have to cut 20 to 30% of its water. Are you concerned that you're going to turn on your tap and no water is going to come out?
Well, luckily I'm not in Scottsdale, so not super concerned there. But you've been talking tonight about Gilbert and another 25%.
After 25% last year and 50% the year before that.
So it's 50, 25, another 25.
Let's count
which
that.
is more than 100%.
That's right.
Because it's a cumulative 25 on top of 50, another 25 on top of that. I am concerned, and I know a lot of people hear, oh, water, and as long as they can flush the toilet and have something coming out to the sink and do their dishes, they don't think about it.
No.
But the first time it's not there.
I remember when
there's going to be panic.
I first moved here, and that would have been about 1990, and I remember reading in the Arizona Republic, they were talking then, about how we could be running out of water. We're in the desert. And I remember a quote from somebody, I want to think like out in Apache Junction. And they were so upset. They were asked about this, and they said, the first time I ever try to turn on my tap and no water comes out, I'm going to sue. And I thought, what? You live in the desert. We've got to conserve. We've got to think about the fact that this could happen. It doesn't. And look at the rainfall that we've not had. So
definitely. And so we've missed this deadline that we had to try to hit between, we've got upper basin states, Arizona's in the lower basin states, and the upper basin states seem to have priority. So Arizona's already at the short end of the stick because of that. And now there's another deadline in October where the feds come in. We could see lawsuits. This could end up in the Supreme Court. Arizona definitely could be taking the short end of the stick. We mentioned Scottsdale here could be out on another 20 to 30% of water. Talking tonight about Gilbert paying more for water. It's, you know, sooner or later, it's going to be you're paying more for your water bill than you're paying for groceries all the time.
Yes.
It's a real challenge.
It is a big challenge. There's no question about it. Let's see.
You want to try to do one more? Or
we can do one more. Let's go. We got a little bit of time.
I'm going to go quick here. So Unbound Academy, and I'm going to say Navascio School. I have not heard of them. So if I'm butchering it, I apologize. They're AI schools in Arizona. They're on the cutting edge of integrating AI into the classroom. The school day looks a little different than traditional school, though. I'm talking about 2 hours of teaching.
2 hours?
At 8:30, they begin 25-minute blocks of AI instruction on reading, math, science, and social studies with 5-minute breaks in between. By 11 o'clock, students are done with instruction for the day. If your kids were in school now, Becky Lynn, what would be your thoughts? I mean, you just said 2 hours.
No,
what would be your thoughts on this model?
I don't know. I don't like the whole AI thing, period, much less that being the way my kids would be taught. No, I feel like the human interaction has got to be there. Part of it is the teacher knows you. They're there. You feel like you can ask them questions. And what did we learn during the pandemic when kids were only studying over a computer? You know, and a lot of that online. It did not go well.
No.
So, no, I do not think we should go there.
All right. Okay.
Well, let's see. Let me leave you tonight with a good story. How
Please
about that? Okay. All right. A little interesting phrase, I think, came out of a lawsuit this week. Many literally false statements are not deceptive. Think on that one where I tell you how this came into play. What is the true definition of a chicken wing? Today, a federal judge ruled that a lawsuit against Buffalo Wild Wings for misleading consumers was not valid. Here's more.
A judge has ruled the Buffalo Wild Wings restaurant chain can describe its boneless wings as chicken wings. A man sued, accusing the restaurant of deceiving customers because real wings have bones. But the judge says the man did not drum up enough facts to support